The ulti's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was de-warding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back. Sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Dota 2 LPL Pro Season 1 for 2022. We are back with the best of 5 grand finals here, Bard, and I'm excited, but I gotta ask, where do you think this is gonna happen? Like, we've seen a bit of talk back and forth in the background. Do you think that is actually going to help or hinder either of these teams?
I think it definitely plays a factor. Like, if people were here before the break, I predicted an upset where UDV might take down our season-long favourites, M11. I think that M11 are maybe running out of steam a little bit at the end of the season, maybe a little bit distracted. Their games yesterday, they dropped a game we didn't expect, and UDV have looked furious coming into this match. They're talking a big game like they're going to 3-0 M11. They don't mind who hears it. So I'm excited to see one team come out really firing and maybe unleashing some pocket drafts that they've got saved up just for this moment.
Of course, we'll get into that in a moment, but before we do that, we'll do a final explanation, the final time you get to see this graphic, but how they got here. It's that single round robin, that best of 2, 8-team starter. We dropped it down to 4, and today we dropped it down to 2 for that grand final, best of 5 you can got going there. And once again, the prize pool they'll be playing for here, as we switch it over now, you can see first place 2100, second place 1400, so quite a big gap between first and second. There'll be a lot to play for here, and obviously third and fourth has already been done.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say that the prize pool here is significant for the teams, but so is the bragging rights, and so is the emotional thing. You got to consider the other things the teams are playing for.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's one of those things, like, it doesn't matter. Sometimes you just want that win. And we're Dota players at heart. Like, we play a lot of games. We play a lot of pubs. But getting that flex, especially for Team M11 versus UDV, these are guys that go up against each other for everything. DPC qualifiers, other tournaments, this tournament. They go up against each other quite often. And getting that extra bit of flex is quite crucial. It's something to look towards, obviously.
Yeah, and like the running battle between these two teams, getting the leg up like that.
Yeah, obviously, the thing that's important to us, it's the playoff bracket. We'll jump in right now. And as you can see, we had that semifinals, the 2-1 reverse sweeps each way. We had that bronze fight, Atomic and Gargoyle. Unfortunately, Atomic weren't able to compete that game. But grand finals, Team M11, UDV, you can see them raring to go here. And we haven't put the scores up yet, but it is a 5-game series. And a lot of teams start to crumble. A lot of teams start to crack when they have that 4th, that 5th game coming through to this playoff bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine that if a team was ever going to show vulnerability, right, it's rare that a team is going to get stronger in a BO5. Some teams are famous for it, right? Maybe they've got a really good captain or they take a few games to settle in against their opposition. But for most teams, it is really like a slog. It's a marathon of Dota.
Yeah, it's a marathon, and it comes down to drafting, right? Like, this is the big thing for me, is like it splits up the two things. So there's drafting, and there's obviously the gameplay. But both sides of that coin will be affected by the teams here, and we'll start off with UDV. We're gonna start off with UDV. One moment, we have the Gargoyle Esports. These boys, obviously, we saw them in the semifinals.
One last
UDV, the boys we're seeing in the finals. Ken, JG, Rapido, Lucify, and TB. As you said, off broadcast and just again on broadcast, they're raring to go. They seem a bit annoyed by just the topsy-turvy nature, and they just want to get a quick 3-0 here. What are your thoughts on their chances?
Well, like you said we're Dota players. These guys are Dota players. That's what they're here to do. They're here to play Dota. Everything else is secondary. They've been, waiting to get their crack at M11. They had to get through a whole semi-final bracket yesterday just to get to the chance to take on this season's sort of top team in M11. And now finally they are on the doorstep of being able to put down their claim to actually be the best team in LPL. Ken, JG, Rubido, Lucify, and Teehee, they played terrific yesterday. Really outstanding stuff. Bit of individual flair as well. We love Teehee's Weaver game. Ken looked super strong in the last game of the day, taking it home on TAs. That kind of core player reliability that they'll be looking for to go the distance in this BO5.
Yeah, and of course, the reigning champions, and they came in as favourites at the start of the season, Team M11, Rusman, Rams, Usagi, Hayden, and Havinci. Like you said, they've got a lot to prove here. Going back-to-back is very hard, especially when you have that bullseye on your back. And like you said, UDV, they're coming in with that hunger. But Team M11, how do they stabilise here? How do they make sure that they can push forth as that favourite?
I think as long as they make sure that in the draft they don't get any sort of cheesy combos picked against them, just kind of like take their time on each pick, make sure that they're banning in a way that targets their opposition. And that is something where a BO5 might favour them, where there's more time to understand what your opponent might be able to pull out to get one win against you. They're unlikely to get 3 wins with the same draft. And that's what we saw yesterday. M11 stabilised after a tough game 1 lost. I'm sure they didn't expect to even lose that game, but after they did, they gathered themselves quickly and bounced back to the strong team we knew them to be. So, if they can repeat that here again today, they will be our back-to-back LPL champions. That's quite a feat, as you said.
Yeah, and of course the focal point will be this head-to-head matchup, and we want to focus on the carries. We saw Rusman have a bit of a rough time game 1. JG, obviously on that Ember Spirit. Rusman picked it up for game 2 and 3 and completely dominated. And on the side of Ken, he's been a rock-solid carry. Every single game we've watched him play, he's looked excellent. How do you match up these two? How do you actually get that differentiation between these two players?
Yeah, it's interesting because they are kind of similar, I feel like, in a way, both in how they play and what their team, how their team treats them, how their team relies on them. We saw both teams kind of, when the money was really on the line, they put their faith in their carry to just kind of bring the team home. Maybe not a traditional 4 protect 1 way, but Rusman farming hard on that Battle Fury Ember Spirit, as we identified. Not the usual build, but they were confident to let him take the reins. And the same thing with Ken playing the TA, just being given a lot of space to try and take over the game later on, which he did. So both these carries stood up in that instance. But I think it's interesting that the teams, when Rusman had to do that job, they're picking him harder farming, slower timing heroes, whereas Ken, even though he was top of the net worth by a considerable amount, we drew attention to his farming patterns, he's playing the Kunkers, the TAs, not traditional super hard farming late gamers. So maybe that says something about how these teams treat the carry role even beyond the players themselves.
Yeah, that's true. It felt like Rusman took an untraditional carry and made it traditional, right? Like you talk about the Battle Fury especially. I'm curious to see if they're going to flip that. They're going to change it up a bit because we got a draft very soon. But before we jump into that, I need to ask, is there a rogue hero? I love this question because it gives you that time to think, but is there going to be a rogue hero that you see getting picked up in this tournament, in this finals rather?
Well, I can't just say Underlord again. I said Dawnbreaker the other day. I think those are possibilities. I think the Abaddon might be another one. We were talking about hard saves earlier. We've been talking about how you sort of have a lot of flexibility in your 4 and your 5 pick, even your 3. The hero has been getting some buffs lately. It is a really solid, reliable pickup. It can negate a lot of different drafts teams are going for, especially the single target burst stuff that we saw UDV picked to bring home their series yesterday, can really struggle against Abaddon, both because he's fairly immune to being bursted. He makes it very hard to burst down individual targets on your team. I feel like there's some momentum behind that hero right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see, because it's not a hero we see too often. Obviously, like, you've got the traditionals, like the Mars, the Death Prophets, etc., but Abaddon has a few buffs, and we're talking about untraditional, maybe out-of-the-box carry. Abaddon would fit that quite well, and we've seen the potential with the new Ag Shard as well. It now applies your auto-attack damage on the Mist Coil. Do you think we could be seeing, like, a Battle Fury Ag Shard style for Abaddon? Do you think that's something that could be possible?
I wasn't going to say it, but that was in the back of my mind when thinking of him as a rogue pick, right? He could easily still be picked in a different role, but it is now even more flexible because some players have been experimenting with that build, and I feel like as a proof of concept, we've been shown it can work. That build is very potent.
Yeah, I kind of want to see it just to see if it gets to level 25. Obviously, it becomes AoE on that Mist Coil. But you mentioned the other save heroes, things like Oracle. Shadow Demon is probably the one I pinpoint the most because it's been getting banned so often. Is that something that maybe you're worried that teams will let through and forget about?
Well, it's been let through this time. I don't know about forget about, but we've seen a lot of teams banning different first phase heroes, and none of them have really seemed that far out of left field. I think there's just a lot of similarly strong heroes right now, and maybe the differences in what a team bans is based on either what they personally respect from the other team, or sort of maybe which combination of heroes they don't want to allow. Like if you're scared of Mars Medusa, maybe you only have to ban one of those, or you can pick one of those, as our teams are doing now.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I'm curious to see because DK obviously is pretty great. We are just having a few draft issues, but they have just started without us, and we can explain Team M11. They got the Mars first pick, and they got the TA to complement it. UDV's response: a Snapfire and a Dragon Knight. Not what we expected in the first phase here. Maybe the Mars, but less so the Dragon Knight.
The Dragon Knight, I didn't expect it in any phase. Although I actually, yesterday in at least one of the games, I think it was our last game, we were really trying to rack our brains for a final core hero, right? Dragon Knight's on the periphery. It does feels like it fits into what teams are looking for in their cores right now. Teams have been, you need something that's sturdy. You need to be able to pressure buildings in that early game. You need stuns because I think teams have been favoring less stunning supports. So you're trying to find cores who can help you keep that control in team fights. I think this DK Snapfire combo is very interesting, but do you see it as actually laning together, or is this, a mid lane Dragon Knight or something?
What I like about it, like we always talk about flex picks. We always talk about, can this play here, here, here? Dragon Knight's a hero that can play offlane, mid, or carry. Like I don't really want it on the support role. I think that might be a bit too rogue. But you've got the TA matchup, and you're like, I would be fine running offlane DK into a TA. That's a completely normal matchup. I'd be fine running the Mars into the DK, and that's a decent matchup for him. And if they don't counterpick, which, as you can look at UDV's bans, it looks like they're removing a lot of their counter picks. It is just a menace. You put it in the mid lane and you can't kill it. It gets level 6, it gets the poison damage, and it starts to push the towers through quite quickly.
Yeah, it does. It's interesting to think about that, right? Because that's an asset by itself. Not just that it can sort of deaden the lane in that way, like it just sort of makes you not have to worry about that laning phase. It's not necessarily going to crush its opponent, but it doesn't have any like terribly losing matchups, and it's hard to gank. Teams have been really prioritizing heroes like that are very secure in their laning matchup. But DK, that flexibility of being able to secure really any lane you like later on in the draft is really powerful. That combination of flexibility and stability is kind of everything that teams have been looking for seemingly so far. That being said, we've seen the Mars be maybe the hero of the finals weekend so far, really dictated a lot of games on day one. What do you hope to see out of UDV to maybe negate some of the impact of this hero? Do you have to beat it in the lane? Do you just try and pick heroes that can get out of arena? Like, how does it work?
It goes both ways, right? Like you want BKB cores. It's like quite a big one. So like you can go with like DK's natural. You can see a lot of like lifestealers, jugs, etc. You could go the other way though and say supports Shadow Demon. I said that UDV just banned it as I said it. I was going to say Shadow Demon's in the pool, and that is a pretty natural counter to Mars. They even had the first pick out of the ban phase, so I'm very surprised they went for this. And the other way, obviously, get BKBs. Just BKB through the arena and fight anyway is a completely fine and viable strat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost surprised we didn't really see much of that strat showing up yesterday, but I guess it's just some of the carries that are fast BKB builders or naturally have magic immunity just aren't really in the meta right now. Haven't been seeing a lot of Lifesteal or a lot of Juggernaut. I guess TA is kind of the closest thing, right? But this time we've got her locked down as well. The Mars, interestingly, even though it's a combo with the Medusa when they're picked together, it does also kind of blunt the impact of the Medusa, which we saw in game 2 of, I think, our first series yesterday. These teams know that very well. So you've kind of protected against her as well. We're kind of taking carries off the table pretty quickly for UDV.
Yeah, and for Team M11, they go with a Gyrocopter, and we saw Team M11 love to run this as a pos 4 with the Mars. So I don't know if UDV didn't respect it or didn't do their research, but either way, we're going to see that most likely support Gyro Mars lane try and dominate whatever carry they run into it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd go so far as to assume it was a mistake on their part. Like, you could ban the support gyrocopter, but I feel like there's plenty of other fours that combo well with Mars, and I'm sure that, that we talk a lot about M11 support duo, how proficient they are. I don't think that this would have been a massive hole in their draft either way, but you're right in that this is definitely a specialty of theirs. It's an incredibly dangerous pick. We saw it work for them again yesterday, so you'd have to be wincing a little to see it come out. Maybe you need to put the Dragon Knight in the safe lane now just to have a hero that's that tanky to try and survive the immense damage potential out of these two. And you have to be very careful in picking your safe lane support now as well.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the Ogre and the Snapfire, so it does feel like one of them is going to be that safe lane support. Ogre does lead me to the assumption that they want to run a very tanky boy that can't farm very well. Something like a Tiny could fit in that mold, because you need that extra steroid, you need that buff to make sure he is viable coming into the mid game. And obviously, Ogre is one of those heroes that just does that very well. Bloodlust is just completely free real estate. It's so cheap mana-wise. It lasts so long. I want to see it. I want to see a Tiny. We haven't really seen it picked up at all in the playoff bracket.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that we haven't seen it at all so far, honestly. Even with M11 in here, like, Rusman we know is a hell of a Tiny player. Not that I expect him to play it this game. Omni Knight, this is here I was wondering if we would see, but I guess that's their 4 position, their Omni now, with the support Gyrocopter.
I'm thinking pos 5 Omni, to be honest.
All right.
So Omni is a great counter to Ogre, and he's a great counter to Snapfire, because you get rewarded for every buff, any debuff you're dispelling. Every debuff is 6 strength and 6 health regen that you're dispelling. So you can remove the negative armor that comes from Little Shredder. You can remove the slow from Scatterblast, the stun from the Cookie. You can remove the slow from Mortimer's Kisses as well. So like that's 4 things you can remove from Snapfire for an extra 24 strength. And obviously all of Ogre's spells as well you can remove.
Yeah, that removing the Ogre spell is the big one, right? You're talking about the natural reward or the built-in reward of the spell for purging, but being able to purge Ignite is like a reward in and of itself. That spell is completely devastating. It's most of Ogre's laning. So to be able to get rid of that is huge. You're right in that, like, I think of lane presence as Omni Knight as not being particularly strong because the hero itself doesn't always put out a lot of pressure the way that something like an Ogre would, but he's no slouch. And when you're against an Ogre like that, if you can negate so much of the opposing support's kit just with one spell, you kind of don't need to do a lot more than that, especially depending on what your carry is, if you're trying to secure the lane that they're farming in. But my only other thought, we were talking about what sort of carry you might lane against a Mars Gyrocopter lane, something like that. I'm not saying this will be their answer, but if you wanted to pick carry Abaddon, this feels like the kind of game for it, right? Like, one of its great assets, it's not a traditional carry, but you're a lot tankier than a traditional carry would be. Even in the laning phase, you're a lot more able to survive that kind of pressure. So is that maybe where you turn now, that sort of thing? Or do you just trust your player to be able to tough it out on a more fragile carry hero?
It does lead to, like, maybe they could pick it up, but they did go on UDV. They picked up the Monkey King already. So
right.
I have to assume with the Snapfire, the Ogre, that they're going to run Ken on the Monkey King. So carry MK there. And, like, we talk about sustain in lane and being able to, like, turn around and fight. If he gets the Jingu down and he gets the Boundless Strike, he can actually just replenish his entire health pool. And neither of those heroes deal well with that. Like, if they use their spell kit, they don't kill him. He can turn around and get those kills. And Team M11, they finished their draft here with Leshrac.
Yeah, they love this Leshrac. I think we've seen it from them a couple of times already this season, even in just the small sample of games I cast. It looks great for them. UDV, Monkey King really struggles against that. The magic damage is solid against Dragon Knight. Obviously, it's a hero that gets a lot of extra armor, so you don't mind having a little bit of extra magic damage. And they actually have a good split of magic and physical here between TA, Leshrac, and Gyro. You're kind of really making sure that you're covering your bases. And in the early game in particular, they're going to have a big damage edge right now because Monkey King and DK take a while to really power up their damage, or at least MK to be able to stand sustainably in a fight and deal damage. So aside from their big team fighting spells, UDV right now look like they might be on the back foot unless they can pick something very intimidating with their final pick here.
Yeah, they need to, right? Like, we look at it, Omni Knight is not the most conventional way of doing it, but he can buff Leshrac up, give him an extra 1,000 health.
That's not bad.
Level. Like, it's literally, I think it's like 38 passive strength, and obviously every debuff brings it up 6 each time. So if you get 2 debuffs off, that's 50 strength, that's 1,000 health on top of Leshrac's already immense health pool. And we didn't talk about it. You mentioned the lane presence. But the new Omni Knight obviously has that range damage with the Hammer of Purity, so they can throw it at them. They can do a bit of range damage, and UDV, their answer is more team fight. Go with the
Okay.
Brewmaster offlane.
Well, I guess that does directly answer the question I was posing to them, right? Like, you wanted a hero that is going to be intimidating in a team fight right after the lanes, and, you sort of think you get Leshrac around level 10, 11, 12, backed up by that Omni Knight, as you said, a huge amount of extra HP, which is often the Achilles heel of the Leshrac hero. Now he can just run around in the team fight and do whatever he likes and kill your team. Well, you've got a Brewmaster that's kind of a great stopgap against things going too badly, right? That between all of the spells that he brings to the table through Primal Split, you can usually figure out how to make any situation okay. Now, we did see Brewmaster struggle a little bit yesterday in the final game, I think, of the day, but that was against very, very heavy single target burst and a lot of silence. I don't think he'll have as much trouble getting Primal Split off today, and I hope we see a better game out of the hero.
Yeah, I think he will, because obviously, like you mentioned, that they don't have the greatest lockdown. They don't have the greatest burst. They've got Mars Spear and Split Earth and Rocket.
Yep.
Split Earth, I'll say, is a bit slow. Rocket is pathetic as far as like initiation stun goes. So it is really just that Mars Spear. If he can dodge that, he will be completely fine. And this is the question we need to always ask, Bard.
Mm-hmm.
Which drafter do you think won this one out? Which team is taking game number one?
I think I rate the side of M11, to be honest, slightly more. I think this Leshrac has been very powerful every time I've seen it this season. I haven't really seen it on the new patch, I don't think, but I can't imagine that it's too much worse off. And obviously, we've seen the TA be very stable. Risen will be playing that. We know that he is capable, so they'll have that in their back pocket, even if the Leshrac snowball doesn't completely take off. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Maybe if you can get enough items up quickly enough on this MK, you'll be able to resist. But I see that as being the big problem. Often when I see this Monkey King hero not do so well, it's because it takes a while to be both damaging and survivable in fights, and I think you're going to need both of those. You're going to really be tested on this hero when your team calls on you against a lineup like this.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the added advantage of it. He's got two beefy boys in front of him. He's got the Brewmaster and the Dragon Knight, so for UDV, they have that front line, they have that initiation set up, so he doesn't need to do that. A lot of times we see Monkey King having to rely on Primal Spring to get into these fights, and obviously Boundless Strike to set them up. They won't have such problems. But for Team M11, something I want to point out is, we mentioned it, like the offlane Mars Gyro combo. They're putting the Omni Knight bot lane to deal with the Brewmaster. So like they pick the Brewmaster Cinder Brew into something that can already remove it in Heavenly Grace.
Yeah, I guess we were already talking about a huge list of things that Heavenly Grace can remove, so maybe at some point you're just like, well, he isn't going to be able to purge every hero's spell, and it is only a one small thing to not warp your draft round, but you're right, maybe it's possible they didn't consider that right. Maybe there were larger strategic concerns when it came to picking this brew, and that's why, they're going to suddenly be a little bit, oh, okay, I didn't expect the Omni Knight play. But it does also mean that, the top lane is going to be free of Omni Knight presence, and this Ogre is going to get to really lay in with those debuffs that we talked about.
Yeah, I'm going to love to see it, because I think Ogre right now needs to be that lane presence. He needs to dominate, and without being too dominant, they will see a lot of drop-off from him, because you look at the Ogre matchup, obviously, they want to combo it with the Monkey King. They want to make sure he can get farm, because like you said, he's going to struggle early. Like, you don't have the Shard on Dragon Knight, you won't have the Blink or the Ags ready on Brew, so they're going to want to do a lot more. As we're just seeing a couple of disconnects here. This is the Southeast Asian special, right? Like, we jump into the game, someone comes in, realizes they're lagging, has to reset their net. It just happens so often.
Well, I always try and look on the bright side. I'd much rather the players figure out they have lag and have to go through this process now at the beginning. No one's really in combat. Nothing's going to go wrong. No one's suddenly scouting out an enemy smoke or something during this pause time. It's not really affecting the outcome of the match. And hopefully, this is the only time we have to deal with those technical difficulties. When you get that lag fixed up, we can have a nice, clean BO5 Grand Finals. It's not sort of like clean and reasonable and fair. Have you seen this Dragon Knight build? Please tell me this isn't normal.
So for those that can't see, obviously our pretty faces are on the screen right now.
True.
It is 4 gauntlets of strength, and I hate to say it, this is becoming the new norm.
Oh no!
You go 4 gauntlets, you make sure you get 2 bounty runes, and you buy the tangos that way. and then you build 2 braces, a wand, treads, and blink. Like, that's pretty much the progression in whatever order you want, but they're the items you go for. And that double bracer, they kind of stay in your backpack for quite some time, and then come 25 minutes, they're double effectiveness. And it's one of those things that it's weird, but it makes Dragonite not even worth dealing with. They get to the point where, like, you know what, 28 armor, 1600 health, 10 minutes in, you just go do whatever you want. Like, we'll deal with you later.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me, and I am a big bracer fan, right? Like, bracers they've risen and fallen in strength over the years, and I think this new change to not just the braces, but like we saw a Necrophos with a Wraith Band yesterday. There's some experimentation happening with these items now with the latest change, and that 25-minute power spike does really make for a new and interesting kind of item build where, like you said, these items can hang around your backpack for quite a while and still retain their value, and that, of course, incentivizes this kind of build in the early game where you're just wearing gloves on your hands and gloves on your feet and walking into the mid lane with 860 starting health. That's pretty hard for anyone to chew through, even, you know, if you were a, you know, powerful ranged harassing mid.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it's one of those things, like, we're just having a few more technical issues. We might have a reconnect bug. I'm not sure how on board you've been with this before, but sometimes you can't actually get back in the lobby.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you draft in, you disconnect, you can't get back in, and we're having that happen right now. So we're going to try to sort it out as fast as possible. We're hoping it's sorted before we have any more issues, any more delays. But something we've got to point out, you mentioned the Wraith Bands, etc. There's other items I want to have a chat about, and it's that early Ag Shard. Like, we know DK's going to buy his at 15 minutes. Is there anyone else here that you can see, like, yes, that's like a definite purchase. That's a definite 15-0-0 purchase here in this game?
I think the Snapfire Shard has been a pretty big presence in her play ever since it was introduced. I'm not saying it will happen this game. It really depends on how good of a game the Snap's having, how much you need that extra stun. But their team is already quite stun heavy. I have a feeling that, you know, you will definitely want to have as much control as you can bring along here if you're trying to isolate and kill a target like a Leshrac at the start of the fight before it does too much damage, or if you're trying to maybe break up a CC train on something like a Brewmaster. But I do think that adds a lot to her, really more than any item apart from maybe the Solar Crest that we're almost certainly going to see here. Got the Blightstone start ready. Other than that, I don't feel like I'm an expert enough on the hero to comment, but the Brewmaster Shard looks very exciting to me, to be honest, now that the hero is starting to see play again.
Yeah, that's true. I love Brewmaster right now. I still don't know if there's any way of improving what it does. I'm still not certain about how to use Drunken Brawler right now. It feels awkward, like with the 3 different areas. Like, you've got the evasion, the movement speed, you've got the magic resist, you've got the crit. All of them, you can pretty much play around with how you see fit. And I believe we're just going to have another little reconnect here. We're hoping this is the first game of the best of 5. Like you said, if there's going to be an issue, it's always game 1, and you make sure it's smooth sailing from then on out.
Yeah, at worst, if the players have to reconnect, it'll just be, you know, an all-pick remake. People will pick the same heroes they already drafted. We're probably going to get back into the same lanes, same items. It probably won't matter that much in terms of the actual outcome of the game. We just got to sort out officially with the admins, of course, because this is the grand final. So no half measures here. Everything's going to be done properly and by the book as soon as we can clarify what we're all doing about these technical problems. But yeah, unfortunately, there have been some issues for UDV being able to connect to the game. And as we sort those out, I guess it's a little bit more time to think about how we want to approach these lanes. Like, you know, obviously we've seen these people, indications are that Omni Knight's going to be bottom with the TA against the Brew and the Snapfire. I wonder whether all of this will be the same after the teams have some time to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you said, there's going to be quite a bit of time. We are going to take a quick break. We're going to fix these tech issues, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with game number 1 between UDV and Team M11. Don't go anywhere. We'll be one moment.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win. can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
But the ulti's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was de-warding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back. Sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
We are back with round 2 of game number 1 for the best of 5 grand finals to see who is going to be the winner of season 1 for the Dota LPL season 1 2022. There's going to be more going on, but we're jumping into the game now, Bart. We talked about it. We were hyped up, and has anything in your mind changed, or are you still hell-bent on your prediction that UDV could take this one out?
I'm still keen on UDV. Obviously, nothing really happened in the game. We pretty much immediately had to pause and deal with these tech issues, so it's not like anything went wrong already that I can comment on. I'm a little interested about these lanes, though. I think that's the big thing that slightly threw what I expected. It's not that it's wrong, but the Snapfire Brewmaster offlane, we were talking yesterday about how Brewmaster's laning phase really depends on the Cinder Brew, and how often you're relying on your support to trigger that with spell damage. We even had the sort of non-bow yesterday with the physical damage spell usage that Hoodwink prefers in lane. And I wonder whether Snapfire isn't sort of walking into a similar situation here, because you've got the Blightstone start. You typically want to go with Little Shredder early on, and that's, you know, another spell that doesn't really combo with the Brewmaster.
Yeah, it doesn't really combo, but you can just go the cookie build. Like, this is something I've talked about with a lot of other Brewmaster Snapfire combos. When I was playing the Brewmaster, I always told them, just go the cookie. Just yeet me in. I'll throw the Cinder Brew. Just make sure I can get on top of them, throw down the spells, and then we can fight that way. We don't need that negative armor. And you look at the rest of their draft, and it is a lot of magic damage. I don't know if they need that physical resistance drop early, because they're not going to roast early. I don't really think they're going to need to push that much because they've got the Dragon Knight anyway. So there are a lot of ways where they can just kind of avoid that type of playstyle for Snapfire.
Yeah, that's true. And Snapfire, out of all the heroes, right? Even it's kind of funny to think, but even as, you know, homogenous as her build has become, the fact that Little Shredder is so powerful in so many lanes, her other spells are actually quite good. This isn't a hero who doesn't have other options. You can just max Scatterblast and Cookie and do a lot of damage and a lot of control in the lane. Brewmaster himself, obviously, is a hero that can brawl, could make use of that minus armor, but you're already going to get some minus armor out of the Blightstone. So the Cinderbrew in particular looks like it'll be a great lane potentially against this TA. Like, even with the Omni Knight around to banish off that dot, you still can burn away the refraction stacks pretty quickly, right?
Yeah, those refraction charges will disappear. Like, if they go the Little Shredder to make sure they do that, that will be fine with it. As we can see here, though, game is underway.
Hey!
This is what we love to see. Dota in action. Round 2, this is going to be no issues from here on out. Touch wood. I'm lucky that my desk is made out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Also touching the wood of my desk, making sure that we have the most good luck available. We just want to make sure that these grand finals are as good as possible now that they are here. And obviously these two teams also hoping for a great outcome. They've played a whole season to get to this point. First place prize money on the line. Can't get any more exciting than this. And of course for M11, the glory potentially of being back-to-back LPL champions. That'd be quite an achievement to cap off one of our sort of most veteran competitors here in the LPL Pro League. And they kind of do it with an Omni Knight here in Game 1, which I'm just pumped up for. I love this hero.
Yeah, I still don't know if I have the same love that you do, but I am intrigued by the hero.
Okay.
I feel like that's enough for me right now, because I played it the other day and it feels pretty good. It feels weirdly okay. Like the way it plays, the Hammer of Purity is the burst, and like that firing range, and obviously the Heavenly Grace is still just as OP as ever. It does hurt that it doesn't have that BKB attached to it like it used to, though, to be honest.
Well, yeah, it always hurts when your spell gets downgraded from the best spell in Dota. Like, which I think any support who gets targetable BKB briefly becomes the owner of the best spell in Dota. We've seen it with the Omni W, we've seen it with the Legion Shard. Incredibly powerful abilities to have in the way that, Dota plays out in 2022. But, no more. And instead you have this Hammer of Purity that's very different to what the hero's always been, right? Like, Omni Knight's skill set has been consistent, apart from that Heavenly Grace being swapped around for a very long time. And now finally we've seen the removal of that, pretty niche aura he used to have, and instead now you have this ranged harassment tool. How much does that change the equation?
Oh, I mean, you can see already, like, they just want to brawl.
Okay.
They just want to fight, and they're going to do exactly that. It's strange to see that they Heavenly Graced before the Dispels. Maybe they're not on the same page that a lot of other Omni Knight specialists are. It could be a rogue pick here. But like you said, it changes the matchup entirely, because now you can actually brawl. You can actually fight from range, and you can harass and poke, and those kind of things Omni Knight used to be terrible at. That was the one thing Omni Knight just sucked in lane, couldn't do anything ever.
Yeah. It really limited the lineups you could drop the hero, because if you don't have any lane presence with range attacks to trade, and all you are is defensive, you're only able to sort of heal your carry up afterwards, and even then, not usually that mana efficiently. It really limits what kind of heroes can play in lane with you. But now we've got safe lane Omni Knight. It's not even really a problem for the TA, and as you said, they're actually eager to get in and trade paint with the opposing off lane. Even an off lane like Brew Snap, which is pretty potent in terms of brawling itself.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one of the strongest offlane duos you can have, especially if they go the Cinder Brew. I like what they've done, though. They've thought about it. They don't want to give more ways for the Repel, or the Heavenly Grace, rather, to get the excess. So he's actually leveling his passive, the Drunken Brawler here. Yeah, I mean, he's swapping back and forth, toggling between the different modes, like you mentioned. They're all pretty good. There's obviously, tread swapping style. There's some benefit to be gained by toggling on, the evasion when you're walking away, the fire when you move back into attack. There's ways you can really optimize the hero now, just one more bit of skill skilling out of a hero that was already pretty rewarding of investment, you'd say, with how Primal Split works. But it's interesting because we talked about how, well, maybe you want to change up the usual build for Snap, which is Little Shredder, so that you can cooperate with the usual Brewmaster build of Cinder Brew. We haven't got the Cinder Brew skill, but we also did not go for Little Shredder, at least at level 1. Scatter Blast is what we're taking, holding the second point right now, trying to figure out what to take. Obviously, it's probably no bad choice, but it is just interesting to see how they're sort of theory crafting this lane. Yeah, I mean, I like the level 1 Scatter Blast with a melee hero. It means that you can use it to secure the range creeps. He did just miss then, so unfortunately there for UDB. But like, that is the general mechanic of, like, when you have a hero that can't secure range creeps, and you can as a pos 4, it's your obligation to make sure you steal that farm. Yeah, Brewmaster not wanting to have to use his Thunderclaps, obviously, even though it is slightly somewhat of a ranged nuke, it's still an awkward last-hitting tool to have to go in and use, and Snapfire Scatter Blast is a great level 1 spell anyway, so as you said, they're happy to snap that up and use it, obviously, as well to try and secure better trades in that early game. Still holding that second point now almost all the way to level 3, which is interesting, I guess, just in case you needed the stun or it became valuable to do so, but does that imply that we're going to end up going 1-1-1 after this third skill point's achieved, or where are we eventually going to see Snapfire commit? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be the cookie, and they're going to look for a kill with it. But right now, like, they don't need it, so why level it? Like, you can decide later. He probably will go 2 levels Scatter Blast before he decides this rate he's going. That sounds quite right. Yeah, Scatter Blast is the one thing that we know we want, and yeah, I guess if you're waiting to just get a kill all in with the cookie, you don't need to devote the skill point to ready to spend that mana and go for the kill. But I mean, they are wearing Rusman down, obviously not being too eager because they're the refraction, but now they decide it's time. They go in, toggling the Brawler aggressively, trying to get as much damage as we can on the tear. Obviously, Omni Knight, he's only level 2, doesn't have the heal yet, no points in purification, so limited in his ability to defend TA, but she is pretty tanky, and the slow only lasts so long, so she's able to survive and wriggle on out of there. But a lot of pressure on this safe lane TA. She's struggling a little bit in the last hits count here. Brewmaster actually keeping even with her, so that's a win, I think, for the Dire. Yeah, the big gap here is for Rusman that he can accelerate. Like, we've seen awkward lanes, we've seen, like, bad starts. It doesn't really affect TAs. As long as you're not dying, you're actually kind of happy. Like, it's very similar to a Terrorblade when he doesn't have Metamorphosis up. You're expected to lose the early game, you're expected to struggle, and Again, no level in Cinderbrew here means it's going to be very hard to secure these kills if the fight goes for more than a couple seconds.
Hey, we have gone for 1-1-1 actually on the snap, so no Sam point in the Scatter Blast just yet. Maybe because they've decided they don't want to fight all in. Although, given the opportunity, the Omni Knight walks too close to the oncoming creep wave and they pounce. Great read there. Losify picking up the first blood. Pretty much all his Snapfire there. Just assessed as soon as you step too close, mate. Having 3 spells there pays off, getting to drop all of the maximum value in that moment, and the Omni Knight still not having a way to save himself. That time, they managed to pick up first blood.
Yeah, it took him 5 minutes, but still, it's a great kill to get. And again, it's going to accelerate what is a Brewmaster that needs farm. He needs to get that Aghanims this game. He's going to be crucial to make sure that the Leshrac doesn't have a game, or better yet, Rusman's up in the air for all of these team fights.
Yeah, I think that's a really big danger, is they're going to need a lot of damage coming out of their carries, and if they don't have that overwhelming damage, that's when your heroes like, you know, Gyro and Leshrac, who they're great at outputting damage, not quite so good at absorbing the damage compared to how close they have to stand, obviously, in Leshrac's case, right in the middle of the enemy team to really be optimizing their damage output, and I worry for them if they get isolated by something like Brewmaster's lengthy Cyclone Disable, but we'll have to see how those team fights work out. In the meantime, we're looking at some tangling in the jungle. Hated on that support Gyrocopter, of course, is engaged with the Yoga Magi, who is coming over to try and inspect any possible stacks. Are you thinking that the stacks are a big deal here, especially for a hero like TA, who you mentioned, you know, kind of relies on that recovery time?
Yeah, I mean, getting any stacks at all, ever, is huge. Like, we talk about it, Ken needs a lot of farm, and obviously so does Rusman. It's something you look at towards, like, even for JG. Like, JG will probably want a bit of recovery here. Like, the lane's going fine for him, but it could always go better. He could always get more farm, and that's, I believe, what Lucifer and Teehee should be doing, especially if they're not going to play the lanes like they are.
Yeah, I'm sort of half expecting it to happen, but of course, you know, it's never an assured thing in Dota, especially these days where the lanes are so important. It really, and the obviously stacking neutrals has become a little bit more of a complicated decision with the neutral changes from the patch now, with all the different neutrals having tons of different spells, potentially being harder to take in combination for some carries. TA doesn't usually have that problem. She's just too good at clearing creeps, but she may have a problem right now being left alone in the lane, and they're going to capitalize on the fact that Omni's not playing the lane by gunning for the level 6 TA with all the spells now finally ready. I think we finally took a point in Cinderbrew. Omni Knight gets it there just in time, and as you mentioned, the Heavenly Grace just comes through, stops everything in its tracks, grants that bonus strength, and bails out the carry just in time, Rusman escaping.
Yeah, and like, they're just getting away there. I mean, it's 3-0 already. Like, it's not massive, but it is slight edge towards UDV in all of these lanes right now. Like, mid lane, the push is happening, and this is what we talked about for Dragon Knight, like, just pressuring as much as he can. And like, you look at the net worth, the one downside for UDV is Rapido is not getting huge amounts of farm, but he's up against the TA and he's not throwing his life away, and that's huge, especially because they built an Omni Knight to make sure they won these matchups.
We're seeing a lot of heroes gravitate to the mid lane suddenly for both teams, actually. Hater's been over here a while. We talked about how Dragon Knight's nearly ungankable, right, by the standards of mid laners, so surprising to see the movement over there. And now actually UDV are like, yeah, we'd love to fight around our Dragon Knight, actually. See, how's that level 7 Leshrac against the Monkey Pit of Ken, who showed a 4-player rotation in the mid lane at 8 minutes. As soon as heroes are sniffed out of their lanes and guessed at being near the mid lane, they decide to capitalize, since I guess it gives your supports permission to leave lane as well. And it pays off for definitely UDV. I don't know so much for M11.
Yeah, I mean, M11 right now, they just seem a bit slow on the returns and the turnarounds, and like, maybe this turn...
Oh, here comes Mars, teleports out of the top lane. Actually, it's Snapfire, gets over the wall, Lucifer. I didn't think he made it there, but just Cookie's far enough, of course. He will likely be run down still, yeah. The pressure from Hated and his Rocket Barrage is just too much, but that is a Mars teleport out of his top lane. He'll have to walk back up there now. Spent the first arena, they get a Snapfire support out of it, and a lot of damage was done to this tier 1 tower. They do ultimately save its life, but I don't think UDV are that sad about what happened.
Yeah, they're not. They do lose the mid lane ward here, which is a bit awkward. But again, you do what, 80% or 70% of that tower damage, and you get a support killed for it. That's a win, and all the while they committed 4 heroes. That's probably something that's more important, like the amount of TPs that M11 had to use.
Yeah. they're really being stretched right now. They're running all over the map, right? Like, we identified they wanted to get in the jungle and make stacks, but it seems like every time they leave the lanes, that lane's suddenly under pressure. Now that mid lane's getting attacked again, the Leshrac, he melts so fast, he thought he was going to be okay against the Dragon Knight. He started to turn his spells on, and then the Snapfire, Loserfire is just in every lane. Cookie's in, stuns the Lesh again. That's too much damage. This hero always has some slight problems with its hit points when it tries to play the core role. It's always the biggest concern that they are exploiting that right now when Dragon Knight is just too tanky to really be threatened by Leshrac.
Yeah, I mean, Lesh just needs to farm. Like, we talked about stacks, etc., just getting on the board, and Leshrac is a hero that actually just needs items. Like, everyone thinks it's this lane domination style, but if you're up against someone who is truly a lane dominator, then you show the issues with that hero are immense. And I am glad they are defending this mid tower, especially because this is the second Dragon Form used without taking the mid lane. But if you're throwing away kills, UDV are happy and content to just let you keep throwing away these heroes.
Yeah, like, it is good, ultimately. We saw yesterday just how important it is to hold on to this mid-tier 1. It is immense, especially when they are creating those stacks now in the jungle for M11. We see Rusman right now making use of the triangle, so we'll be able to go over and take the stacks back in the lower jungle later on as that part of that catch-up mechanism, or maybe since the Leshrac seems to be having some trouble, you give them to him. But it does look like they're going to make his catch-up farm. This tier 1 top tower actually walks in and starts tanking it a little bit. That's not great, but it doesn't seem as though the Dire are that interested in defending their tier 1, as few teams are. They're going to trade instead, but the Ogre, he was here to provide some token defense. He'll catch an arena. Snapfire coming in with some support, and actually the Brewmaster split as well, so I spoke wrong. They're looking to defend, and the Leshrac, maybe it's because he committed, he ran to the backside of that tower, suddenly finds himself with very few ways out. He is collapsed on by all of the Panda Spirits and killed in short order, so that's another death for him now. Didn't even need the Dragon Knight to affect that one, and okay, Brewmaster, they are going to lose his top tier 1, I guess, unless the Brew can fend off 2 heroes by himself. He's going to try, but ultimately they just kind of push him around with the Mars Spear, and this Catapult does most of the dirty work. Still pretty hefty cost to pay for a tier 1 tower, and Rusman, he's been
scammed. They know where he is.
Yeah.
They know he's just sitting, and he's just dead.
He doesn't have a blink. He has some teammates sort of nearby, but they, you know, the Gyrocopter's sort of like, mate, I can't really help you that deep. You're going to have to get yourself out of this one, or I'll see you back at the fountain. He's going to try, and he does manage to get Lucifer at the end there. Nice combo and his meld hit into a trap, but it still feels pretty bad to take that long and then still die as the tier. That's a lot of time not in the bottom lane right now, or anywhere else farming. And yeah, the 2 key callers, 1 and 2 positions for M11 are really struggling this game.
Yeah, and for UDV, like, everything is firing as intended right now.
Would have seen this stack, actually, and realizes they're coming out to take it, so I don't know what he can do necessarily to stop the Leshrac. They actually stunned him off the tree because they knew that he saw, and his indecision about whether to interfere with that stack, that is one way that Leshrac can get back in the game. They feed Ken's Monkey King on top of the Huncamp stack.
Yeah, it was that ward just on the bottom of the hill there. It's going to expire in 10 seconds, but that's a huge pickup there just to use that extra vision and abuse it so perfectly. He is still quite a bit ahead of, obviously, Rusman here, but again, Rusman can catch up quite quickly.
Yes, yeah, Rusman's a better farmer than Monkey King for certain. Depending on the Monkey King's build as well, we did see some Monkey Kings yesterday going in more of a fighting build with the Echo Saber first and sort of foregoing a farming item, but we're not playing that style today, of course. We're going for the Battle Fury. We are going to end up with a bit of a farm war, but it's going to take a while to acquire that. TA just has that damage spill naturally. We can already see she's eating up the creep wave. She didn't end up getting that stack. They had to give it over to the Lesh, but we know that Rusman is capable. So there is a bit of a clock ticking here for UDV with their temporary early game advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit on their side to like push the tempo, etc. But they have the advantage of like JG's got a BKB in 400 gold. I have to imagine he's going to buy it. And, like, once he has that BKB, how do you kill him? It's a Dragon Knight with 20 armor. He's going to have the BKB. He's going to have 2,000 odd health already.
Yeah. I mean, it feels impossible. But what if they gank him before he gets the BKB? Bars has Blink Arena already. They've smoked 3 heroes. There's a 4th one around. They know that they have to kill him now. He's going to be immune to Arena soon. And they commit. Blink, Arena, Gyro spells, everything. There's no way out. He was absolutely dead. The only hope to survive was to stay behind his tier 1. But I'm sure he didn't expect the hammer to fall with such ferocity as it did there. So they get a really crucial kill, delaying that Dragon Knight BKB pickup, and thus kind of the whole timing of UDV.
Yeah, that is exactly what they needed to do, and the best part of it is they actually wasted the Dragonfall. Like, he used it as he was dying to try and
yeah.
get this turnaround stun or something done before.
Kind of instinctually pressing the ult. It's a long cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, because of that, they can't do anything. Even with this BKB timing, they have to wait 80 more seconds. Even if he gets the farm for it, which, again, doesn't seem likely right now, as Ken is taking all of the stacks, etc.
Yeah, it's incredibly awkward. He doesn't even have the... He's taking the stacks to try and get the Battle Fury, which means his stack taking is pretty slow. Obviously, he's fine with more farm time. That's what he was doing anyway. But the rest of the team, right? Your Brewmaster splitters up. He doesn't have the Ags yet. It'll take him a little bit to get it. This Snapfire ultimate's up. Like, all of their other heroes were ready to fight. And I'm sure once they had that BKB, they were going to charge down a lane. But now, everything gets put on hold for like a minute and a half.
Yeah, that is true. And right now for M11, like their big turnaround point is actually their BKBs as well. Yeah. Rusman's got the Deso almost built up, but they've almost got their BKB ready on Rams in that mid lane. All the while, they get to just be a nuisance in the off lane here. Isaki hated it. They just want to arena someone else. They just want to keep arenaing over and over again every time it's off cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, we talked yesterday a little bit about how this Mars hero is very popular, but it seems like the make or break is really like you do want to be using arena very aggressively. You want to be starting the fight with arena and preferably a hail of follow-up spells, just like they did there before. So I think it really shows the power of this combo with Gyro. It's not just about the lane, it's about having a support who can always follow you around like that and always be there when you arena to pile on a lot of damage for a support of that level and really help you secure a clean opening to the fight. So they are an incredibly dangerous tandem, and they are the ones who are kind of forcing UDV to think twice about where they're farming, how much they spread out their heroes to try and pick up these key items they're going for. And that's what's buying space for. Already, Rusman has overlapped and overtaken the Dragon Knight and the Monkey King just with this downtime. He's completed the Deso already. Now he's working on a Blink Dagger. So, he's going to be reaching that sort of full power TA we're familiar with very soon. The Leshrac BKB you mentioned, I mean, it's obviously a great item for him to try and stay alive in the fights. But, compared to the other team, we already talked about how big M11's lineup is, how much it depends on magic damage and how good, therefore, BKB is. Is the BKB as good for M11 against what UDV are bringing to the table?
I mean, arguably it's better. Wow. As weird as it sounds, like, it stops the Brewmaster doing anything. It stops the Dragon Knight from getting on top of you, getting the Dragon Tail off, and most importantly, we haven't really seen these team fights where Mortimer's Kisses goes off, but if you get the Mortimer's Kisses on top of this front line that are so tanky and hard to deal with, you could pretty much get eliminated straight away. And that's why I like what M11 are doing. They're smoke ganking and they're going to try and find a pick off behind the tier 1. Or maybe even better, they might look for the Roshan, which is a bit of a rogue play, but it could work out for them because the Deso is ready.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen multiple teams do this, right? As soon as your tier has this Deso, basically, there's no real reason not to go for it. They even have great damage coming out of the Leshrac, that kind of sustained damage output of their team. It's very strong, and when you mentioned they might going for a gank, like, that's very worrisome to me because the Dragon Knight had officially picked up the BKB, and even with the Radiant Wars in the jungle, they couldn't find a target, so they might have ended up going on him. They realize actually on the side of the diagram that the Roshan is the play, but they're just there too slowly, and unfortunately the Brewmaster's going to pay with his life. We said it'd be hard for them to lock him down. They keep him under their thumb there the whole time with some great arena comboing, and of course the whole team piling on damage means they don't need to keep him stunned for very long at all. The Dragon Knight even burned his BKB again there, so didn't have the Dragon Form to actually waste in that attempted engagement. But yeah, just another very awkward fight. They all broke smoke running into the entire enemy team together, and they just couldn't react as well as the M11 squad could with their Mars Arena and, of course, the new Aegis.
Yeah, it's just the advantage. Like, that Deso gets up, they get the Diabolic Edict, they jump straight into the pit. And now the tempo, it's back towards the side of M11. The one thing I will say is Ken is farming up an absolute storm, and he's going to lose an item, I believe. He just lost the bullwhip there.
Unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, the bullwhip, I guess, isn't an item that Ken personally is going to be, crying out for missing. But anyway, so it's a little, as you said, though, he has managed to get back on top of the farm tables. Now that he has that B Fury, even though that was very productive for the TA, obviously you killed a Roshan, killed an enemy hero, an enemy core, that's worth a lot of money. Picked up a bottled DD rune on top of your first couple of Desolator charges. It's all profit, and now the Blink is ready for Rusman. But the Monkey King has at least managed to keep pace. The avenue to victory is still open. The hope is still strong for UDV. That being said, they might have hoped that train of events didn't really happen. The sort of one awkward thing into another, especially with this DK, right? He had a tremendous laning phase. It looked like he was going to be the pace setter. We were looking for a lot out of this hero, and then unfortunately all it takes is one or two difficult exchanges, maybe hasty ultimate presses, and now suddenly the hero seems to have lost its initiative.
Yeah, it's one of the downsides of not going the regular build, which is like the Ag Shard Blink, and that way you can farm. By going this BKB, you've almost forced yourself to take a backseat on the farming front. And I gotta say, I'm impressed with JG that he stayed that far up the net worth chart, despite having no way of actually farming. So that is something to look towards now that he's got the Blink ready. He's got more potentials to take these fights. And funnily enough, I was laughing about it, but the Bullwhip's still on the ground.
Oh.
Yeah, it's still in that creep camp.
There it is, yeah. I guess just no one's walked there. I mean, for the Radiant, right, you can understand this has been dire territory for the last few minutes. It's heavily warded. Even if you expected there was a bullet there, you might not walk down there. But the Mars has decided the lane might be safe enough to go to him and his partner in crime. Hater's Gyrocopter are both put out. Hater's going to run into the trees. They have no eyes for him. All eyes for the core hero. And it looks like they just brought enough firepower. They are eventually going to bring him down. So that's an arena wasted. That's a dead Mars. This is all Aegis time, by the way, that's ticking away. It's not being wasted. There is a TA pushing your tier 2 top tower with a DD rune. That looks sure to go down. Well, actually, they have the glyph still in their back pocket, so they're keeping it alive for now. There are supports here indicating they want to defend, but can they find the opening they would need? This is an incredibly powerful Rusman TA at this time. But
yeah, Rusman TA with a max level of Heavenly Grace on his background, waiting for him to maybe make a mistake, maybe play up. And I'm glad they didn't push the tempo here. This tier 2 is quite low, but they don't need it right now. Like, it's not like they're going to be able to defend the outpost if they want to take that. And Aegis is down, so the outpost doesn't have the same value.
yeah,
A lot of the time, the top outpost is almost exclusively used to TP into the Roche pit.
yeah, exactly. That is the outpost for the Dire around Roshan, especially if you lose this tier 2, right? That becomes by far your closest point if you need to move heroes up the map quickly. Whereas for the Radiant, they even still have the luxury of this top tier 1's basically being untouched. So they're going to have easy access to the Roche pit, whether it's out of their own triangle or from that TP point. The Dire do really want to hang on to some sort of presence in the top half of the map, lest they be completely ceding every Aegis to this TA LetsPlay light up. And that's just, I don't think you can afford to do that, really.
Yeah, I don't know if you can afford to let the other one, like the next one, fly. Like this, the first one, obviously, at the gimme, Rusman has the death, didn't show it, etc. But now that you know, now that you've got the timings in your head, and you've also got the advantage of like Wukong's plus DK plus obviously the Brewmaster. Like there are a lot of tools that they can execute.
Oh, they're smoked up. Ken has a fresh BKB. He's the only one not in this smoke right now, but of course he has the tree dance. So I was about to ask you, well, at what point do they try and take control of the top half of the map back? Because, you know, the Radiant haven't been leaving, but both teams smoked. Looks like one way or another they're going to battle for control here. Both teams break smoke again at the same time. The arena combo misses on the Brew because he gets the split off right as it goes, and instead the both teams are actually just going to spread out and disengage. There's BKB's pop. Actually, they managed to isolate poor Rusman. He jumped in, he thought his team were going, or maybe it was calculated. He did still have the Aegis, must have been on his last legs. Unfortunately for him, no one is here to protect him, so he respawns into a second wave of crowd control. No shortage of stuns here for UDV. It's a massive, massive kill on the most farmed hero on the map. They're going to get the support Gyrocopter as a free trade as well. Matt, we said the Mars Arena has been making or breaking this hero. That obviously wasn't the only thing happening in this team fight. That panicked moment when you suddenly reveal yourselves on all 5 enemy heroes, he tried to get the Brew and just took too long, has to get multiple spells off to get the disable he wanted. And that was a massive swing in the very early seconds of that fight.
Yeah, it comes down to the fact the last 2 team fights, like you said, Brewmaster's been isolated, singled out, and Yasagi has been able to stun and kill him with the spears of Mars, and M11, the boys have come in to help him. They will find maybe a secondary kill in the bot lane, however.
Yeah, I mean, Ken still has that BKB, though. He's very huge. Actually, surprising number of heroes here for both sides. Support's coming in rapidly. So Mars is backtracking, burned his BKB basically to walk away defensively with the shield on. And, okay, a slight overstep by Teehee. We know that he loves to play aggressively on these supports here, but as an Ogre, he's not quite as mobile as he is on that Weaver. That being said, his life is a pretty small price to pay compared to what they could have lost. Ken has now taken the position of most farm player on the map, and his was the life that M11 no doubt really wanted there, but instead they only get a BKB charge out of him, and it's pretty much an even exchange.
Yeah, and Brewmaster did use the ultimate to try to kill Hated in the background, was unable to do so, and I don't know why Primal Split has 2 benefits from the Aghanims. Like, the first one being 2 charges, the second one being you can cancel from any of the Brewlings. But it means you can just split the entire map and run around like a headless chicken, and then just TP to whichever one's safest.
I feel like Ice Frog, it's because the choose which brew you return to thing is something Ice Frog just really wanted to give the hero, because sometimes it feels really bad in a lot of games if the other Brewlings die too fast, or they can isolate the Earth one like that. That's a silly situation, but it wouldn't be an Ags-worthy thing by itself. So instead, Brewmaster, you get 2 Ags. Why not? Ken, oh, great cookie, great play. That's a huge part of Snapfire's role in this game, is trying to get heroes out of the arena. Of course, Ken does still have his BKB, but he's able to hold it until now to turn. They managed to pin down the Omni. He's another hero that's not very mobile in the fights. Leshrac, oh no, his BKB expires at the worst possible moment. He catches a stun. He can't TP out. They just took too long to decide to escape that team fight. Mars now has to use his BKB to try and run, or is he? He's going to scrap a little bit, but he realizes he has to tap the TP scroll, or he would share his Leshrac's fate, and indeed his Gyrocopter's fate. And man, that seemed like a team fight that they decided pretty early on they didn't want, but they still lose 3 heroes on their way out to M11.
Yeah, and for M11, like, they took the fight so well at the start, but they missed the combo on Ken. They didn't get the Spear Arena combo down, and then obviously that huge save. Absolute outplay there for Lucifer, getting the cookie off, and all of a sudden the BKB comes back up, the boys come and start to support him. All UDV, all 5 heroes just TP in, rush in, and these are the kind of fights that you look towards, especially because you've got Brewmaster, you've got DK, and obviously you've got MK. Highly mobile, highly ready to fight almost always. Just want to take those scrappy engagements.
I don't know if Ken had the Skadi before that fight, but just looking at this hero now, right? Which I talked about Monkey King. I always think of it as a more fragile carrier, or at least a carrier that has like HP concerns. He's addressed those this game, right? We've got a BKB, an Eye of Skadi, and even the Pupils gift, right? He's stacking as much sort of peripheral stats as he possibly can on this monkey. And as a result, he has 3,300 health, not effective health, on top of his 24 armor. He has the BKB against enemy magic. He is so hard. No wonder they weren't able to kill him in the arena. Of course, Lucifer with perfect positioning and a great save now has the blink dagger to make sure that happens every time. But yeah, this Monkey King is no easy target anymore.
Yeah, and this is the one thing Monkey King does so well. Like, he's a hero that naturally builds 0 damage items. Like, he builds all this utility, all of this survivability, because he has Boundless Strike and Jingu. He has that way of just getting his health pool entirely reset and an extra big chunk of damage.
Yeah.
Especially with level 20, you go the extra little Boundless Strike cooldown, and all of a sudden it's a 15-second stun.
He's going to set up on this Mars again, and yeah, it's not going to matter that he has 0 damage items. The Mars has to run, right? Because there's just no way to take trades against Ken like this. And even if you did have heroes there to back up, then you're fighting into Wukong's command. Like, he doesn't need a damage item.
Yeah, I mean, plus 130 on Jingu is insane, and now they smoke. I love this play because there's no BKB on Usagi, and he's probably going to show his face in the mid lane and just instantly die for it.
Yeah.
If they know where he's going.
The DK TP'd out of bot lane. He wasn't in the initial smoke, but he has blinked, obviously, and just a DK farming mid lane out isn't very much of a giveaway, and of course he can then just instantly blink up and beat on a hero with that Dragonform tail stun. So big danger moment, but it does look like M11 have it read. They didn't really have ward vision anywhere that was relevant, but they just sniffed it out, right? Too many heroes off the map for too long, but it does mean that they've ceded control this top half of the map, right? They held it for quite a while between Roshans, but now that the Roshan is finally starting to come back up soon, it's UDV who have moved decisively into this area. I'm sure they'll be bringing down the wards. They've got both their supports sitting in the pit ready to let them know the instant it spawns. And man, if they can get this tier 1 into the bargain, right, to take away the TP point before the Roshan's up, that would be even better.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, they might be able to get it here. There's no fortify. There's no
Ken's just going to knock it. He just realizes that I can just take this tower over. Okay.
Yeah, and I love this play so far. All of the UDV plays have been so crisp, getting around the map, and the M11, like, they've been a bit slow on a lot of these rotations, and it once again feels like it's Rusman versus the world. He's got so much farm on his back, but the rest of the team is falling behind. I
was wondering what he was going for next, right? Because he has had a lot of farm in the game, obviously the second most farmed hero, but his itemization hasn't picked up a big item. Oh, Ken, great foresight. Hit that BKB immediately. As soon as he landed on that tree, he realized how much danger he was in. But they do get Lucifer. They've learned from the last couple of fights, and Rusman hunts him down relentlessly. They get the quick kill on that snap, and it looks like for once the team's got a relatively clean disengage. Snapfire is the only casualty there. But it is a pretty big casualty. Lucifer's played a huge role in this game so far, and it means that for now, a temporary advantage swings back the other way around the Roche pit. It's M11 who have the opportunity, and of course, now is the time the big golem chooses to respawn.
Yeah, of course. It was a late spawn, and now Rusman, he's going to be in there by himself, basically, to try and solo this.
So that's his big item that he was going for. Took him a little while with components for that fight, but now he has it just in time as Mars. He's going to actually bear the brunt of this initiation, but his team is there for him. The Omni Knight doing so much to keep this Mars alive, even with his BKB on cooldown from that last little engagement. That might be why they're targeting him. He's going to go down. It looks like there's just no way to slither away with Dragon Knight's Frost Breath. Although actually, great spear pushes Dragon Knight out of range, forces Ken into the action to try and finish the kill, but it's all a bait. They pounce as soon as they see him. He can't stand up to that kind of punishment. Rusman delivering with that BKB, with that Orca, with all the items. The Leshrac does go down. He's not quite as resilient. The Dragon Knight's on top of him, as well as those Mortem Skishes you mentioned. They waited until late in the fight. There was no counterplay to them, and instead, multiple heroes dying under the fireballs. Leshrac and Mars have both fought back. They're trying to do what they can, but now the rating is so spread out. Hated is dying away from the pit while they're scrapping in the pit. Roshan's still too high HP to pounce on the Aegis. Mars had his BKB back up, but Isagi just can't stay alive for long enough, and now it's just Rams on the Leshrac, isolated. Ken has come back to the fight. Izzy on the Dragon Knight never left, of course, the absolute tank that he is, and ultimately that's what wins out, the sustainability. Once it comes down to those tiny one-on-one engagements, it's UDV who have the edge.
Yeah, and this is insane. Like, you look at all the buybacks here, it's just a nightmare of buybacks. You've got Leshrac died back, Mars died back, you've got the buyback from Monkey King, and honestly, it went from an even game to a surprising UDV blowout in one team fight.
Look at the win graph. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they bet the game on that fight.
And it works out. Like, look at DK's damage. He did 6,500 damage in that last fight. Like,
yeah.
The closest to him was about 3,000 on Rusman. It just shows the power that you have. If you don't get killed on Dragon Knight, you get that level 20 up, that extra attack range. All of a sudden, you're a walking turret and you're so hard to take down.
Yeah, especially when they have multiple heroes that are like tough customers. They can't just ignore Ken to focus on the DK. And I mean, they didn't. They focused Ken, right? We saw him get decimated. He didn't even really get to put out that much damage in the fight, despite how well farmed he's been, because of how well they were able to draw him into attacking the Mars and then punish him with Rusman. But that was the heavy commitment that, you know, Rusman also jumps in and then is isolated in the fight. And what's more, the rest of the team are left without Rusman there as kind of like a protector, a bodyguard to bounce heroes like DK off. And the rest of the fight was just the other heroes from M11 getting chased around because they can't really return fire.
They missed the arena mid.
I wondered what that was. Just, yeah, the Dragon Knight's just outside of the arena. So that's how many arenas this game. It's a hard skill to use against, you know, all the items and heroes that UDV have, but it's still a lot of unfortunate arena casts.
It wasn't a miss, it was a blink dodge. He actually went on to JG, he tried to get it, and unfortunately JG has the quicker hands, and he blink dodged like a millimeter outside of the arena.
Yeah, well, that's what I meant, right? It's not that you're just clicking on the wrong spot on the ground, but you're playing against Lucify's Snapfire with the blink dagger and a cookie. There's lots of BKBs around. The Dragon Knight has a blink. The Monkey can get out of the arena. Like, it's just, there's a lot of tricks that they can pull against this poor Mars, and he just hasn't been able to get the snappy spear follow-up that can stun a hero before one of these spells gets used to negate it.
Yeah, and again, he just used his spear, he used the combo, like you said, but he also used the BKB to TP out, and now it's 50 seconds no BKB, 30 seconds no arena. It's just going to be a free bot tower, maybe even a tier 3 push, because they've got the Wukong's command and 10 seconds before the Elder Dragon form right now.
Yeah.
And there's nothing stopping them from just perching on top of the high ground and just throwing the big Wukong ring and just fighting.
Oh, they're going in. I was going to say, maybe Rams will be able to discourage them by destroying the creep wave. That Leshrac shard stun is usually a pretty big thing to figure in, but they just ignore the creeps, ignore him, ignore the tower, and they pounce on Hayden and kill him. Just a little bit too carelessly close on the Gyrocopter, and they're going to immediately lose Rax. Wow, that's so much damage. Nullifier now up. Forken's Monkey King, his farm, of course, is stellar as always. And look at how much physical damage they drop onto Rams. His Leshrac disintegrates. I mean, we said that they bet the game on the Roche fight. They knew it as well, right? When you buy back and die back that many times, it really does torpedo your chances in the near future. And unfortunately, UDV are too good a team to let that opportunity slip. They immediately follow up on that moment of weakness, crush M11 in this game 1, and seize the early advantage in this grand final series.
In a really dominant fashion too. It felt like they gave Rusman the hero he wanted. They let the TA through. They didn't care about it. They let them have another Mars Gyro combo that they love. And again, they also really liked the Leshrac. They turned it around. This DK, this Monkey King pick, Ken and JG, so tanky. We saw a couple team fights, especially that Roshan fight. It was just too much. They couldn't actually burst these heroes down. And even when they killed Ken just turned around and bought back, TP'd back in, and the fight restarted with him having BKB and Wukong's ready for that second life.
Yeah, it's because he's so farmed. He had that buyback under his belt and was still comfortably the most farmed and most dangerous hero, right? So even though M11 were able to handle him for one fight, it was just too much. Look at everything they had, and instead it was JG running riot on that DK. And I think that's the deciding factor ultimately, right? That DK didn't even go the farming build. As you said, he delayed the shard first for the BKB, and then even though he had it queued up, he delayed it again for the blink because his team needed him to have that blink stun, and he still was comfortably that third hero. They had a second farm core that M11 just did not have. Rams did not have that game on the Leshrac, unfortunately. So maybe he can step up in game 2. We know he has the potential in him as a player, but they have to figure something out.
Yeah, they will have to figure something out because it's going to be a very short break between game 1 and game 2. We are going to throw to a few ads, and then we'll be back for game number 2, and we'll see if M11 can recover or if UDV can continue this dominance. Don't go anywhere.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win. Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
And we are back. We just had game number 1. UDV managed to hold on. There were a few topsy-turvy fights in early Roshan, but M11, they weren't able to capitalize on that lead. And wondering, Bart, for those that missed it, do we think there's going to be any replayability from game 1? Do you think any of those heroes are going to make it into game 2?
It's obviously hard to say, right? There's a lot of heroes in Dota, and, you know, maybe the pressure of the grand final makes you think, okay, we got to change it up drastically. But I don't know that, even though it was a decisive win in the end for UDV, I don't think M11 have to discard everything from that game. It feels like a lot went as planned for them. Like, their TA definitely had a great game. I think it was still potent up until the end. Some of the Mars initiations, as you said, didn't go so well, but there were some really awkward one-off situations. It's not that Usagi had a terrible game or played badly. Maybe the weak point, if anything, was their Leshrac matchup. I don't think they anticipated the DK. It didn't seem like they really knew what to do with that mid lane. They couldn't gank it. They couldn't really fend it off. They could barely defend their mid lane tower, right, from even the first and second dragon forms. So maybe they ban that out or they pick a different mid. But it depends how they feel. If they feel that it was just down to better execution, like we saw them do yesterday, they might just come back and draft a very similar lineup and just fix a few things. But for UDV, I think they're feeling tremendous right now because they really showed up. What would you criticize from their game at all?
I mean, my big criticism was like, I still believe the Ag Shard for Dragonite for JG earlier would have been better. We saw the BKB purchase, and then the fights kind of stalled. It didn't feel like they actually had that kind of dominant pressure that we expected from them. And as soon as he got the Ag Shard and Blink right, they were dominating these team fights. And I feel like he could have flipped the script, picked up something to be maybe a farming type early, rather than obviously what he did, the BKB, and trying to save that way.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, like, I always go by, well, if he chose to delay the shard for the blink, then maybe it was more important to get the blink first, right? But undoubtedly, he would have been able to have even more farm and maybe keep up fully with the Monkey King and the TA, if not for that delay. And certainly when they were delaying, right, when we saw those couple of awkward deaths or uses of cooldowns on the side of UDV, that felt like a really fraught moment for them where M11 surged into the ascendancy, but then the next couple of team fights were just a little too awkward. They couldn't quite control the enemy heroes to stop their ultimates. They couldn't keep their Leshrac alive. We saw one carry or the other kept getting sort of ahead of the fight. And that was something I wondered as well. It didn't end up coming up by the end of the game. But for a team that had, say, an Omni Knight support, right, designed to be there to enable their carries, so often we saw the Leshrac or the TA blinking and running in far beyond the reach of that support. And the fight just ended up getting too spread out.
Yeah, and I don't think we'll be seeing that Omni Knight again, to be honest. I didn't really feel the presence of it. Like you said, it didn't help that they were blinking away from him, but overall it did feel like he was getting kind of routed in these team fights, and the nullifier on Ken shut the door on that hero. Like, he built it late, and we saw one team fight where they thought they'd be able to turn it around, nullifiers, and obviously removes everything from the Omni Knight, and that kind of just breaks the hero in general.
Maybe we need to go back to like Heavenly Grace is undispellable or something, because yeah, you're right. It just kind of turns off his whole hero. And, when that's a luxury item for the enemy carry, it wasn't even that late into the game that it was purchased. It really does feel like the hero maybe isn't worth investing in. So like you said, a best of 5 is the kind of series where you can experiment with like that for one game, but now a game down M11, they might go back to more tried and true picks. So, possibly Rip Omni Knight, we barely knew ye, but these are their tried and true picks. Mars Gyrocopter, it didn't win them the game in game 1, but as I expected, they don't feel that was the problem. They're happy to run it back.
Yeah, and the UDV, they're going to take up the TA themselves, so a big flip in the draft. Obviously, Team M11 picked the same heroes, but UDV, they let through the Death Prophet, they pick it up themselves, and they pick up the TA into the Mars Gyro. And that leads me to the assumption that they're going to avoid fights completely until the BKB is ready on what I assume will be Ken playing the TA.
I mean, that was kind of the playstyle we just saw out of Rusman, right? Like, even though he had like an okay start early on, or they had some catch-up farm prepared for him, he actually had a pretty sad kind of lane. But like you said, stayed alive long enough, had the stacks there eventually to go take, had some space created for him to do that jungle. And then when he had the BKB, that's when pops out of the jungle fully formed as TA, the weapon that we know and love. But it does leave the enemy team the chance to take the initiative. So if you're M11, do you sort of see this TA assume that play style, since they just played it themselves, and pick something that can exploit it? I mean, there's like potentially a lot of picks that they could bring to bear against the TA in terms of, being able to aggressively scout and invade. We've seen Beastmaster banned out a few different times. We've seen other very good chasing heroes, stuff like Lycan that might be useful. And we're just waiting to see what'll happen. Yeah, I mean, it could be any such hero, right? Like you said, I don't know. I don't want to see them go overboard in terms of counterpicking, especially if that's not a hero they're comfortable playing. But I feel like they should try and do something, right? Especially after game 1. Yeah, so we'll see what happens. Ultimately, it's actually burning through a lot of time here on these bans. UDV really thinking about things. They've removed the Storm, which is interesting. That is one great hero to pick out if you're trying to protect a carry like TA in the back, or even the DP, right? We've seen the DP play core a couple of times. We saw her kind of struggle against a lot of heavy single target burst, but maybe they have a plan in mind to keep this hero more safe. So we'll find out, maybe. You know, the M11, though, they've banned out the Brew, they've banned out the Sand King. Do you think the Brewmaster sort of earned itself a ban in game one? Because, I don't know, it's I'm not sure what to think about the hero. It was there, cast some ults, but yeah. You're the Brewmaster expert, so hopefully, you know, this Brewmaster ban ends up working out for M11. As it is, though, okay, Legion is a new ban for us. Batrider being banned out as well. So UDV maybe seeing those bans, or having just seen some of the Batrider games. Yes, I actually believe they utilized the Batrider yesterday. So a hero that's been in the mix at least to ban out. But yeah, as we proceed deeper into the draft, where we're going to have to wait on M11 to really reveal something about their strat. Because this Mars Gyrocopter canned lane is something they've run a lot throughout the season. But now they have to actually start showing something new in their strategy.
Yeah, and I hope they do as well. Like, it's one of those things you mentioned it, like Brewmaster as a band, Sand King, Legion, they're focusing on the offlane quite heavily here. For UDV, though, like, I'm surprised that Batrider's getting the kind of attention he has. Like, he's got one of the worst win rates in pubs at the moment. But like you said, he had a great last game yesterday, and they turn around and they don't worry about that. They just pick the Monkey King up again. Ken obviously had a very fun time up against the Gyro Mars, and why not just run it back? Why not just try that matchup again and let the TA build the Deso, and that way you can take the Roche yourselves incredibly easily.
Do you feel as though the Batrider ban is perhaps to do with how much UDV are loving the Monkey King, right? Because we've seen a lot of melee mids, and it seemed like, in particular, Monkey King we saw struggle hard against, you know, Batrider pressure. So maybe they just want to remove these heroes that shut him down. You know, saw Storm gone as well, potentially can hunt the monkey in the trees.
Yeah, that could be something. It does work, like, if you're going to pick TA Monkey, both of those heroes suck against Batrider. And, like, Invoker's not great either. So, like, they're picking 3 heroes that are counted. And now, what I'm interested in, are they going to flex this Monkey and give it to Teehee or Lucify? Because it feels like they almost have to, because with the TA carry, the Invoker mid, or is it going to be an Invoker flex onto the POS 4? Either way, we're seeing something new from UDV.
Yeah, I love that UDV are changing things up. They respect M11 enough not just go back to the same stuff they used in game one precisely. So yeah, a bit of an evolution. And I think I agree that out of all of these heroes, I think Monkey King is the most likely flex. I haven't seen Teehee play it, but given how he has been playing on Ogre and Weaver, he likes using his hero as a bit of a mobile ward. He's very good at finding opportunistic plays to make and just being a bit of a nuisance behind enemy lines. And Monkey King, of course, are very well equipped to do that, right? You lean on the tree dance more, and you just set up stuns out of nowhere for a hero like TA to run in on, or you can, you know, obviously contribute with Invoker, who can move around the map quite well, or potentially even have a global presence. We didn't see the Exort Invoker yesterday. The Coswex has been pretty popular, and with Medusa in the game, that probably indicates we're going to see the Coswex again, right?
Yeah, I think you see the Coswex anyway. Like, even if there wasn't a Medusa. And I want to pinpoint, like, Lucify could play this Monkey King as well as a POS 4. And we've seen a lot of POS 4 Monkey Kings these days go with Diffusal Blade, go Orba Corrosion, Diffusal Blade, and become that pseudo core to stay on top of Medusa and kind of ruin her life. And that's definitely a strat they could look towards here. I don't know what offlanes are going to be left for them, is the only question.
Right.
Like, if they want to run Teehee's Death Prophet 5 and Monkey King POS 4, they still need to pick an offlane, and I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bands from Team M11 that are all focused on the offlane right now.
Yeah, they're just pretty much from the start of the draft. They banned the Teehee Weaver, but other than that, they've just gone down. They've gotten their tier list of offlaners up and just knocked them out one by one. So it's a pretty brutal campaign. Of course, as we said, it sort of almost feels like anything with a stun could be viable. This might be the time to bring out something like a Centaur. Maybe you can engage and disengage. Obviously not through the Mars arena, but, you know, in terms of being able to bail out of something like a Stone Gaze or a cooldown setup might be viable. I don't know if there's something else you might want. There's no chance we see something more single target like a Doom.
I don't love Doom. just because you don't know what you're going to fight it into. Like something like a Darkseer could work. Something like a Tusk offlane could work. We've seen the Night Stalker played as well. Like they've got a lot of vision. I could see Night Stalker maybe being efficient here, but at the end of the day, you need to keep in mind they're running it into a Medusa, so they need something that can kind of survive that matchup. And
how do you like the Centaur? Just because it feels like they do also lack some way of saying, okay, never mind.
So
offlane DP.
Offlane
Yeah, fair enough.
That makes sense. I mean, I was saying they're out of offlane heroes to pick, so why not just use the one hero you already have in your kit that can play offlane?
Yep.
They can still flex the Monkey King Pos 3, by the way.
Okay.
They've done that before quite a bit.
Right. There's no chance of the Invoker, though.
Look, I'm never going to say no. It is Dota 2 after all. People are insane. And they go with a puck mid for Team 11.
I mean, if you can't have the Batrider, that looks like it's pretty good at countering the different heroes that have been picked up. Maybe not in the laning phase, but I do really like the contribution that you have in the teamfight. A second set of lockdown behind the Mars Arena, just if you don't have to solely rely on Usagi being a god.
Yeah, that is true. The other side of it is it's encouraging them to buy BKB. So like Ken and JG will need a BKB pretty early this game, especially for Ken. Like I think the Deso Blink Dragonlance BKB will have to be the core 4 items right now.
That's a lot of items to have to buy before you're like ready to fight.
He'll probably fight without the BKB. You can use Aegis as your pseudo BKB. We've seen that a lot for TA players that they walk in, they grab the first Roshan very early, and then you just launch the suicidal gameplay with 2 health balls.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be interested to see exactly how aggressive Ken is. We know that he likes to farm, but we'll have to find out, right? Because they've been making it work earlier. We did see M11, I think build the BKB a little earlier last game, even though they did end up going for the Aegis. So I have a feeling that they'll be able to find a timing that lines up for the Invoker Monkey and TA together. But it's just something that I'm curious about, especially considering that eventually, Puck can itemize against the BKB as well.
Yeah, I mean, Puck can obviously itemize against it, but it's not the same anymore. You don't have that Aghanims purchase. They need to get to level 25 to have the old Aghs coil breaks through BKB and actually stuns them. So it's a big window of opportunity there where they'll have Alacrity still, they'll have that punishment easily available if they get the BKBs early enough on UDV.
Yeah, that's true. And so, I don't know. Like, these teams are obviously picking this hero. Like, you last picked that Puck. You've obviously fully considered the consequences of that hero. No one was, like, making you pick it. They've just decided it's the right tool for the job. But, I haven't seen as much Puck, obviously, in this patch as we have seen in prior, eras of Dota 2. So maybe things are a little different now. I'm excited to see, though, like, at least in the hands of a mid player like Rams, what can be done. I have a feeling this is going to be an explosive Puck game, not so much a utility Puck game. At least I'm fingers crossed for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see like a double null Witchblade style build.
Yeah, the auto attack Puck.
Yeah, maybe not just pure auto attacks, but like at least early game you commit to that. You buy boots of travel, and you just try to like be everywhere. You try to just fight different lanes as much as you can. And I like what they're doing here. They're getting the D ward. I don't know if it means that the turnaround D ward's going to happen, but they deny it anyway.
Yeah. So a lot of attention being given to Vision in the mid lane, right? Just trying to make sure that obviously that one is going to... Oh, okay. Wow, Ken nearly getting caught out for first blood there. The power of the Gyrocopter cannot be underestimated, but he does manage to walk it off. It's only a few missiles. I'm sure you'll be fine. And yeah, I mean, that's going to really dictate a lot, right? Because even if the Puck isn't your primary carry, it's like you said, the Puck who's going to be responsible for making plays away from the Medusa and just kind of forcing the focus of the game away from that hero to buy more space. Because, we saw yesterday, it makes all the difference every minute of farming time that she's allowed just alone on one side of the map is a huge boost to your win percentage.
Yeah, it works twofold now. Like, you got Medusa, you got TA, both want to do the same thing. So we mentioned it in a head-to-head matchup, and it actually has come to fruition that they're playing the same style of Dota between the two carries right now.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out who is able to sort of actually get the upper hand, like you're mirroring each other. But the TA, you have to imagine, is going to be ready a lot. So even if they're sort of matching each other in terms of farm early on, it's going to be TA who breaks off that farm battle earlier, right? Like Ken is not going to want to take this late against a Medusa.
Yeah, you never want to. Like, even if you have all the bursts in the world, all the damage coming from your supports, like, you want to get Aegis and you want to take a tier 2. You want to get the second Aegis and you want to take a tier 3, maybe even a Rax. And then if you get to the third Aegis, and that's where you want to be able to, like, break their high ground completely and win the game from it. So you want to make sure you get them as soon as possible. You start forcing the issue as early, because we've seen Medusa late game. It just sits on a high ground, and it's a turret, basically.
Yeah, it's just one of those interesting things where, like, we as a player, we know that Ken is super proficient as a farmer, right? Has been doing a really great job in every game of pretty much every hero. But then your hero and your role in the game is slightly at odds with that. And obviously, you can still use it. Like, you can get ready for your fighting timing earlier. You can always make sure to have those items up in time for your team to take the early Roche, like we saw in the previous game with Rusman's TA play. But it is always interesting to me to watch how these players kind of, like, have to adjust their natural play style.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind, like, most of these players have played a disgusting amount of Dota.
Yeah.
Like, an insane amount, and they've had so many patches, so many different play styles. And the reason they're trying to make it pro, the reason they are professionals, is because they can adapt. And without that adaptability, they just can't do anything.
Yeah, gone are the days when you'd sort of have a player who popped up for one patch because that was the patch their hero was busted, and then suddenly right before the tournament there's a change and they just fade out completely, right? Like, everyone has become an all-rounder by now in Dota 2, and if you're not, then I don't know, you're just not trying hard enough.
Yeah, you're just not a professional player. It's as simple as that. Like, if I can have 5 or 6 heroes that I can pick comfortably into any matchup, these professionals should have 5 to 10 heroes quite comfortably.
Yeah, and at the pro level as well, right? Like, comfortably against this caliber of opposition. And I mean, we are seeing that, right? Like, we're not calling anyone out here. Although I do want to call out, in terms of overall success, this DP offlane pick is thriving right now. So for the first overall pick of the draft, I'm always looking out for whenever that hero overperforms. It feels like you're getting away with something. And certainly, we're seeing a lot of pressure be put on Rusman's Medusa, and it's materializing, if not in denied farm for her, then definitely a lot of farm for this crop, for this DP.
Yeah, it's one of those heroes, like, how do you actually deal with the Death Prophet? If you don't have Burst, and, like, it's a Medusa.
Yeah, so you don't.
Yeah, how do you actually kill Necropolis? Like, how do you kill the Spirit Siphon? And it's already level 2, so it's, like, up in the 2 charges.
Yeah.
Always available when ready, and you can see they're doing a good job of keeping one available at all times.
Yeah.
Just in case they try something funny.
And her unkillability is even spilling over in how the supports play the lane, right? Because we've seen a lot of Ogre already this weekend, and I mean, you just passively see a lot of Ogre in Dota 2 all the time. And it usually pretty much plays every lane the same way. You run at the heroes and you hit them, and there's basically nothing that hero's afraid of. But not only are you against the Spirit Siphon, you're against this Monkey King, and even when the DP's not there, you're seeing the Monkey King be so bold in walking forward and applying the Jingu stacks, applying the orb, because you can't really turn, because if you turn, you're just buying into an all-in fight against level 2 Spirit Siphon that you're not going to win.
Yeah, and not just that, like, Monkey's going to win that matchup 10 times out of 10 anyway. Like, it's a melee versus melee matchup where you've got a level in Jingu. Like, that's free real estate, really, and I like what they're doing here. I mentioned that the Orb of Corrosion Diffusal Blade purchase could be something you look towards. He's going Orb of Corrosion, and he is using that body of his to...
He's going to get full Jingle up here, actually. Yeah, okay, immediately starts pumping the Boundless Strike, but holds on to it for a moment. Obviously, whenever you have that Jingle up, the Boundless cooldown that you have is a massive asset, going to save that for the most optimal moment. Maybe throw it through some creeps to get the heal back. Obviously, try and splash some heroes. Rusman's running very low on mana, even with the, the natural snake sustainability that she has. They could look to set up some kind of kill here, especially if they get a rotation, but they're just going to go for it right now. They're slow from the Primal Springs and try and keep the Spirit Siphon running as long as possible. Of course, Ogre steps forward. This is his moment in the lane, breaks up the action, but I mean, you can see how well they're doing here in the offlane against this Doozy hero is so important. They're still diving her. Another Spirit Siphon charge used, but she's able to just slither away. Although Monkey follows up. He doesn't actually have the balance for another 6 seconds, but he will have it up with 4 charges of Jingu still. And with the rotation up from the puck, it's going to be able to kill the DP, but that's a lot of low hit point heroes. Splash on the Deuce, he's going to get Rusman at the very least. Runs out of Jingu stacks that might be able to spare the Ogre, but I mean, they don't even have the firepower to turn around and punish this Monkey King. Massive exchange happening in the top lane, and of course, this is all happening without the presence of the puck in the mid. So just free reign in the mid lane. Gyrocops is going to come over and try and make use of the XP, but he's going to immediately eat some of the nukes out of JG here. So, I mean, all sorts of problems springing up in the lane. Lots of leaks in the good ship M11 right now.
Yeah, and obviously they rotated a lot of their heroes. Like you can see Hated in the mid lane trying to get XP. Therefore, Usagi, he's out of the lane.
Yep.
He's getting bullied by a Bane, just pushed to the ends of the earth. And all these rotations, they really do favor UDV here. Like they will be able to push like just the small little niceties here. And Rusman, he's actually just not able to farm right now.
Yeah. As opposed to Ken, who is, you know, obviously was having previously a pretty tough time in his lane himself, but now that the pressure's been taken off entirely all of a sudden, with the Gyrocopter moving mid, and the Bane being able to take advantage of that by bullying away Usagi, we're seeing Ken able to settle in the lane, whereas, like, Medusa, her lane doesn't seem to be getting any easier right now.
In saying that, he still has farm on Rusman than Ken right now, just from dint of being Medusa.
Mm-hmm.
Silly hero, honestly.
He's in the jungle right now. Level 4 Medusa with the Quelling Blade in the jungle. All right. Back to the old ways. Oh. Actually, wow, what a dive. Yeah, Usagi was gunning for the courier, I guess, or maybe thought he could make something happen. Once JG shows up with the Invoker, nothing is happening. So I guess you saw the puck rotate top and thought, oh, I can jump around to safe lanes as well, no problem. And yeah, quick kill on the Mars with no help in the area code for him.
Yeah, it's one of those things like you're getting bullied in lanes, so you try to pull the lane, then you realize you're versing a Bane, and Bane is like the best anti-pull hero in the game.
You thought you could sneak behind the tower and grab the creep aggro. No. Immediate punishment with even the mid rotation, making sure... I mean, to be fair, Usagi's Mars, like we talked about this hero as a barometer, I feel like Usagi in particular is a bit hot and cold and plays a lot of Mars, so maybe that weighs into it. But they're targeting him. They know how important his initiation is. The harder they can make his game, he was running around in game 1 holding a Philo Stone quite late into the game because he was so hungry to try and keep up on items. So they know that hindering his game early on will have a big payoff later.
Yeah, that is true. And we didn't talk about it, but Puck rotated again. Rams tried to find something in the top lane, but Monkey King's exceptional vision is just so hard to deal with.
There is something in the top lane. Like, you're going to get to walk back and still go on this DP, who is just standing bold as brass in the middle of the jungle, contesting stacks, even standing against 2 heroes now, not phased by the Dream Coil, just standing there in Spirit Siphoning, will eventually go down, but it just shows she does line up pretty well against these heroes, right? You've got multiple heroes that are set up to try and stop you from moving, and as long as the fight's stationary, DP is very happy, right? Just running those Spirit Siphons, staying alive, make care not to waste the exorcism there, kind of in a losing fight from the outset, and tack some of the stacks along the way.
Yeah, I do like the play there, obviously, from Repeater, but like the issue is, like, they've now let a lot of this farm go by the wayside. So M11 have caught up there. They've got the 2 top net worths, and it looks to me that they're trying to secure these lanes and slow them down, and maybe even try and start to rotate on Rams every time that ultimate is up to just get more kills.
Yeah, I mean, look, we watched Usagi die before, but ultimately Ken is actually the one who's deep in the jungle right now. Maybe it seems like it's just the laning phase is broken up and there's too much threat of him being ganked, right? Mars is obviously, if you're in the lane near Mars at any time, even if the Mars might not be able to solo you, you are constantly under threat of being ganked at any time. You won't know until it's too late that he has backup coming in under smoke or TP'd from the tower. They've obviously got the ward there to try and guard against that, but... You know, this is all slowing him down. Yeah, action at top. There's the arena, actually. Mars just TPs and straight away burns it. Catching the DP again. Just playing a little far up. Maybe Rupido, that's a calculated risk. He's trying to draw the attention away from his other cause, but does give up his life, and that was the exorcism cooldown. So, Tier 1 tower, not even really that dinged up from it.
Yeah, and I mean, they trade a support on the bot lane, but that's still not a great trade.
Yeah, no, not at all. And Rusman now finds his happy place to farm. It's in the mid lane. He figures this TA can't do too much. The two carries staring each other down. But the Puck, although, he is a much more dangerous factor. So the Bane Elemental kind of lucky to walk away from that one. Puck deciding it's not worth committing, doesn't have the Dream Coil. But he is building into that Null Witchblade. You called it. He is going to be able to put out some serious damage, even solo, onto these squishy supports.
Yeah, it does make me happy when you predict a skill build and you predict an item build, and like the pro player actually does what you've seen and what you believe in. And for Rams. It does mean that he's going to rotate a lot in these team fights, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him having to rotate bot.
I'm watching the deep. I mean, he could rotate top right now. They have not discouraged Rapido. No amount of death will punish the man. Okay, they go bottom. I mean, Hayden's already fallen down here. The Ogre's still in there. Might be able to punish the Monkey. Wukong's was used, though, so he's pretty tanky and survival there. And it does look like the option for Rams is top again. If this DP is going to posture under the tower, dive Mars with the Spirit Siphon, even without Mars's Arena, I mean, maybe you're just trying to make use of that being on cooldown to try and get some sort of temporary advantage. But you have to be aware they can rotate other heroes up. And looks like the Dream Coil was even used there. Or used before rather, and even without it, the arena's back up now, and the Bane actually might be enough to save the... I was about to say not enough to save the DP. Scratch that. Between the momentary stun on the Mars and the Spirit Siphon, DP is living and living. Finally, with the rotation of the Ogre, that third hero is too much, and she dies. Now they might get the Bane as well. Nice body blocks out of Rams, and yeah, I mean, they're forcing rotations top, so it is costing something, but they are getting the DP every time. And okay, Bane.
They're gonna lose Usagi here.
Yeah, what's... Oh, okay, yeah. Actually, yeah, the rotation. I thought they were done with this fight. I thought, okay, surely sunk cost. No more heroes are going to come over here for UDV, but they take so long to try and chase down the Bane. They actually, yeah, hang on. We're just going to come and get this Usagi fella. He's pretty low right now. That being said, all farming time for Rusman. Look at him now moving into the ancient stacks now. No longer just jungling individual, medium camps at level 4 with a QB. Now able to take these fat triangle stacks that were well protected, right? We saw the Monkey King trying to get in this area before, trying to get vision up, trying to make sure that they were guarding against this. But I feel like the Ogre has just been standing here the entire game bodyguarding this, big vault of gold, basically. Then our Rusman can walk in and collect.
Yeah, and he's also got that bot lane as well to farm, and right now, they're not really punishing. I am surprised to see how calm UDV appear. Like, they're not really looking for a lot. They're waiting for Fiend's Grip to be up. They're waiting for a lot of the spells from Invoker.
They've moved into Dire jungle, but the Medusa's not there. It seems like this maybe was the gank for the Medusa, right? Like, Invoker's here with the Spirit Vessel. They're all set up. They don't have the wards, though. It's Dire wards in here, and unfortunately, they've picked the wrong time to try and gank this area. Medusa's not home anymore, and so now that they've come up to actually support Rupido, maybe to either punish a gank on the DP or to punish the Dusa for farming stacks. Instead, it's just more free time for her. Great read on the game, and her Ogre bodyguard are just down bottom, making sure the Monkey King knows that there will be no action here for UDV. In fact, they're even going to punish the Bane, just catch him with the rocket. He's overextended, does manage to dodge that with the sleep, can't deny himself to the Roshan, so that's all she wrote. And unless they can actually set up a team fight on the Mars here, he's been silenced on the backlines. That's a moment to go on the Gyro. They immediately destroy Hater, but can they get the cause? The Dream Coil might just stop any sort of pursuit. So, nice little wrap around to make sure there was no initiation from the Mars. Of course, it doesn't have a blink yet, so it would have been awkward to try and get the arena up there anyway, but that's all it takes, and they do manage to get a support kill for a support in the end.
Yeah, and again, like, the big benefit here is, like, you got earn charges.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's sad, but, like, that's the trade.
I mean, he had 3 going, and he had 3 coming out. Okay, Bane is just doing his stuff right here. Sleeps one hero, grips the other. 2 teleports come in. Textbook stuff. That's the Bane advert right there. How does Bane Elemental solo kill 2 heroes? By disabling them for like 6 seconds while his team TP's in. They kill Rusman, of all people, getting caught trying to sniff out a ganker's Medusa, and, of course, the Ogre as well. A little bit of a bonus. So that whole bottom lane that was his to farm, in theory, he has now been chased out of. Although, on the other side of things, okay, Monkey King very glad to have that haste rune. Usagi decided to commit the arena as well, and it's true he can't run out of that with the haste, but it makes it pretty impossible to spear him, especially when Monkey isn't even trying to do anything except stay alive. So even with the puck standing there, there's no Dream Coil for a few extra seconds, and the kill goes wanting. So the dial swings a little bit back in the direction of UDV.
Yeah, UDV. I mean, I want to highlight the fact that Teehee is maybe one of the best Bane players I've ever seen.
Yeah?
Like, I researched, like, Bane to get better at it, and I watched a lot of TE. He always sits in these dead lanes, he always sits in these awkward positions and throws a nightmare, screams at his boys to come and help him, and all of a sudden you turn 1 kill into 2, into sometimes even more, as they try and defend with this ridiculous nightmare Fiend's Grip combo. And he does exactly that bot lane, and now he's just going to sit top, wait for the Fiend's Grip to be up again, and lo and behold, you'll find someone eventually.
Yeah, and look, now they have to bring like a whole team basically to attack this dead lane tier 1 tower that normally is just given up for free, but I think it is just the fear of that Bane combo, right? Not a traditional tower defender, but if your team are available to teleport, you can't disrespect the sheer amount of time he can tie up your heroes for. So yeah, at this time, of course, he's not there. they've already sniffed out that they would rather take a larger map objective, such as a Roshan. Now, maybe you couldn't contest this anyway. It is that TA Desolator timing we talked about, 15 minutes. You know, Ken's been a bit quiet, but he has gotten his items eventually. And now we're going to get that first real key timing for her, right? You talked about how even without that early BKB, because you go off different items, once you have this first Aegis, your team can take the initiative on the map. So what are they going to do with this time?
It looks like they're going to look for Russman, and they've found him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he has. His team have all fallen back. How did this happen? I thought he had so much support down here, but the rest of his team ditch a little faster than he does. Okay, he actually just managed to pop Stone Gaze and run, but the Monkey King is in hot pursuit. Cuts the tree with the Quelling Blade. Nice stuff for Rusman. Realized he landed a little too close, and that does buy time for the boys to get in. So sneaks out of that one. Maybe it was all calculated. Okay, the immediate respect/hate for Teehee's Bane as he just gets put in the arena, tries to wait it out, does a solid job by the sleep, so staying alive, forcing as much time and attention as possible onto him. It won't save his life, but it might have saved his team. In the end, that's all they get.
Yeah, only getting one there is a bit of a problem because you're farming around the map, and like we talk about Rusman always being the top of the net worth, and right now he's nowhere close. Ken is like 1,500 gold ahead, and
yeah,
he's going to have the Blink soon. And we talked about Blink plus Deso plus Dragonlance with either the BKB.
They're looking for this park. He blinks forward, he shifts forward with the Waning Rift. That might be his death. He is able to get back out because he orbed backwards, but the Monkey King, okay, he decides they can't go for it. They did have the chasing potential there. They really wanted him between the MK and the Invoker, but then they realized maybe that's actually a bit too big of a target. And unfortunately, you don't have enough time to fully reconsider because the Monkey is already in too deep. Usagi and Hayden come down. The Rockets chasing him. They missed the Spear already, so Luzify eventually will go down. It's taking them a lot of effort to get these support kills, though. And actually, is the fight even over? Teehee comes in. They can't get in range. There's no tornado in the end, and they decide to not over-pursue, which, you know, you've had a lot of opportunities to recognize how much that can cost you. Oh. His ping's going out. Usagi has...
I really want to find the Invoker here.
Blink Arena in 5 seconds. They're posturing like they want him. Usagi wants him. Blink Arena up. Arena, they catch him despite the Ghost Walker. Do they know? They'll know from the footprints. They don't even... They not have reveal? Oh my goodness. That's an oversight. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. That seems pretty fundamental, right? If you don't have the... Okay, wow, sorry. The fight still happened. I can't believe that. I was looking away because I thought we were all out and we were pushing around the Death Prophet top. But never mind. They go back in and they trap the Mars. They trap Hated. They super punish that Wasteful Arena. Not having the dust there costs them so dearly.
Yeah, and what's worse, like, even if they had the dust, they were actually prepping that fight anyway. Like, you saw Luzify coming in early, making sure the UDV was ready to take that fight, and it's now a 3k net worth lead, heading towards 4k quite rapidly. And the Blink's available for Ken, heading towards, like, hurtling maybe is the better word for it.
Yeah.
That BKB timing.
I mean, we talked about how good Ken is at farming, and when he has every bit of space he could possibly want on the map. No Die Hero wants to go near him right now. That's part of, I think, why they're trying to force things at bottom, right? Because they do not want to go near the TA if they can. So they're like, well, maybe we can kill this Invoker. Maybe we can get something during this Aegis timing. But it's giving so much room for this TA. Like, Medusa is trying her best. It's Rusman. He's no slouch, but he cannot keep up with this amount of you know, farm being allowed. And they're going to try and punish the DP now, but she has a BKB ready. And she's had a lot of space of her own in the top lane. Obviously can't farm quite as hard as the Deso TA, but yeah, things looking rough for M11 because they just seem so constrained on the map.
Man, it doesn't look like it's going to get much better. It's definitely going to get worse before it starts to improve, and the big improve is obviously Rusman has the Manta now, so he can farm a lot, but unfortunately that doesn't really help his team until he has a Skadi, until he's level 20, and then he can actually start to man-fight these engagements.
Yeah.
But Pup, he's going a Lincoln Sphere to try and combat this, this heavy amount of lockdown coming through.
I mean, there's a Bane in the game, right? I'll never slight the Lincoln's pickup, but it's not going to save you from, say, the DP silence, and it's not going to save you from... I mean, that was the Ogre, but, like, it's not going to save you from the Boundless Strike either, right? Like, a lot of the initiation that I feel like they can pull on the puck is not negated by this Lincoln's, and there's other benefits too, but I don't know that that's going to wholly solve his problems, right?
I mean, it's going to solve the Cold Snap problem.
True.
And I think that's the only thing it's going to solve. Like, the Bane obviously has 4 single target spells.
Runs, okay, yep.
And Enfeeble, by the way, now has a really good cast point. Like, really fast. So, like, unless you've got ridiculously quick fingers, you can get the Enfeeble and Fiend's Grip off on the target before they have time.
Right, yeah, in terms of being like, how much time does the Lincolns buy you against Bane? It's really not a lot.
Yeah, it's like 0.4 seconds. So if you've got 20 ping, you should be able to dodge it if you've got quick hands, but
if you have any more than that, you're in trouble. Okay, well, if you initiate, maybe you can at least get your spells off first. Puck preemptively phase shifting there before the initiation, knows they were looking for him, and sure enough, they do silence. Puck evades it, jumps in, although there is an immediate counter initiation. The monkey command comes down along with a balance strike, buys his team time to press all of their fresh BKBs, but the Stone Gaze stops those in their tracks. Great positioning by Rusman. He wasn't even in the fight originally, so he's completely fine to walk into the correct spot. Punishes hard, they bring down the TA, the DP is a little bit tankier, they do bring down the Mars, and Hated in return. The Ghosts are flying around, the Exorcism is a massive threat right now, and even at full health, Rams has to back off. Rusman doesn't have the mobility to chase, does not want to walk out of the safety of the tier 2 tower. There is still a full health Invoker following around, so it ends up only being a skirmish of sorts, but still 3 dead for M11 in return for 2.
Yeah, it's a winning fight for M11 despite the deaths, honestly.
Yeah.
They didn't lose any of their major carries, they didn't lose the Park the Medusa, and losing TA with the fresh BKB is quite painful. And you could see the Aegis ran out, they didn't respect the timings, and unfortunately they weren't able to defend Ken at all, even with JG having a pretty fantastic tornado in the middle of that fight.
Yeah, it felt like they were really confident, and I could tell why in the opening seconds, right? Like, not only do they have all these fresh BKBs they haven't used yet, they haven't been forced to fight, so they've just been able to acquire all of them at once, basically. They've finished up, I believe, they still haven't actually finished the Aether Lens on the Bane, but they had the Invoker. He was about to have his BKB. I think he's just completed it. So, but other than that, you know, they had all their counter initiation ready and lined up, and they still just couldn't deal with the Stone Gaze. But Hated, they know that they don't have all the tools ready for the team fight yet. Like, not only, you know, is the Stone Gaze down, the arena's still down, so they know that they can take anything they can get their hands on right now. They get their hands on the Gyrocopter and kill him. They chase the Medusa out of her triangle. Everyone on the die just backing up right now, but granted, the spells are now ready again. So, you know, they can potentially reset and defend this tier 2 as UDV line up for another tilt. That's just the objective they're going for right now. TA with Alacrity, going to chunk it down.
They need to defend this, by the way, because this is their only port of call for Roshan.
Yeah, they've lost their outpost.
If they lose this, they're having a smoke in, and there is no defense without that glyph. 20 seconds left on that. They have to just watch it fall, and now, a minute before the Roshan can respawn, and I feel like we're going to need to see some smoke ganks out from M11, because right now, they're very stagnant in their offense.
Yeah, I see a big problem for them as well, is they seem like they can't really take the Roshan themselves. Even if they got like a sort of moment to sneak in and try, their damage is pretty low for it. So even though the TA can destroy it very quickly, they would need really to win a team fight and then go to the pit if they were going to try and take that objective off the map and away from Ken. But it's going to be smoke up at least from UDV. No smoke deployed yet from M11. They're moving as 4, but they haven't yet pulled the trigger, and so we might catch them napping it. I don't know if they saw Rams in the mid lane. They're skirting past his position. They're going to wrap around, find the team, but he's going to be close enough to respond with the Dream Coil. So who will take out this fight? Seems like a critical engagement. They reset back towards their base with TPs, and looks like they might even just give Hated. He was the one who was caught tanking that gang. Actually, Shadow Ambulance and dodges out of the fight, so... Okay, BKB from Death Prophet. She was feeling a little bit insecure on low hit points, and looks like a bit of a muffed engagement for both teams. Mars is even able to TP away right before the Monkey would have gotten vision and gotten his stun off cooldown, so it all amounts to nothing. But it shows how tense this situation is right now. The game hangs in the balance.
Yeah, it did amount to a BKB usage on the Death Prophet.
Yep.
Already down to 6 seconds, but like, it's not the end of the world. It's a Death Prophet. You'll buy a Shivas, you'll probably buy a Refresher, a Blink, etc. at some stage, and still hasn't got that Ag Shard purchase, and we're seeing the disadvantage of not having that extra little bit of fear with the Spirit Siphon, because there's no BKBs available on the side of M11.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? Because you said they would basically be forced to go... oh, sorry, I guess that's the other side. But UDV haven't been able to force the same purchase in response from their opponents, despite having an Invoker, who's, you know, a hero that makes BKB a pretty big priority, but his presence just hasn't fully been felt yet. And, okay, Medusa waiting with the Stone Gaze now, driving away that DP. Still doesn't have the BKB available, which means that the Monkey King is isolated at the back of the fight. He'll probably end up going down to just some stray spells as the rest of his team bails out. And yeah, Lucify, unfortunately, he's a casualty of war there. Not really his fault, but he thought they were fighting. He committed his command, and his team decided they just could not afford it.
They found more. They found more.
Oh, they've managed to catch on to... Okay, but who is caught who, actually? Because the Mars has waited in and identifies JG, but the Bane is there. Tiki, great positioning. And Kent found the Medusa on the edge of the fight. Walt, Bean script. Okay, Mars manages to break it up with the spear, but Rusman, he's already suffered too much damage, and his team can't join him. Even in the arena, things are too far gone. Hayden has to watch his carry fall. What a play from Tiki's Bane. I'm starting to believe, after you pointed that out, he has just been so clutch in each fight. His positioning there was immaculate. Even after sort of they got caught out, he not only disabled the Mars, he managed to immediately reset his positioning, knowing that things were about to get seriously hairy, and ends up in a great spot to grip the best target on the enemy team. That is going to be high ground.
Yeah, it feels like this is going to sound like a weird repeat, but this is the second game in a row they haven't respected the Monkey King buyback of all things. Like, obviously the carry in the first game, but this game, like, Lucify buys back, turns that fight around, and like it's a massive 3-man boundless strike, and all of a sudden they deny the tier 3.
Yeah.
But it's still gone. It's still not.
Yeah, it's not really a big deal. You're not like, damn, they denied the tier 3, you gotta rethink our strategy. The high ground is broken. That's the biggest deal, right? And it's not as though they're a team that struggles to siege anyway. They have DP and they have this core TA who's super farm, still well ahead of the Medusa. So, you know, they're not going to struggle to get back in and take those naked racks, or what's even more likely, if they do take the next Roshan, which is up incidentally, not always a thing that you can say after TA breaks high ground, but the Aegis is still on the table for them. So with that, it seems like they'll be able to walk up, take the top racks, and then roll into the unprotected mid lane, have a 2-lane advantage.
Yeah, and you know what's funny there? They actually had a TA trap in Roshan. It spawned midway through the fight, but the TA trap was too far away from the Roshan itself, so it spawned and they couldn't see it. Hence why they didn't rush straight towards it. You saw Ken went bot lane.
Yeah. I was wondering, they seemed very casual.
Yeah, they didn't know. Like, he deleted the trap, unfortunately, but where he placed it, someone wants to ever look, it was just too far away.
He deleted his shame, yeah. I mean, look, it didn't cost them, and now it just means they have an Aegis for the next push, right? They got everything they wanted the hard way, and now, yeah, I mean, it's just been such a big factor in both games, right? Like, you know what the TA team wants to do, but this time there's just not enough strength out of M11 to wrest control of that top half of the map, whether it's the vision provided by the Monkey or indeed just taking that fight. I mean, yeah, it's so hard to really criticize them. They played into the Monkey buyback, sure, but without the Wukong's command, I don't know if I would have respected the Monkey support, but yeah, the supports from UDV are demanding that respect. Oh, look again! What a boundless strike. Okay, it's only the Ogre, but that means they're going to be able to force this fight. You even see Rams, he blinked in reflexively to maybe try and find more team, but he only found the Monkey. He can't pull the trigger on that, and then they pull the trigger on him. Now they're in disarray. Can they turn this around? It's a nice arena from Usagi, but there's a lot of BKBs, and the rest of his team are on the low ground. They managed to find Rupido and Lucify, so that's actually a pretty good start. And now the Medusa Illusions are actually doing a lot of work in zoning this series out of the fight. The Skadi is alive. The damage is pretty strong, and so even with this exorcism, they're going to have to wait a moment, bide their time. They don't want to overcommit. They're going to preserve Ken's Aegis for a better fight.
Yeah, I mean, they got what they wanted. They traded the support for a core. They get the puck. Unfortunately, they're not able to kill Rusman. Rusman, by the way, just hit level 20 before that fight, and that could have been the big turning point.
Yeah.
Not having that extra 2 seconds on Stone Gaze could have been all she wrote. They were lucky to get away with that one, but even then, UDV are in the driver's seat, and look at how they're farming. Look at their positioning. It's like so split along the map. They're actually just controlling all 3 lanes and stopping M11 from coming out of the base at all.
Yeah, and exactly. Like that last team fight, I mean, they reacted pretty quickly, but you can see how they're anxious to find a good initiation there. I'm so shocked that Rams blinked in as deep as he did. Just because the Ogre got caught, and then the rest of the team immediately backed off. So it seems like they aren't even sure what sort of fight they want to take right now. Maybe they're aware they can't defend their high ground if the fight's up there. They maybe just don't want to get sieged, but also they didn't want to take the fight outside their base there. So what is their play? Do they have to try and find an aggressive smoke and catch one hero?
I think it's the smoke and catch. Like,
okay,
look at Ken right now. If you let him get to 25, he's gonna become outrageous. Already has the MKB on top of the blink there, so
yeah.
And if you get 25 with the refraction instances, I don't know how you actually kill him. I don't know how you chunk him down quick enough before he gets the second round of refraction going.
Yeah, I don't know. They don't have that many great spells for removing the refraction charges, especially, you know, since you're not really likely to be able to bring the supports to bear on him with the Ignite and the Rocket Barrage. Maybe the Mars Spear, eventually with that Burning Trail can do it or something. But the fact is that he's just such a damage threat. You really don't have long to answer the TA. And especially with Aegis right now, I mean, he was alone against 3 heroes in bottom lane right there. They could have pinned him down with you know, the Dream Coil and the Stone Gaze, or at least forced a BKB charge, tried something. They did not want anything of that TA, even without his friends. So that's a worrying sign for sure. They also struggled to kill the DP in the last fight. I got briefly rused by his courier popping up on the kill feed because it ran into a split shot. But in general, they're just not bringing down any core heroes right now.
Yeah, and this is the benefit. Like, it's a 19 to 13 kill score. Like, that's quite low, but UDV, they like this because when it's a Medusa, you want to slow down the pickoffs. You want to slow down.
They found the Bane! They've found the Bane! Finally, He just strides forward a little too far, right? He thought that maybe the Monkey would be the target in the top lane or something. He was moving that direction, but now his team might pay the price. Ken got very trapped and locked down for a surprisingly long time, long enough to bite the Stone Gaze. DP now, obviously, she doesn't mind taking a lot of damage. Her ghosts are still running. You can't stone those. And there was still the Aegis on the TA, but Ken, okay, he's only able to find the Mars. It's still a pretty big kill, but the rest of the team used his time dead to get back up onto the high ground, although the Ogre is being pursued. He doesn't have the legs to run away from the Ghost Swarm, so just the overwhelming power right now, even after they got a great initiation and took maybe the strongest disabler out of the fight, that wasn't enough to let them run free and take more meaningful kills. This Dream Coil is pretty good though. The BKB was already forced, so Ken has no defense against this. He gets defensively slept. The DP is trying to take some of the heat off him. Medusa's delivering from the high ground. That's where she loves to be, but now the fight's starting to spill down. Can they get the kill? They do pursue and they get Ken. JG's going to try and turn. Hasn't had that much of a presence yet on the Invoker. Still just rocking the earned BKB. It's a pretty big tornado, but nothing more is going to come from it.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they went for that high ground. I mean, they did force out an Ogre buyback, but like that's not what you want. You want to get that tier 3. You want to get those ranks.
You don't want to force out an Ogre buyback for your TA.
Yeah, they did get the mid racks though.
Okay, yeah.
Through that fight. I believe the Invoker JG just walked up and...
That makes sense. He did take a while to show up in that fight, so they got something. Good way to guarantee a trade.
Yeah. And that's why, like, obviously the net worth hasn't changed, the win percentage hasn't changed. It does just feel like they were happy losing Ken for 1 life, as long as they got a Rax for it, and as long as they took an even area.
And it's actually kind of reminiscent of game 1, right? Like, Ken was playing the Monkey King in that game. He died. He was by far their strongest hero. It looked rough for them in that big Roche fight. But he did spend his life dearly. He traded himself for a lot. JG ran rampant and won them the game in that fight. That time, JG got a Rax. So it just seems like Ken understands that sometimes it's okay to die, even if you're the ultra farmed 1 position, right? As long as your team's getting a huge step towards winning the game. And here, they open on the Medusa boldly with the Boundless Strike Tornado, but the rest of the team are there. They at least try out their positioning. The puck throws down the Dream Coil only on the DP. I don't know if you can go on that. JG already slipped away. He immediately bailed on that fight. He knew BKB, Ghostwalk, flee, and in the end, they give up the tower. It's a mid-tier 1, though, at 30 minutes. They're fine with that. And you know, big spell being used in the Dream Coil. Maybe that's an opportunity.
Yeah, I'm surprised they even committed it at all. Like, they didn't have Ken ready. They didn't have Rapido ready with, obviously, that big exorcism to come through as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's
like, what I expected from them is to split push, if anything.
Yeah, right. Like, the Medusa at this point is tanky enough. She has the Manta. You think she could be a bit more aggressive in pushing. The Puck obviously has a good kit for doing that inherently. And maybe they're just respecting the catch, right, out of these supports. They're the Monkey King, you know, the long-range Boundless Strike. There's a lot of spells here that can punish them if you get caught, you know, a second too long down a lane. But the fights certainly aren't working out for them. And Rams really seems to have a hair trigger on this Blink Dream Coil.
He almost has to. Like, the days when this spell was OP and, like, incredibly high cooldown, did a lot of damage, like, it doesn't really matter anymore. It's used purely for lockdown. Yeah. You don't really care about it breaking. You don't go the Ags anymore, so it doesn't do that extra damage.
Yeah.
And he's getting closer and closer. He's level 20 now. The 25 is so crucial. Like, I can't stress how big...
Well, I mean, that's the Ags that you used to buy every game, right? Now they make you hit 25 for it. So once he has that, you know, that's the highest priority thing on that hero, but it's going to take a little while, and the fight's now. Ken blinks in. BKB's on him and DP. They force it out of Rusma. They also force the arena. Turn away from the Stone Gaze, so that's not doing much either. All the big ult's gone now, as is Usagi. He has been the one biting the bullet a lot for his team here, and unfortunately, MLF will have to without him and his buyback even for 45 seconds. How much damage can you do in that time? They're going to have to head towards the top lane, though. They did take out the mid-racks already in the previous fights. They're going to have to kill a tier 3 and push in a lane. They decided maybe they're just going to fade back through the jungle, re-establish control of the Roche area. It's not up yet, but it will be in the next couple of minutes, and I think they're happy to take a slightly longer view to the game, right? Like, Ken is still scaling, hasn't obviously even finished farming up his Deso stacks yet, which is unusual given how dominant they've been, but there just haven't been a lot of fights. So he's been looking to that butterfly to really finish up his slots, and then we start to get to that awkward point we're seeing a lot over this finals weekend, where you have to start backpacking your boots or other items.
Yeah, I mean, the boots will go pretty quickly. It is a TA after all. He's still got the pike upgrade for the Dragonlance, and he's obviously still got the Swift Blink, so there are a lot of like room for improvements. I wouldn't be surprised to see him going the Swift Blink over the Butterfly. I say that as he builds a Daedalus.
Okay, yeah, as I say, I would have said Swift Blink if you asked me and covered up his quick buy, but then he doesn't even buy either of those. He goes back for the Daedalus, which is, you know, what does that say, right? I guess you're just trying to instantly kill the lesser heroes on the side of M11.
It's one of those things like you can just try to two-shot. Like you can two-shot the Park if he's not paying attention. Yeah. Ken sitting in the Roche pit.
They see him with that orb, but obviously he's a pretty tough target.
But look at bot lane.
Yeah.
Solar Crest, Secret plus the Alacrity.
They have to TP back for it. Medusa's going back. Okay. They don't. Unfortunately, it was just Ken at the Roche pit, so there's no like immediate blink up the hill to find the heroes who were there and try and punish them on the retreat. But yeah, the pressure, this Invoker, right? I haven't had the chance to ask. It feels like his item progression in this game has been quite slow. He's just had that BKB and Spirit Vessel pretty much the whole game, it felt like, but he's certainly having an impact around the map, right? Really smart reads and movement, obviously runs around with that Ghost Walk on, just hustling everywhere. And the you know, passive pressure he's exuded as a ganking threat has affected the itemization of the puck. It's been an interesting Invoker game.
Yeah, this is the Invoker. This is the new Invoker, honestly. Like you don't need to scale that hard. Like you've got the Alacrity, you've got your teammates, Cinder. You're pretty happy just slow sieging these fights.
And says the DP is scaling. They initiate on a couple of different fronts. They silence up the Deuce with the Monkey King. He's threatening the backline, although he doesn't really have support, and he's being called on his bluff right now. They can see him on that tree. He cannot survive the hail of projectiles coming his way. So they do lose Loserfy. It was a decent attempt, right? They thought maybe they could catch Hated, but I think they needed, you know, the blink in from Ken, and he just said, no, I'm not going on that. And unfortunately, both their supports pay for it, right? That's something we've seen M11 do a couple of times, just sort of move a little too far in and not be able to sort of, you know, pay the check their mouse riding. Yeah, it's a bad time to lose two heroes and a bad spot to lose them in, I gotta say, right? They were waiting for that Roche to spawn for minutes, and now they have to see the area. That's so huge for Ruzman.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that they do something about it, like they try to
buy back the monkey. They're fighting. Two of the heroes are in bot. This is a delaying action. They're trying to stop TP's home. They're gonna go for a second lane of racks. Stone Gaze, they're just... Yeah, they're going to have to commit to this Roche, so they do commit. They kill Rupido, which is a monster kill streak, actually, after he was dying a lot early again. Monkey King jumps in, he takes the Aegis! Loserfy, you madman! What a play! Botrax is under pressure. They've already had to glyph. That's down. This Ken TA is going to destroy it in seconds, not to mention Hated. He goes in and puts his body on the line, but who cares anymore? It takes them this long to kill the Monkey twice. The Aegis is no longer there for the Juicy, which is a massive deal, right? Not even just the fact that they paid for it with the melee racks. They now paid for nothing. He steals it right out of their shopping basket, takes it off the negotiating table in that trade, and what a way for that to go wrong for M11, right when it seemed like they had the ascendancy.
Yeah, I will say this, they are still getting a lot of money on the map, like getting those 2 kills, getting the dieback on Lucifer after the Aegis pop, and it's one thing to be like, yeah, we stole the Aegis, it's another thing to use that momentum, use that play to try and find something. Like they still have the cheese, they still got the refresher, I believe, on Mars. So like it's still a positive getting that Roshan. And they've still got top lane as well. Like now they have Medusa that's going to sit on the one lane that they need to deal with.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's sort of like that play there, and the fact that they managed to get the bot racks pretty much without risk to Ken, right? Whereas they could have forced it otherwise, but it would have been a lot harder if they'd just taken the Aegis, killed the Monkey King once, and then TP'd back with an Aegis Medusa. But it is only erasing some of the damage from that very awkward sort of misinitiation at top lane, where they basically just gave up 2 kills for nothing and had to leave the pit.
Yeah, that is true. And I'm now wondering, like, we're seeing the slowdown of this game, and we're seeing like the way M11 are playing. They're fostering all bot lane. I'm surprised they don't have someone sitting at top lane at all times. Like just for a sneaky little play that they could make here. And look for someone pushing the lane.
I mean,
That's exactly what they're doing.
The Mars has his shard, right? Like you said, they could just sit Medusa bottom pretty safely, and you could have a Mars or a Puck lying in wait, try and, you know, catch up this Invoker, at least force his BKB, right? We saw they did a lot after forcing, you know, the DP cooldown, 10 minutes ago or so. They are wise to these timings, how important these item cooldowns are. They're going to run this smoke straight to the Monkey King. Let's see if they can sniff out which tree he's on. They know he's somewhere. Looks like no. He's going to just scout this out. Okay, they do eventually catch him. They just drop the arena. And process of elimination, but, you know, you had just ended up smoke ganking a Monkey King. The JG Invoker with his newly bought Scythe device is completely safe. And the top tier 3, man, it's looking fragile. I won't even need a hero to push it over at this point. A few more rotations bottom like that, and your last racks will be undefended.
Yeah, and it's one thing, like, look at how JG is playing. Like, he's just using Alacrity plus Forge Spirits.
He's just nuisancing. He's just being such a split-pushing pest.
And that's all they need to do, right? Like, there's no other lane that they need to be in. Top lane is basically it.
Go on top lane. He just hexed this Medusa. If they Fiend Script, and did they hex her as well? It doesn't matter. She's just dead. You thought this Medusa could walk farther forward. That's what not having the Aegis means. Puck, okay, he blinks away, he manages to get out after the Yules, but how far out can he get? His team are there in pursuit somewhat, but it's not a great fight to take. Usagi wasn't there in order to put up the arena. The Puck does leave, but it's going to cost them a support. Actually, Hated does manage to bail out, so it only costs them, I guess, the Ogre on top of that initial gank, but the initial gank was the big deal. Actually, they're going straight uphill. They don't want it to end UDV. They're in with this Exorcism, this Death Prophet by Rupido. He has played so boldly all game, and he's looked correct to do it right. He's really feeling his oats. It's uphill, making that duration count, and now as the Ghost ends, so too does his foray into the high ground. The Medusa was forced to fight back. That's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, as soon as that buyback pings, you're like, yep, back.
That was all you wanted.
We've done our job, we've got at it. Like, and you now have a win condition.
Yes.
We always talk about, like, how do you win this game? It's just killing Medusa once. And we saw Russman disappear. He got hit by the Fiend Script there, and all of a sudden he just got completely taken out of the game, and it's going to get easier when the Axe comes up for Bane. He is 2,500 gold away, but I've got to imagine he'll get there eventually.
Yeah. So I'll be honest. I've seen this Fiend Script Agzeptor maybe once. The interactions with it are very interesting, right? You have effectively a second chance Bane also Fiend Scripting, and considering how much trouble they've had, stopping the Fiend Script with just one Bane, do you almost have to give up on interrupting? Do you have to buy more Lincolns? Like, well, how do you deal with this?
So you need Puck to do it all. So
okay.
It's 3.
Puck's found the TA. They may be able to shoot their own stun train on the enemy carry this time. Isolate her quickly with the arena, and the Monkey was there. They thought that was enough, but it's just going to feed a second kill. So right back the other way. They sniff an unprotected enemy carry, and at this point in the game, you just can't stand up to 5 heroes dunking on you like that. So DP immediately on the split push train with the Invoker. They're both at it now. Blink into the wave, Shiva's Tornado, both just gone. So good luck to your mid push.
Good luck to any push right now. Like, look at top lane even. Like, it's on your rack.
Medusa has like, the Divine Rapier.
Ooh,
that's...
okay.
Yeah, I mean, you bought back already. What are you holding back at this point?
You know what? That's fair. There's actually no other win condition. Like, we talked about maybe for UDB, how could they win? For M11, it's just like Medusa versus the world.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only way they've managed to
I wouldn't like this in any other circumstances, but since you can't beg, borrow, or plead Ice Frog to let you get buyback off cooldown any sooner, this is the thing that you can do with your gold in the meantime. So just check. She's on cooldown for 6 more minutes, that buyback. So there's just not really any hope that you're going to avoid team fights for that long with your base this close to dead. This is like their only way, but it does mean the game rests on the next team fight.
That is true. And like, honestly, the next team fight, it has to be on their turf.
Yeah. Because
like the way they're pushing this top lane, if they take a fight anywhere that's not top, I believe Invoker's just going to TP in and insta-kill the racks.
They do have half a range barracks at bottom. I don't know if that's really a meaningful obstacle to the play you describe, but it would not immediately be megas. At least.
That's true. I mean, on the other side, top lane also has like a third of a range racks, so
yeah,
they might just lose that just by dint of these Alacrity.
Yeah, that's the thing. Just the pressure of the creeps alone. The heroes aren't even showing. I mean, they know they're there somewhere, but that's a big difference between being able to jump and kill a target like they did to Ken in the mid lane and being able to, having to move up and just manually kill the creeps every time. It's keeping them really hemmed in their corner of the map. And, okay, wow, look how aggressive this Bane is. Runs deeper in.
They went looking for him. They just couldn't find him. And the worst part of this is, in my eyes, it's like, They're committing 4/5 heroes sometimes for these rotations. Like,
Yeah.
they're going to smoke now, look for Ken. But if they don't find him, like, what are they actually doing with all this time?
I mean, not much, but they've found him. Refresher Mars available. He misses the first spear, but he's got a second one, and he definitely has 2 arenas, but they're going to immediately bail. I think they know as soon as that element of surprise is lost, they're like, no. They're so afraid of what will happen if they lose a fight. They know they cannot get this Medusa jumped, and there's just so much pressure. You know, they saw they couldn't interrupt that Fiend script last time. The Invoker has purchased a Wind Waker. It's a pretty interesting pickup for me. I mean, he runs so fast now.
Well, not just that. If someone gets coiled,
yes,
they can break the coil intentionally, and then he can just use them.
It's the ultimate save, yeah. So, I mean, that's going to be pretty big.
You could do the play where, like, you use them as the coil is about to break on the edge, and, like, the coil breaks by the Yule Scepter's movement speed, but, like, overall, it's a bit too hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of coordination, and the risk is pretty high if you mess it up. Oh, wow, okay, Ken blinks, but blinks back into the team, has to BKB. He tried to short blink, just react and dodge the Mars Spear. They kind of were fishing for that, it looks like, and they actually chase it down. The Medusa hurdles forward with her own blink. Remember, she has a Rapier. This TA will fall quickly without refraction, and that's it. Ken's dead. He has buyback, fortunately, but they will basically end up getting the enemy carries buyback to sort of make up for their own momentary weakness. So that Divine pays off. The aggressive play from Usagi's Mars. They've just been fishing, and one slightly unfortunate blink placement costs Ken his life. And the Bane has already bought back. Okay, Ken actually preserves his buyback by dint of that, so Teehee the hero again, but they might actually kill him here. Blink on Rusman. That would be very aggressive.
Yeah, and like look at JG, he's breaking the wave again. Like this man's a menace.
This is dangerous though, right? Oh, they catch the puck with their Hex on the Invoker. They break the Lincolns instantly with the Cold Snap. You talk about the Bane's potential to do it. The Hex doesn't end, but now the puck, he has to try and get away. He has to coil to hold them there so that he can use the Orb to escape. The Wind Waker, you look at it there, busts right out of the coil. JJ able to at least reset to a safe spot and TP away. Gets out before the damage adds up. Lucifer obviously not so lucky. So, man, tense plays all over the map here, but they are going M11's way, which is, it feels like the first time in maybe 20 minutes that we've gotten to say that, but okay, this Divine Medusa letting them make quite a stand here. She has the Swift Blink now on top of it. How long until she has buyback as well?
I would say 0 seconds, because she's got the effective buyback that is the Aegis available.
True, if they just want to walk in.
It was a max timing. They should know it's up.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they want to force the buyback out of Lucifer if they can. They've been punished, as you said, by the monkey buyback already in this series. TA will just naturally respawn soon before they can probably put on any pressure. They're just maybe ticking the boxes, pushing the lanes in. There is still a Radiant Tier 1 top at nearly 50 minutes, which, while not really a huge piece on the table at this point, is a TP point for Roshan. They wouldn't want to get burned a second time this game. Their bot lane is under threat, though.
I mean, they know the Roche is up, so they're only going to lose a range rack.
Yeah, they're killing it just way too fast with the Divine. So Medusa getting her insurance plan for her Rapier, ultra important that they're able to secure this. So yeah, they're really so happy they've been able to get these stray kills around the map. And UDV, they've been tough, right? They've been really kind of dicey, quick moments that the game has slipped out of their grasp a little, but they did have a considerable edge, and now it's almost back to even. It'll be worse than even if they kill TA here. Great catch with their own Hex into the arena. TA again just has nothing to do in these fights. 2 heroes came in to save her, and 2 heroes will pay. They both have buyback, but that will be such a hefty cost for effectively nothing, right? Just a couple of ultimates used to secure all those kills. This game looked so hard for M11 a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Medusa effect, right? If you don't kill her, she will just out-farm the entire game, and Rispan, he's put the team on his back. Like, there's no other word around it. Like, there's no other way to say this. He's doing everything for his team, right?
They have to buy back here, right? How many Raxes can you afford to give?
Well, you only have to give 1, because they've still got T2s.
That's true,
It's a matter of, like, do they push the tier 4s? Do they look for the end?
Oh, they buy back everything. They're just going to go. They know that Rusman, I mean, he has the Aegis, right? But maybe they can kill his team. And if they don't, I don't think he has buyback still for about another minute. They do bring down the first life. That's pretty free. Now they have to kill him through the Aegis. Then the Rapier will be theirs. But Mars picks this moment. Counter initiation. Medusa only needs to deliver for a second, and she snuffs out the Monkey King. There's an Exorcism still hanging around in this fight, doing as much as she can, but it's not really adding up yet. The Mana Shield is doing so much. Even the Mars is still alive. Puck now commits. Dream Coil is the arena base. There's so much disable, but it's not something that we're hitting. Medusa, she goes down. The Rapier's down, but how many Ravidian heroes can survive to contest it? I don't think anyone was even able to pick it up. I didn't see, but now the Radiant, they're all dying. They already brought back on 3 heroes. 4th buyback, it's just the Invoker. The Radiant here is actually still on the ground, covered by some bushes in the base. They're going to hound the Invoker back towards his fountain to make sure he can't pick it up. And he might be able to get a kill at least, but the puck dodged that tornado. What an engagement. I mean, it was a solid attempt, I guess. They tried to defend the base in UDV. They got the Deucer in the end, but she actually did have her buyback, and in the end, she's able to walk in and reclaim her Rapier after all that. So that's all she wrote here in Game 2. It looks like M11, they hold strong. Roosman, there's a reason we put him in the head-to-head. What a game from him.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like the tale of two halves. Cam in Game 1, Roosman in Game 2, just so much work done.
Yeah. I mean, look, it was definitely a team effort, right? They needed the team to step up. Great use of their overlapping AoEs in that last base fight, but it was only because Roosman had remained so resolutely at the top of the network, had opened up such a lead by the end of the game. Obviously, Rapier will do that for you, but you know, it takes a lot to still be there after they were penned up in their base for so long. He had that one really rough death, but it was really only that one time that he got caught out away from his team, and that's against, like you said, one of the best Bane players going in T and a lot of other disables besides. So M11, they rally strongly there to prove their stability here and even up the grand finals at 1-1. And it looks like we'll have to come back after a short break. Obviously, we're not going to have too long. We're going to have a few more games here in the grand finals at the very least, which is obviously good news for us because we've managed to level the series at 1-1. But yeah, obviously UDV, they came in here announcing a 3-0. That's now off the table. Still plenty of a chance for them to now strike back the way that M11 did and get in there and take maybe a 3-1 or even a 3-2. Honestly, any win for them is going to be good enough, but they have to beat M11 twice more to do it. We'll see if they can after this break.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win. Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
And we are back. Game 2 has finished, and now we're going to walk into Game 3 very soon, but it's 1-1. It's now going to be a best of 3 here, Bart. And is there anything so far that surprised you for the first 2 games?
In some ways, no. Like we said before the game, both of these carry players are incredibly reliable, and when the team needs, they'll step up and play the game. They did. We said that Mars and Medusa were really powerful heroes to be dictating the flow of the game. They did. And we said that, M11 would be confident enough to run back a lot of their draft from game 1, and they did. They obviously made some adjustments, but they were confident in their play enough that they weren't broken, I guess. It's something you hear a lot of pro players say, especially when they are on commentary about drafts. There's this idea that you believe in your team and your heroes until you get beaten badly in a game you thought you should win. So if you lose, but you feel like you know why, you still have confidence. You can go back to that stuff. If you feel like you get wrong-footed and you don't understand how you lost a game, how it slipped away from you, that's a lot worse in a long series like this. You start, second-guessing yourself and picking things you're unfamiliar with. So it was good to see M11 rally there. I'm interested to see now, can UDV do the same? But, obviously we'll have to wait until the draft to find out whether or not they do react strongly or whether or not they can continue. Because, I've only seen a few games from UDV, honestly. Like, this is not a team that's been in LPL for a long time while I've been casting, and so I'm not certain what other strats they have in their back pocket. There's there's all sorts of possibilities. I don't know if they have any way to swap their lanes around a bit. I see like maybe they can pick the Ken TA that's been so strong in the mid lane and punish different matchups. But their players have certainly performed. I can't really hang that last game on anyone in particular. Like we saw T-Heat show up in a huge way on that Bane. Lucify on the Monkey. Yes, he got called out a few times, but he was playing that kind of vision role as the 4. Definitely set up a lot of good fights. It just felt like maybe they didn't have as much firepower as they thought, so maybe they want to change up their mid or their carry to facilitate that a bit better. But overall, I feel like they just kind of got bounced the way that M11 did in game 1. A few key team fights going a different way. Maybe they committed too early to the split push. Like as good as JJ's Invoker was at that, it felt like towards the end game they were almost too spread out and they couldn't effectively respond. Maybe that's because they felt like they went past their timing already and the Medusa was too big of a threat, and so they had to rely on that. But it was just a weird thing to see after they had such a period of strength in the game that they kind of just trailed off and went out with a whimper. So M11, I'm sure they have a good idea of what happened in that game. They're probably patting themselves on the back. I think we may just see them, continue to pick the Mars early. We know that Usagi will just play it every game if he's allowed. Did a great job there following up on some hard luck in game 1, kind of validated the pick. And maybe that forces out a Medusa ban because it's been so dominant in combination in each game. And I don't know if you can really rely on disrupting Rusman as we saw. He can just bounce back from nearly anything.
Yeah, I mean, the big benefit for me is maybe just don't let him have a late game secured carry like that. Like, we know he can bounce back. We know he can get back into the game. And like when you have a Medusa, that's a hero that just feels so free once you get back in. You do all that farming potential and then you just like, how do you stop Rusman? He had 40,000 something net worth, ages on his back as well. And when you look at those two things, maybe you start to ban it out. Maybe you start to pick the Medusa Mars, stuff like that earlier into the draft for UDV.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll never know exactly what UDV's plan was there, where they felt that game kind of left the rails for them. But I go back to what I said sort of earlier in the game. We saw, Ken farming, Rusman farming. That's to be expected. It's hard to take them off their game. But one's a TA and one's a Medusa. So I said, well, at some point, this is just going to favor the Medusa. And I have to wonder, if you're Ken, how does that feel when you feel like you played a strong game, pillar to post, and in the end, you're just like, well, this Medusa is just going to beat me. Like, there's nothing you can do. It's hero matchup. So maybe it is a draft issue.
I mean, it works two ways, right? Like, he had a pretty good game, but there were 2 or 3 times he got picked off, and it genuinely felt like they got the mid racks, they got the bot racks, and then they just tried to rat and slow the game down.
Yeah.
And because of that, they felt like they were too split up, like you said, and then Ken didn't know where to farm. Ken didn't know if he should fight, etc., etc. And that's something they could really shape up, because if they had have got the 3rd and the 4th Roshan rather than dying right before it spawned, that could have been enough for turning the game. Like, we saw the big snatch from Lucify. Imagine if they were still alive and they could actually take and fight that Roshan themselves and maybe even look for that 10-man fight where everyone has buybacks. You all die, you buy back, you keep the fight going. that could have been something that worked for UDV rather than playing that passive split push style.
Yeah, and maybe it was that fight, ironically, that really pushed them into that split fight. I don't know whether, like, JG, like, he was split pushing very early on in the game with that Invoker, and his build kind of seemed to be focused around that, but they were grouped up before that Roshan, but it was kind of, they had that really abortive fight in top where they kind of jumped on two different targets with the DP and the MK. The MK got really isolated immediately and killed, and then the rest of the team just kind of fell back. It's a difficult spot to fight around the enemy tier 2 up there, and that gave up a free Aegis. Then after that, it's like they never grouped as 5 again. They basically just said, they didn't give up, but they gave up on that and they just tried to split push. But even if you take those fringe Raxes, like, we know Medusa can just play through mega creeps, right? It isn't game over against that hero. So, maybe if you take her out of the draft, it's easier to bully the enemy in the late game when they have to be more afraid of their base. Maybe you could say you can just clean up your play, execute that fight better, then you get the Aegis and everything looks different. It depends how they want to attribute that loss and how they want to react to that with their play in their draft.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of the coin is, like, maybe they just didn't build aggressive enough. Like, we saw a lot of defensive items on Lucifer specifically. Like, he went the Lotus, he went the Glimmer. I feel like if they had committed on Lucifer and TE, like, more push, more fight, they could have tried to push that game out earlier. And like you said, like, Medusa can fight into Megas, so that wasn't the be-all and end-all. But if you make sure they're fighting into Megas from, like, 30 minutes in, you have a good 10 to 15-minute window where you can amass wealth. Yeah, you force them into their base. Medusa's the only one that's really farming, and all of a sudden, it is a 4 protect 1 strategy, and we've seen how they work out. A lot of the time, you just lose your backline, you lose your mid off lane, and then you have a Medusa 5v1ing, and that doesn't really work out when you can stun lock her down, and maybe even Fiend's grip her in that situation. That could have been something they worked towards instead. It just didn't work out for them, and now it's back to the drawing board. Now it's back to the, like you said, the panic. Is the team going to be strong enough to keep that resilience?
Yeah.
Or are they going to start to falter and try to panic pick and ban some of these new heroes?
I don't think it would be a panic. I think justifiably they should just first ban the Mars, right? Like, even beyond the Arena and Medusa issue, I think actually it was the combination certainly of Stonegaze Arena and Dreamcoil, but those overlapping, those AoEs and the amount of counter initiation they had. If you remember where they tried to take the tier 2 UDV and they were repelled, it was a really nice play from Rams. He dodged the DP, silenced into the trees, and then immediately counter initiated, which led into a bit of a bloodbath fight, but certainly broke up that push, right? That was kind of the last time that they did, attempt to take those early towers. This team really slowed them down. And when I added up in my head, like, how does your team fail to take those outer towers? You've got DP Exorcism, you've got a TA with a Deso, you have Monkey and Invoker to punish heroes that are trying to fight, like, sort of under their tower to drive them back from the defense. But they couldn't actually make that happen. They were out executed in those key moments, and maybe you just need to make it easier for yourself, because it looked like every time they tried to fight after that, the number of AoEs they had to deal with was just too frustrating for them, and they didn't have an answer in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to execution more than anything. Like you said, they didn't have an answer. Like, they had the tools, they just weren't able to execute them perfectly, and it feels hard to evaluate a team that played so well in Game 1 and played so well for 90% of Game 2. Because that's effectively what we're doing. We're, like, picking apart a 50-minute game to be like, you made 35 to 45 seconds worth of a mistake.
Yeah.
And that was enough for you to lose the game. But that is Dota. At the end of the day, if you aren't near perfect, you leave the door open, even just a smidgen, for people like Russman to come in and abuse that, drag away farm, and just make it so it's almost impossible to look at that game in a positive light. You just got Medusa.
Yeah, and I guess if you believe that those 45 seconds of mistakes are just lights out, then maybe that is you should just ban Medusa argument, because I feel like against a team of M11's quality, they aren't going to give you too many opportunities. A lot of their mistakes from UDV, there are times when teams make really unforced errors. There's just some lackadaisical positioning or bad warding, or a team just doesn't take advantage of when sort of we think their window might be. They kind of just leave it too late. They tried in that game. They tried to be aggressive on towers. When they couldn't get the towers easily, they tried to open up the map with a gank to take objectives, and they just could not find a chink in the armor of M11 when it mattered. They couldn't crack that shell open. They couldn't get that first kill. And so perhaps you need to make yourself have a little bit more breathing room, right? If you don't have the ultra late game secured with Medusa, then maybe you can make twice as many mistakes in the game and still not be that far behind. But ultimately, if you do play against Medusa, she has such pronounced advantage when the game goes long.
Yeah, that is true. And we'll have to see. Obviously, there is a draft underway. And you'll notice UDV, they didn't ban out the Medusa here. So they're leaving it in the pool themselves. And they go back for the Death Prophet once more.
I mean, the Death Prophet for a lot of the game seemed to work wonders against the Medusa and against the Mars, so heroes that they really like to pick up. And, I was impressed by how much Rupido got done in the game, how long that DP stayed tanky, but it didn't add up to enough in the end, right? And it wasn't able to, when I see this hero picked, I do mostly think of towers, those are the laning phase, but you really should be taking objectives with Exorcism. They'll have to have a better plan for getting more out of that hero in the mid game, I think.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it's hard to gauge because you talk about mid-game team fights, you talk about how they're going to get execution, and Team M11, they're just running it back. This is such a simple draft for them. The Mars had so much impact, and obviously we saw how much Hayden could do with that Gyrocopter. And they still have that flex. If they want to give Rusbin Gyrocopter, they still can. He can play that hero quite well.
Yeah, I think that'll be if you get baited into try and pick something that's too late game to try and ensure yourself against the Medusa, that's when they could pivot into a very aggressive lineup. And we trust that, Risman could easily do that as well. UDV, they're the first ones to bite on the Sand King this time, something we haven't seen again yet today, but we know was definitely a factor here everyone has on their mind right now. How does that line up against what we've seen so far? What happened, does this force the Gyrocopter maybe towards the safe lane so you have a lot of damage to try and push the Sand King out? Do you think they're going to try and pick so that they can do a more aggressive Sand King lane around Caustic and Burrow like you suggested yesterday?
I mean, it means for me that they want more tempo. They want to be able to have more pickoffs across the board. And we talked about it, their one fault from last game was how did they pick apart the backline? How did they get up and kill those backline heroes? And the answer was they couldn't. But now they've got a blink initiation hero and someone that really splits apart the team fights themselves. And I want to ping that UDV, they've actually banned the Medusa. They've learned their lesson here, and I love to see that.
Yeah, small round of applause. I mean, it's criticism partially in jest because there's always another way in Dota. You could definitely convince yourself, not completely wrongly, that we'll just counter it, we'll figure out a way. They didn't even go as far as they could have last game. We didn't see that anti-Medusa monkey support build that you talked about. But in the end, if you ban her, she can't beat you. So I also just in a long series like this, you still got a game in hand, right? Maybe they can beat you without the Medusa, but you force them to show you something else. I would not just let M11 pick the same stuff on me as they did last game because they looked way too comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to see that diffusal style Monkey King. I still think that might have been the reason why they ran out of damage because, looking at a Drums Solar Crest Glimmer, that's not really screaming out to me as damage. And obviously, it's been banned out this game, likewise for the Medusa, so we won't get that chance to see it at least in game
ban
3.
as well.
Okay, I like that. That's a respect ban.
2 new carries. Okay, and now both teams just going after carries all of a sudden. It's a gold rush in the banning phase. Storm removed, AM removed, Monkey removed, TA removed, Medusa removed, Ember banned out in the first phase, Kunkka also gone. So we're chewing through the meta options for carries pretty quickly because we talked about the variety in 3, 4, 5 position. Haven't seen a lot of variety in the 1 role over the weekend.
Yeah, it's hard. There's so many heroes that are available. And sometimes you just need someone on your team to be lock solid. You know exactly what to expect from them. And more often than not, your carry hero is that late game securing. And there aren't that many heroes that do that late game be all and end all carry style. That just put the game on their back and just push it forward. You look at Medusa, Terrorblades, they can do it, but there aren't really much else. Tiny and Gyro would be in that pool. And almost nothing else would be.
Wraith King's gone. So maybe M11 are banning out these carries because they are thinking we do already have this Gyrocopter if we need. We do already have an acceptable carry pick. I mean, we saw the Troll yesterday. We mentioned it's not really in the meta, but it was definitely picked. I know that Rusman has played a lot of Troll in his time. Definitely can be that late game carry under the right circumstances. We also mentioned the Tiny, still in the pool, definitely in his hero pool as well. Not as certain for Ken. I mean, I'm sure from what he's played, he can do anything. But you mentioned TB, seeing a surprising lack of that hero around. They've already picked the Sand King, which is often a go-to laner against it. It'd be pretty hard up against Mars Gyro, but I mean, if you just want to play the recovery long game, that is an option.
It is indeed. Team M11, they instead go with their support, and this is the smart thing. You've shown your 3, 4, 5 here with a bit of flex. You can play mid Mars, you can play carry Gyro, but all in all, they're very much revealing how they want to play. They're looking for pickoffs. Disruptor is one of the best pickoff style heroes, and is really bad if it gets jumped on. So why not, for UDV, pick up these very aggressive heroes? The Tiny finally comes out, so does the Hoodwink.
So before we go into anything else, that was a lot of picks very quickly, but the Tiny Gyro carry matchup, if that is the thing M11 are thinking about, how viable is it? Will they want a different carry now instead of, threatening to flex the Gyro?
Gyro versus Tiny is pretty hard for Tiny.
Okay.
All in all, you don't get the bursts you want. It ends up being like Satanic versus Satanic if they're both carrying, and it more often than not comes down to the rest of the team dying. It won't matter though, because M11, they go with the Russman Lifestealer. Yeah. Another fantastic matchup into Tiny, because he's such a strength-based builder, a lot of health, and obviously he can man mode quite comfortably into it.
I'm a little surprised it's taken us this long to see the Lifestealer, honestly, because it's felt like a pick in a couple of these games. I know some of these players play it. We know that Rizwan will be able to scale correctly this hero. Sometimes, it's difficult to balance the farming without a natural farm mechanism and his farming. But what he'll be able to do is really run his lane and secure space on the map without that much help from his team, which means that you'll see that super aggressive dual roaming, maybe even 3 heroes running around the map. You can see even just Mars Gyro Disruptor. That's a great killing combo right there. And putting the pressure on, going for catch, like you said. Meanwhile, on UDV's side, they have really nice vision now with the Hoodwink, and not just vision, but the ability to capitalize on it immediately with Sand King. The Tiny could go for a more aggressive build, but obviously with how these two heroes play, we're expecting more of just a, heavy farm to try and late game carry things out. I don't know how they plan to use the DP, whether at this point it looks like it's still a support, but yeah, I don't...
It's a 5, to be honest.
Yeah. It's interesting. I can't really make heads or tails of their lineup in terms of their game plan right now, beyond the idea that they're going to have their Tiny farming.
Well, it's like you have your Tiny farming and you have 3 heroes running around like headless chickens already. Like Hoodwink, Sand King, Death Prophet.
Okay.
Like they've got a lot of stun, a lot of burst, and like the way of pushing the tower with the Exorcism. So it almost feels like they're trying to just buy space for Tiny. They probably should combo it up with a fast-paced mid. I would go Void Spirit here, because obviously Ember is banned, Puck's banned, and it would do enough for the fast-paced style that they want to run.
Is Void Spirit afraid of playing into Disruptor and Lifestealer?
No, you just build a Yules, and how does Lifestealer get on top of you? It's the big...
I'm more, I guess, not afraid of Lifestealer, but just sort of not as effective against the Lifestealer in terms of having easy targets to kill or threaten in fights.
Yeah, it's not great in that sense, but the other side of it is how does Lifestealer do anything?
To you, no, not really.
Yeah,
more to your Death Prophet and Tiny.
Yeah, you get the Ags, so you have the Silence.
Yeah,
and
Hunt the
Lifesteal's not really a hero that builds a Manta. Lifesteal's not really a hero that likes building a BKB. Mm-hmm. So I would like it for that. And
True.
There are other choices like Necro, Pugna. They would both work here.
Pugna would be an exciting shift in tempo.
Even an Invoker could work here, honestly. That way you have the buff, the Alacrity for Tiny, and you've got a way to play with your team.
Invoker, I mean, they did just fail to win the game with Invoker last game, right? But I do it does feel more like what my instincts are calling out for here. Just because, M11, we know that they're going to be quite aggressive with these heroes. And I'm just looking at UDV right now. They don't look good if their heroes get jumped, but they also, I don't know how aggressive they can be other than at buildings if they are jumping into more than one hero, right? If the enemy team are running around as a group, Beastmaster, okay, this, I said at the start of the draft, I've been waiting to see Beastmaster. It's felt like the kind of hero that fits the playstyle these teams are going for in terms of you've got a lot of vision, you've got a lot of control, you've got passive pressure on lanes if you want it. Beastmaster pickup looks great here. You obviously have the BKB piercing disable if you really need to lock down Lifestealer and Rage. He's going to be great in lane. I don't know, what are your thoughts?
The hero itself, it's quite strong. I'm looking at it in the scope of how it functions in this game. We said we wanted an attack speed buff for Tiny. You're going to get that in the Beastmaster. But it does mean that it's either a mid Sand King or a mid Death Prophet or the incredibly rogue they run the mid Beastmaster. All of which sound a bit awkward.
Yeah.
Pos 4 Sand King would be strange. I feel like it has to be a Death Prophet 5, which means that you're either putting Sand King or Beast mid, and I don't know. I just don't think it works. I just don't know if UDV's draft works. And I kind of want to see them play it out because if they get past the first 10, 15 minutes, their draft is incredibly strong and it'll hit that tempo where they can run it through. But the first 10 minutes of the game looks so incredibly awkward.
The Hoodwink pick feels really awkward now. Just like, obviously they needed to support something, but it does feel like, as you said, they need to get past the early game, not have another hero that, as we've seen, can be a bit of a hole in your lineup for the whole laning phase. We'll see. M11 are really thinking. I mean, the Beastmaster pick feels like maybe it was a bit improvised, right? That's often the feeling when you get a hero that looks good in certain ways, but just constitutionally your team doesn't line up too well. And they go for the Timbersaw. They count 1, 2, 3 strength heroes to, all of which are melee, but 2 of which in particular tend to spend a lot of time in your team. And they say, yep, we'll take a Timbersaw into that. And hard to criticize. Also, technically makes it hard to land a bushwhack in fights, so many small advantages to be had. It's also the first Timbersaw for the weekend, so a lot of variety coming out here in Game 3. This will not be the end of the series. This grand final is at 1-1 in a best of 5, but certainly this is going to really change the timber of things. One of these teams is able to take not only a game edge and go up a championship point, but prove that one of these drafts is a winning draft. That's going to ask many questions.
Yeah, I mean, Sand King is going to be the mid lane for JG here, and
okay.
I went through UDV having issues. Team 11 are going to have issues as well because they've got 2 heroes that do the same thing. They've got the Mars, the Timbersaw that both want to be frontline, pushing through, doing a lot, and neither of them deal well with T-Heat. Like, if he gets some farm on the Death Prophet +5, he can get that Fear, Spirit Siphon, and all of a sudden, these team fights don't look great, and it relies entirely on Rusman just doing a lot of this damage and being a lot of their save as well with that Infest Bomb.
I mean, M11, they've definitely, whenever I see Disruptor, I'm like, okay, you want to be aggressive, you want to be chasing people. They've definitely given themselves the capacity to be chasing people down in the mid-game, even past towers, but their lineup seems quite one-dimensional past that, right? Like, I don't know how well most of their lineup is going to scale. Like you said, they have problems in a lot of sort of individual matchups, which often leads to you being forced to group up if your heroes just don't go, they just can't run around the map by themselves too much because they don't want to run into specific enemies while trying to farm. And as you said, it's going to be interesting in the laning phase even to see, Sand King, not a traditional mid laner, but you have to be fairly all right with the matchup into Mars, right? Melee?
Yeah, melee on melee is pretty good, but he has the spear to try and break the sandstorm, so there are ways of outplaying here. On the other side, it's if you get 2 or 3 hits up on the creep wave with that caustic finale, and all of a sudden you burst the wave. That's the potential of getting those kills. I want to say Sand King will have a fine lane here, but it does come down to that skill advantage with the Spear of Mars if they're able to break a lot of the sandstorms.
Well, we've seen a lot of fairly passive mid lanes in this finals weekend with, Necrophos running around or just DK sitting there like a big lump of stats. So it'll be exciting to have a mid lane maybe is worth keeping the camera on a bit more. Not to say that any of these lanes is unexciting because obviously this is the creme de la creme of the LPL Pro Dota 2 Cup. But a real skill testing matchup here for 2 of our mid laners after we've talked so much about their respective carries. Of course, this is our first time to look at Tiny carry, I think, for the weekend. This is a hero I've been thinking about a lot, at least. How has the sort of shifts to and fro from the last couple of patches affected, what was maybe the carry of last year, is Tiny?
It's weird because I feel like he's stronger late game. And he's also stronger for the first level or 2. It's one of those things that it's that mid game. It's a bit awkward for him. The nerfs overall to the hero, it establishes his changes, etc. But he does more damage with Toss now. He gets the ability to end up doing more damage with the tree grab as well, just by the way it scales into the ultimate and obviously the talents as well. I'm still iffy on the hero in general. Okay. I think it should be super strong, but it needs a buff to make it super strong, which leads me to is it actually that good, or is it only good because you only pick it in certain types of drafts, like IOs, Ogres, and more often than not the Invoker Alacrities.
Yeah, I mean, they, like you said, they do have a buff for it here. There's the Inner Beast from the Beastmaster, but it's not quite Bloodlust like they had, like we've seen used in previous games, or the Alacrity, it'll, and it's going into a lot of sort of unfriendly picks, right? You got to pick Timbersaw and Lifestealer after seeing the Tiny. So often the carry matchup is what determines above all else, your team's time. Like when you really want to try and win the game, you certainly don't want to go past your window, as we saw last game in terms of when your carry is favored against theirs. So what do you think is the prime spot for UDV and this Tiny to try and sneak past the M11 draft?
I don't think it's a sneaking past. I think it's a wait for their power.
Okay, so they're just out farming
better. Yeah, they're going to scale better because Tiny with Silver Edge, like everyone thinks Timber versus Tiny is Timber favored. Once Tiny gets the Silver Edge, Timbersault's not a hero. He walks up, he 3-shots him, he's got half his hellsmithing, and then you can avalanche. You can't Timber Chain out of it. You can toss him away when he actually tries to get out. Yes, you can Yules on Timber, but even then, as long as the avalanche goes down, there's nothing you can do. There's so many ways to deal with it. And the other side of it is like, yes, you're removing 10% of his stats, but he's getting a lot of base damage, and it's not getting removed in base damage. It's only getting removed in that stat from his actual strength build.
Yeah, you make a great point. It really is much more of a lane counter of anything, and Tiny has better tools than most heroes to deal with that as far as strength melee into Timbersaw goes. We are, of course, just waiting on our Timbersaw. We had to have a quick reconnect from Usagi, but it seems like we've reconnected back to the game. Obviously, if we have to do another remake, we will, but it seems like the players are all ready. We're calling go, unpausing here. Game 3 of the best of 5, and the teams are unleashed from their fountains. We're seeing another mass Gauntlets of Strength build, this time on the Timbersaw. We are, of course, going to be seeing a dynamic Mars mid lane. There's the potential for, I don't know if Rusman's that kind of player. I've been talking about his farming capacity the whole time, but there is a pretty high potential for lifestealer bombs and like 4 or 5 man aggressive play out of this M11 team. I'll be interested to see what kind of pace they try to set if they do well in the lanes.
It is awkward though, because like these days, Infest is really not actually used for
it's more of a save.
It's a save now because it instantly gives them the health for 8 at 1200. It's a huge buff that sense, and I don't know if you can afford to use it like offensively as well as defensively. It's a 100-second cooldown early, and it goes down to 50, sure, but 50 seconds is a long time if you're waiting for the fight
they
to
just
start.
walk into Ken, who's seemingly AFK on the Tiny. Usagi actually walks all the way up and just punches him on the Timbersaw before he reacts and shuffles aside. So, luckily for him, I guess, there was not enough firepower present to kill the Tiny first blood. But, yeah, you know, establishing dominance early on. And, yeah, you make a great point. And I'm sure Rusman would rather be farming anyway and maybe just stepping over to save a teammate with a quick infest for health than he would, you know, try and commit to a gank at the outset to go and get an enemy carry or something. But, you know, again, it sort of depends how these lanes start out. Okay, great start to pressuring the enemy carry, at least for UDV, making their own inroads on the lifestealer and pushing him back off the bounty as it spawns. So I think that, oh no, it ended up being 2 for 2. No, sorry, it is 3. Sorry, yeah, that's it's UDV as
and
well.
managed to snake the one bot lane, actually.
My mistake, yes. So great job for them securing the early advantage. You can see their gold already in their favor, though, of course, that'll presumably change once we get to the laning phase. It will be, you know, even with the DP support, between Gyrocopter and Timbersaw, surely this Tiny is going to have a hard time for at least the first couple of levels. Maybe just have to play defensively in the lane.
Well, that's the thing with Tiny early. He has that base 20 damage increase from trees, so he actually can deny really well. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see him get a bunch of early lane denies.
Yeah, true. Timber's not like the best at even securing his own last hits as far as offlaners go. And, okay, Death Prophet is right in there, kind of cosplaying as the Ogre. We've seen this DP really be such a pick. I've talked about the Mars a lot, but teams are proving that they are right to first pick this DP basically every game, either as a core or as a support. It's always having an impact.
Yeah, and we saw this coming out of Western Europe, honestly. The Death Prophet flexibility is insane. Like, you just have some of your core players learning how to play it, and a lot of your supports, like, it is one of the few heroes that, honestly, I could see flexed in 5 positions.
That's,
yeah. Like, a carry Death Prophet would just get a lot of farm. And, like, obviously in every other position, it would just scale down, but the items don't really need to change.
And, I mean, we saw even in that last game, you don't really need a lot of items. The Exorcism, it's surprising how much you can get with it, even in a game where you're sort of quote-unquote behind. It's just, compared to most supports especially, just always contributing in a team fight, or outside of it. Oh, that's
just too easy.
Okay, snipes the courier immediately. That's the regen, I think, or the soul ring for the Timbersaw. That's a pretty hefty cost immediately. They're trying to pull, but they're denying that as well.
Like, he did get it to him.
Oh, okay. He's finished his
It's not the end of the world in that, but it means he's going to have to wait for what will be the soul ring ready. Yeah.
Okay, so lanes are going pretty well. I checked over to the mid lane before, getting a little bit of choppiness here, but we can see it's still fairly even between the Mars and the Sand King. They're definitely trading blows. They're definitely willing to play, you know, aggressively towards each other. This isn't one of those shake hands on farm type lanes, but neither of them really making a serious kill threat just yet. Maybe with a rotation we'll see some of that, but for now, all lanes locked in Mortal Kombat. The Timbersaur's really starting to exert pressure on the Tiny's health at least, but Ken is happy to trade that for CS so long as he keeps up. And in the top lane, it's a little bit less dire for Rusman, but his support is taking a lot of heat as well. Even against, you know, the Hoodwink, who we've identified isn't always the strongest laner, the Disruptor, you know, can't avoid taking some damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. Like, it's a bad lane matchup more often than not, but Disruptor's got one spell, and that's, like, obviously the Thunderstrike. Without it, like, what are you actually doing?
Yeah, nothing. You're always only just poking, right? Your carry's not going to come over. You're not trying to get a kill with, like, Glimpse and Field at level 2, so...
Yeah, that is true. And, something I want to point out, like, we mentioned it in the bot lane, it's 7 denies already for Ken. Like, that is huge. I guess he's not farming fantastically, but the denies are going to add up quite quickly.
Yeah, like, Timbersaw is definitely a hero who can get gimped on farm, right? I guess you pointed out the Tiny has the edge in that way.
And I'm wondering how they're going to get the first blood here on any of the lanes.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you mentioned there was outplay potential in the mid lane, right, between the Mars and the Sand King, but it's kind of manifesting itself more as like who can push the other one off a creep wave or stun them and like deny their range, not who will explode and kill the other player.
Yeah, when I said outplay potential, I did not mean kill potential.
Yeah,
this might be the least kill potential lane I've ever seen in my goddamn life.
Maybe at level 6. I mean, Tanking's just too tanky to die to the Mars. They'd really need a rotation.
Yeah, it's gotta be bot lane. It's gotta be Ken making a crucial mistake, and
the Hoodwink's making an effort here, but no such luck. Oh, there's first blood. Okay, yeah, it was bottom lane. You're right. Ken oversteps, traded too much health for farm there, and the DP, she can only bail you out passively, right? So nothing to really stop the Timber just going all in there.
Yeah, I'm surprised from Ken. He had the big wave coming in, and he kind of stood under it a bit too long, and
right.
Like, the peppering damage, it's quite a lot, especially because it's level 3 on Gyrocopter. The 2 levels barrage means he can actually sit on top of you and kill you.
Maybe all the praise we've given Ken cumulatively across the series just kind of added up and cast a curse him, but we'll have to see. I mean, it's tough now. Now you're going back to lane. It's not quite a level disadvantage, like a full level yet against this Timbersaw, but we are kind of hitting that time where Timbersaw is just so annoying to play. As you can see, and Usagi's definitely playing that way, right? Like, he has been playing a lot of Mars, but it's not like he doesn't have other heroes, and he is playing confidently on the Timber right now, striding past the creep wave to really just body block the Tiny out of any creeps, making sure he knows who's boss here. And in the meanwhile, we're seeing that mirrored on the supports off to the side of the lane. You know, we're not going to let Teehee contest this stack of creeps if we can possibly help it. Hated Gyrocopter again to chase up the hill, actually, following the homing in, going for the second rocket barrage. This could be a kill after so long without a kill exchanged either way, but no. Spirit Siphon charge is available to drive back the Gyrocopter, and now out of mana and cooldowns, he will move away to lick his wounds and eat a fair bit of harass on the way out. So, got aggressive there.
Yeah, and I'm surprised he's not turning around to break that south, but I guess it doesn't really matter. He's going to go back to base. And top lane, big spear rotation.
Yeah, oh, there we go. I was waiting to see if the Mars would rotate level 6. As you pointed out, not a lot to get done in the mid lane, but he hit level 6 and immediately ran top. It's only the support, but that's a nice little bit of gold pad your Mars with, and he didn't even have to run all the way into lane. He kind of killed Lucify from the river, immediately doubles back to mid lane. He's going to actually meet the Sand King, who has no points in Epicenter, reasonably enough, but he's, you know, again, no kill potential, not even going to try, just sort of watches the Mars with beady eyes stand on the rune spot. Ken, stabilized under his tower here after that unfortunate death, has been able to sort of just get right back to it. He is falling behind the Lifestealer a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, only by a touch. Like, it's 24 to 2,500. It's pretty negligible right now, and we know Tiny will farm quicker.
Yes.
That's one of those things, like, Tiny at 15-minute mark is one of the fastest farming heroes. He outfarms Medusa pound for pound at 15.
Yeah, it's insane, and that is that change to the tree that you talked about, right? Like, Tiny, he gained something and lost something, but he definitely sort of gained farming power, even what he already had, I think, from the changes. So how does that affect how Lifestealer plays, right? He seems to have queued up an armlet on Rusman, but do you try and buy into a Lifestealer build that gives you a farming mechanism to sort of stay in touch of the Tiny, or do you go the other way?
I think you just go the normal one, the armlet deso.
Okay.
Like, you look for fights, like, you are a hero that just naturally has lifesteal, so you can get away with having the armlet on for farming. And like that's how your farming item is, just by being super strong.
Just armlet value. Okay, they're turning on him. He doesn't have the armlet yet. Doesn't even have level 6. Can't invest to save himself. The Beastmaster hits level 6, and just the lifesteal is right next to him. I don't know if he just decided to chance it or he hadn't clicked to see how close it was, but as soon as that roll's available, drops Rusman like a stone. Only took the 2 heroes. No rotation required for that one, and it's a big kill to get. Now, granted, the enemy opposite number is under huge pressure under the bottom tower. We've been watching Ken kite Usagi around the tower, and in the end, the Timber just doesn't have the damage and the mana to chase down Ken. Tiny too beefy. And well, now the rotation from Sandking comes in. Don't look away yet. There may still be a kill under the bottom tier 1. Timbersaw, he chains, but not even all the way out of the epicenter pulsar, so his goose is cooked. Rusman has arrived in bottom lane. The carry rotation, he comes down, tries to get Tiny. Tiny's already out, and okay, it will be Luzify who is punished for the sins of the Radiant. But that's a pretty small kill to get with 3 heroes running to the Timbers lane. Immediately going to TP back mid on that Mars, so it doesn't cost him too much, but he's just making sure he's using his arena cooldowns. Ken actually is pretty low in the mid lane. He TP'd there from bottom, it looks like. He's got the bodyguard DP, and he's going to pick up this regen, maybe be able to run it with it a bit. No, the Disruptor arrives. This is probably going to be the death of Ken. Maybe regretting that TP to mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a regret to TP to mid lane or regretting going 2 levels in Avalanche. Like, no level in Toss here.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right.
On top of him, like, he just dies.
I hadn't even clicked on him. He's just gone full farming.
Well, that's not even full farming, though, because, like, Toss does a lot of damage as well. It is just a very aggressive style from him, and I'm not sure if it's paying off, because it's meant twice now. He's been dove by the Timber, and he hasn't been able to throw him away. And
yeah.
That's, like, the one benefit of this Tiny carry. He has the inbuilt defense mechanism.
You called out like in the draft right away, and he's just actually kind of forgone that edge.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he knows something I'm not. Maybe he knows he was always going to get bullied out of lane anyway, but right now it feels like he would have greatly benefited from having any sort of defense right now.
Yeah, the second level of Avalanche, just it's not really one of those skills where it's a big value point that makes a lot of difference. Right? Slightly lower cooldown, but it doesn't really change the profile of how you're using the skills. So whether he's trying to, like, I don't know, invest skill points without having to spend more mana on combos or something, it's slightly awkward for him. Maybe he just didn't expect to get held up at this level, right? He's died a couple of times. He's been pressured under his tower. His support had to kind of leave him for a little bit, and he's kind of paused briefly. But now he's found his way to his own triangle after getting bullied out of bottom and then mid. Bit of a rough start for, you know, a carry player who's been having a great series until now.
Yeah, that is true. And he's just stacking for himself.
Rusman dies under the bottom tier 1. The rest of his team is fully there, but they could not spare him that ignoble fate brought down by the Hoodwink of all people and the DPT. He pays for it, but that's 2 supports against a whole team of 5 just killing your carry.
Yeah, I mean, that's massively worth it. Like, you don't even have to commit the Blink Dagger. I mean, the Epicenter was used and he TP'd away with Sand King.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't have to do that much, and it all the while gives time for them to farm up on the top lane, farm up on Rapido, who's got a really, really well-timed Helm of the Dominator, and it's looking to be getting even faster as he farms towards the jungle.
I mean, yeah, like you said, maybe this is what both carries plan to do all along, but it does feel like after 2 games of us just going on and on and on and on and on about Ken and Rusman, it seems like both teams have drafted and played in a way to really try and limit their games, right? You see the lifesteal is being driven from the whole top half of the map, which Rapido is just king of the jungle right now, just sitting there super aggressively postured. That says a lot. And meanwhile, you know, Tiny can't find anywhere to stand on the map right now. So both of these heroes being limited, especially, you know, you mentioned Tiny's key farming window where he really wants to get an edge. That has been massively delayed right now, and the Timbersaw instead is running right over the bottom lane, chasing down Lucify eventually with a little bit of help from Hated, and they're just encamped here, although Hated, they're going to be driven off of their camping spot here, pops the cooldown, but it is by itself not enough. Actually, the slow manages to let him out of the Spirit Siphon. Okay, there's the blink from the Sand King, comes back up in time before he can really slip away and extend that juke any further. Meanwhile, Mars up top tries to get something done against the Beastmaster, just immediately pushed out by that Helm of the Dominator creep, plus a boar. Timbersaw's, okay, also in the area. They're trying to fight for control of both jungles at once on the side of M11. Bit ambitious.
Yeah, it is ambitious, but like it is something that UDV are able to punish quite easily. Like, they've got great single-man rotation.
Oh, they're epicentering the lifesteal. They get the burrow, no rage in time, nothing, no response at all. He dies before he can do anything at all. The Hoodwink finishing him with that sniper shot from the sharpshooter. Excellent combo there, just from the trees. He was just farming in the middle of the river, just didn't call it. And I mean, you mentioned how good the single target burst is. You have to be wary of that. Now his team...
like, look at this, they're finding more.
Yeah, his team's going to pay because without the lifesteal, if they're just barreling in, they know their opponent's out of position. They have control of the enemy jungle, so they know roughly where these heroes are. Although Usagi now arrives, he's a bit late to the fight, but he's going to try and make his presence felt. He goes in the Beastmaster, but now they turn, they roar. He pops the hood though, so he's okay, and they drop the arena. It's onto the support DPs. They're probably just going to take this small kill and be happy with some kind of trade, but big rotation, lots of spells, and it doesn't really make up for your lifestealer dying in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, also, like, losing the support in the backline as well. Like, you are just trading pos 5s with an extra carry on top. And we talked about Sand King being incredibly strong, and they're showing the actual prowess of it as well. He's been in every single lane to stop the push, and he's now just joined the mid lane, and this is what the hero does. He just pushes out lanes and gets kills every time Epi's ready.
It's really interesting to see how closely some of their drafts mirror each other in some ways. Although, okay, they've actually managed to pounce top. They're going to catch the Beastmaster trying to kill the Disruptor. He actually might still get the job done. This Centaur is menacing, but unfortunately it is nuked down by the Garkuta ultimate, sparing the support's life. But that just shows you how powerful Rupido is, right? I mean, we were talking about the Sand King. I was just going to say, the Mars, right? We saw how aggressively we were rotating, both mids kind of playing a similar style, understanding they have to get active around the map to justify their heroes in that high priority role. But ultimately, it's the Sand King who's pretty quickly seemed to be the more effective of the two.
Yeah, I mean, Sand King's is always going to be more effective. Like,
now he's going to get on bottom. Lifesteal, oh no, Rusman. He rages preemptively. Okay, he has the vision. They broke the smoke. He immediately raged. Yeah. I was like, man, he popped that real early, but hated, of course. He's done this so well all series. I haven't shouted him out enough for it. He just kind of intercepts the likely path of the smoke gank. Only breaks it on the DP, but Rusman's wise to it. And instead, they just turn around and they're going to catch Usagi, who I guess was walking down to maybe join the fight, but he's just walking down the river. That's a pretty lackadaisical choice of pathing. He runs straight into all of them, and they just pivot onto a different core, take that kill instead. Now they're getting aggressive again. They're up a kill, so why not? DP wanting to use that exorcism duration just to support those. So you walk up the hill into an arena and die instantly. The rest of the team is already dispersed, so again, they're at least minimizing their losses if they make an aggressive move like that.
Yeah, and now look at top lane. This tower is going to disappear. They have the fortify, luckily.
Lift instantly forced by the creep wave.
Well, I mean, that's the benefit of getting this Dark Troll Summoner. I'm surprised he's not spamming it. Raise the Dead. He's so broken.
Yeah, now that you don't need bodies anymore, you just got up a massive wave.
Well, it's not just that, because each one of them increases all of each other's damage by 3. And that includes the boars, it includes whatever else is like lane creeps, etc. So you could actually get 3 stacks of them.
Right, that's so much damage.
It's literally double damage on creep waves.
Yeah, we saw how many creeps there were right there. You don't need to do a lot of maths. You can just kind of eyeball that and go, yeah, that's effective. Plus the Beastmaster.
And they've got 300 health each. I don't understand. Like, who in Valve did the maths on these summons?
The skeletons, they've always been like annoying, right? Like whenever you're clearing that, they always feel like stronger than they should be. But now, like we're seeing that menace like multiplied, literally, and marshaled this with this aura. Like they can fully devastate the tower. And yeah, we're just watching it melt, right? Like I thought the damage types got changed to make this harder, but we're obliterating this tower right now, and the Beastmaster does not even need to bring his own hero into vision. It just falls, right? Forced out the glyph, came right back in the next wave, tower down. The whole Dire team is in bottom lane, right? While this happens, they're not getting a tier 2, and that's just the Beastmaster's creeps. The rest of the Radiant team are just farming everywhere. It seems like this combination of explosive ganking power with just like constant map pressure, the movement of Rupert around the top half of the map has been so efficient and so profitable.
Yeah, it's the Beastmaster special. You just sit up here and, oh, they found another one.
Yeah.
I believe Usagi's dead.
He is up here very alone, and I think they realize there are some Radiant wards around the bottom lane. They can probably assess that he's just by himself, and he's probably gambling that even if they kill him, it's not that bad, but it's starting to feel pretty bad. He's died a few times now. Down he goes.
Yeah, it's not just his deaths, it's like what are you getting out of the deaths a lot of the time?
They're pinging Roche.
When people say worth, like, you look for a tower, you look for a space on the map.
There's still 3
Rusman was safe anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, no, so I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but that's like you make that point, and almost to illustrate it, they're getting nothing right now. They've got this 3-hero kill team I identified, but the tempo of the game is completely run past them. They are at least going to realize the Roche is happening. They get in with the arena to try and slow it down. The rest of the team's going to take a while to follow up, but they're actually still able to catch 3 in the static storm. So that's going to be the death of Rupido. Big kill by itself. Can they get more? Can they even steal this Roshan? DP's trying to fight back. Rusman arrives at the fight. Actually can't walk past the Hoodwink to run down the DP, and that's going to cost Disruptor his life, ironically enough. Tiny has skill toss at some point, tries to use it to get on the Mars there. Nice spear to try and push Hero away, but he can't push away that ancient black dragon that's already under command of Rupido. So Beastmaster's second hero is still in the fight. Guns down the Mars. Okay, there's the somewhat offensive Infest to just get on top of the next hero, and they're going to maybe even kill... No, Hoodwink TP's out in time. So a chaotic fight as the rest of the Dire trickle in, and they do ultimately save the Roshan, which was their real objective all along.
Yeah, and now I wonder if they're going to try to kill it on Rusman. Rusman probably can't do it, is the only issue.
Yeah, his team are backing off. He went in there.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage that they're missing right now, and
the Black Dragon's just pushing a mid lane by itself.
Yep, that's a fair and balanced.
I still don't know if I believe in Helm of the Overlord 2 as like an item that should exist, but you know it does for now. So Ancient Creeps ahoy!
Yeah, I mean the problem is it's one of those things on like it's a gotcha pick.
Yeah.
In general. Like, you either have the tools to deal with an Ancient Creep or you just straight don't. There's almost no in between.
I'm watching the mid-Mars just not kill it right now. Just chasing it around with a Blink Dagger.
Yeah. Lifestealer can infest it and then blow it up.
True.
So, like, they've got that tool in the fact of, like, it's a lot of gold. I would use that off cooldown. Like, it's basically like a 75-second Midas that you can use on Ancients.
I just think it's very interesting how this is an 11-11 game at 18 minutes, and like we haven't really seen any major objectives like that. That Roshan was denied, right? A few towers have fallen, but you know it's not that big a lead. Yet it's a significant gold lead, and it's just been going up and up and up and up and up all game for UDV. Their map usage has just been so much better because of how they've forced M11 to move. They might actually finally be punished here as Tehi strays a little far forward on the DP. That is his job, but they're going to pounce with 3. They bring him down with the call down. The rest of his team maybe getting the signal to leave, but they won't be able to leave through that. They line up for the Mars Spear into the arena wall already with the shard, and immediately it pays off with the 2-man stun. They actually get 3 out of that engagement, just not fast enough to beat the retreat after that sort of, you know, a wayward DP movement, and they pay for it huge. The Roshan is still there to be taken, but they, even with 5 heroes, don't want to commit to it.
Yeah, I mean, they have no damage. They just have no way of cutting through it, and yes, Rusman's having a pretty great time, but he is still, like, very low on the scaling damage-wise.
I felt like with 5 heroes, I just figure, like, Rusman will get through it eventually, but yeah, you're right, maybe it's just not worth it with how slow it would be. They do have to respect the Epicenter, which was on cooldown until that moment when it was deployed to kill Mars, so value. But yeah, that's a huge problem for them right now because they're winning these fights. This is something I saw in their team, right? I think I said they look like they have massive fighting potential at about this time, but then what else can they do? What can they use to capitalize on the fact that they're so big and scary? They're just killing a few heroes and then going back to farming kind of slowly.
Yeah, and like all the while, like Ken just needs to avoid these fights. Just go get BKB Silver Edge, come back into the fight and just solo it.
Well, he's
been
working on
getting
it.
baited into
BKB's queued up.
Yeah, and as for Rusman, he has to Sanj up. The Skadi will be a big pickup for him. Like, if he can get that slow quite comfortably, and he can just chase down anyone. Obviously, we look at top lane though.
Yeah. They were smoking on Usagi. I mean, he pinged Usagi, walked in lane invisibly, and he pinged Usagi, his team smoked and started running top, but then he just opened on the Timber. I guess his Shadow Blade was expiring, and he wanted to, like, soften Usagi up, and I guess they've got the option to gank him, but the team instead ran into, again, it's hated, standing in the path of the likely smoke gank, like a pro, absorbs the gank. I mean, it does mean a death, as you pointed out, these support deaths, he's giving away a few hundred gold, it's not nothing. And they will then take control of the top half of the map, they're going to cap the outposts, the Roshan is likely theirs. But, you know, it's better than Usagi dying again.
That's true. And the thing is, Roche is back up to full health. So, like, they're doing exactly what they did last time.
Yeah.
And the exact amount of health. And once again, I think the smoke gank is going to come up. And
yeah, they're moving that way. They have the ults up. They have the smoke. Mars is going to be able to blink Arena again. And you have to think, surely they're ready for it this time. The sentry is down. They're going to know the smoke breaks early. Mars blinks in pre-Yulst. They were absolutely ready for it. He drops the Arena on just DP. This is looking rough. They commit anyway, though. Here comes Rusman trying to hack down the DP, but his backline is already being assailed All the heroes blinking in. They managed to move the fight up to the high ground. The Hoodwink is there, tangling with Hated. Meanwhile, Timbersaw, he was being the body block for the rest of the Radiant team. It costs him his life. They do manage to chase the Dire out. It was a pretty disciplined reaction to a fight going quite wrong from the outset, but M11 ultimately foiled in their attempt to contest the Roche. Their spells are largely expanded. The Disruptor is dead, can't cast his, and now the Aegis falls. And already JG is looking for more, always aggressive on this Sand King, and even though he can't immediately find the kill, he's staying in range. Now he uses the Lifestealer. This kill's on the table. Rusman's going to turn and fight. He has to, but they want his Mars. They do finish him off, and now Hader's coming back into the fight on the Gyrocopter, but can he really bail? I guess Lifestealer is just tanky enough that any amount of pressure is going to dissuade from the kill. They do have to beware of Static Storm now. That Disruptor has respawned and made his way back here, and they're going to say, look, we got the Aegis. Let's not waste it. Everyone TP's out.
Yeah, I mean, they got exactly what they wanted.
Yeah.
And that's all they need to do in these team fights. Get what you want, bail out, and like wait for BKBs. Again, Ken needs his BKB Silver Edge. I believe JG's BKB could be quite useful on the Sand King as well. They're even going another one on Repeater. So they're going to have 3 golden boys on the cores, and that just shows how much value they're placing.
Yeah, this is
on removing this magic damage.
It's an insane BKB that game though, right? I'm looking at that and just like nodding. Like what doesn't go through BKB here? Like Lifestealer's auto attacks.
That's pretty much it, right?
Yeah, you just get to do whatever you want.
Rebuke and Lifestealer. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. I mean, how do you deal with that? If you're M11, you must... Obviously, BKB is kind of like... It's a monument, a landmark in any game of Dota. Is like, okay, some number of the enemy team are going to have BKBs. If they're a good team, they'll probably line up so they all have it at the same time. What are we going to do when the 3 best targets on the enemy team are just immune to our stuff?
Hope and pray that they throw, or you get the stun lock first. Like, they're the 2 things you can do when BKB is coming.
Going to come down to the
all you
again.
can do. I don't know how they defend this tier 2, though. Ken's just going to walk up and 3-shot it, I feel.
Maybe they won't. I mean, they are posturing like they... Okay, they walk back. I think they heard you and they thought better of it. Yeah, but they didn't think better fast enough. Just throwing that homing missile, I hope it was worth it, Hated. He's normally pretty keen in his positioning, but yeah, that time he just kind of stood around, indicated he was there. They will catch him on the way out, though. Pounce on the Beastmaster with the Arena. Is this good enough? They don't have a lot of damage. Even with that Mars Spear, just Mars's damage alone isn't enough. The Lifestealer is going to maybe finish him off, but now they're just committed. Timbersaw's in here. They're going to turn and realize the bigger target is behind them. Even the Ancient Creep gets in on the action. They do bring Rusman down. He finally falls, so that's very awkward. They ended up kind of fighting for the tier 2 after it was dead, and it cost them 3. They haven't killed the tiny Aegis. They didn't kill Beastmaster's creeps even, and so now their towers are a dire threat. They have to glip this Exorcism. It's still got a little bit of duration even. Is this going to be high ground?
It'll definitely be high. Like, look at Ken right now. He's still got the Aegis, and they've finally got that steroid.
Oh, they're trying to defend it. Their heroes are still dead for 30 seconds. It's Brave by Usagi. Too brave. The sharpshooter guts him, punches straight through that robot suit. Timbersaw in the bin. Still 20 seconds till Lifestealer's alive. They're trying to bring down Ken's Aegis. At this point, it's not even clear whether it'd be better or worse. It doesn't really make a difference to the future of their ranged racks. So that is a full racks. They glimpse him back in. He still has the Aegis. That, I don't know, you could have maybe glimpsed a different target. They end up getting him. He doesn't get another kill, but he's just going to TP out now. They're out of ways to stop. And yeah, that's just your mid racks at 25 minutes. Is that the earliest racks we've seen, like, all weekend?
This finals? I think so, yeah. I mean, I could be wrong. Someone could be stats
It feels like
over
that.
Me,
it feels fast.
Yeah. And this game has not been exceptionally fast. Like, we've seen it, like, ramp up in the last couple of minutes with the items. But, like, these lanes, everyone took it quite passive and slow. And it's starting to feel like M11, they didn't respect the timing on Ken. They didn't respect when that BKB Aegis was ready. That, like, he'd be able to turn around and just completely decimate these team fights.
And it looked like they did, right? Because I mean, for one, they paid a lot of attention to him early game while they assessed he was vulnerable. They really tried to limit his farm in lane. They tried to hunt him. And then his team kind of got in the action and just put out enough control the rest of the map that they couldn't keep gunning only for the tiny. And now, speaking of gunning, the Gyrocopter gets blinked on Epicenter from the Sand King. It's not quite enough to bring Hater down straight away. He's tanked up a little bit. He gets even a friendly Lotus Orb from his Timbersaw, but they are fighting a rearguard action. They don't want to scrap with the Radiant right now. They're all going to fall back a little bit, so they do escape a gank finally. But yeah, it does, I agree, feel like they maybe just didn't have enough to account for the tiny, and especially, I don't know what impelled them to take that fight outside their own base. At the very least, they could have just fallen back to their high ground, but they got their Gyrocopter caught outside the tier 2, and then someone made the call. Again, they've seemed to really be struggling for initiations, and that's led to them to just jump in some moments. Going on the Beastmaster did not work out.
Yeah, and now they're looking for another fight here. I can see Russman is jumping inside the Mars, so they're going to try to blink in.
Yeah.
Still nobody can be available, though. Like, they're baiting Usagi here, and Usagi,
he's
going to get taken.
He's got the Lotus Orb to try and keep him alive, but not for too long. The Disruptor Static Storm is going to here's the BKBs. They're just going to ignore all of that stuff. Now, granted, they're having trouble getting on anyone because this was a fight that the Dire intended to take. They staggered their hero as well. They're going to punish Tahi's Death Prophet first of all. The Sand King jumps in the backline, but no one hero apart from Ken has enough damage to get a kill. But Ken, he definitely has enough. He has more than enough for 2. He kills the Gyro as well as the Timber. Now they can pick up the scraps. The Lifestealer, I didn't expect him to be amongst those scraps, but he is stuck way in the back of the fight. He was trying to make something happen on the back lines there, but he finds himself so far apart from the rest of his team with no way out. And that's a second death in a row for the all-important carry. He doesn't farm as fast as his opposite number. He doesn't have a farming mechanism in his build, aside from just being able to, you know, turn on Armlet and hit. That really is only a vestige of something. And so as he falls further behind Ken here, I get really worried for M11.
I genuinely think, like, I hate to call these things early, but how do you kill Ken right now? Like, he's got the Silver Edge completed. He's going to have the Satanic ready before your Bash is even ready.
And it doesn't feel that early, right? They're taking a second lane. That's GG. It's not early at all. You pull it right on time.
I was about to say, like, I don't see a way for them to catch up here, and M11, they're on board with that as well. Like, honestly, I can't blame them. How do you kill a Tiny that's so far ahead?
We're all about, like, finding the outs for a team and trying to project the narrative of a game and seeing how it might continue, because when it doesn't continue, it's made evident to you, but you just know when a game's up, and it seemed like everyone knew. That was the strongest win of this series yet, I think. Like, definitively, that was a huge draft win, I think, for UDV, or at the very least, they had the best idea of how to play their draft. I wasn't impressed by M11 at all.
Yeah, the UDV draft, I said, right, 10, 15 minutes, it's going to look a bit awkward, but it'll ramp up quickly. I think around the 15-minute mark, the game was even. Then they got all their items. And all of a sudden, the game turned on its head. The Blink was ready. The Echo Saber plus the Axe Shard for Tiny was ready. Even Beastmaster had that Helm of the Overlord around that window. And all of a sudden, the tides turned and UDV were ready to steamroll them. And M11 did not give them the respect they deserved. They didn't really deal with the laning situation where they could have dominated a bit more.
Yeah, like, when you saw the Sand King pick, your reaction was their lanes are going to be really awkward, like a serious issue. That Sand King dominated the game. He was the highest level, and for his team, the highest net worth for almost the entire game. He kept up with the Tiny, and he was so active around the map. Like, I can't believe the pick worked out so well.
Yeah, it worked exceptionally well, and now it's something M11 need to think about coming into game number 4. They are on the ropes as it is. They are one game away from losing this grand final. We're going to take a quick break, though, and we're going to see, can M11 keep this going to take it to 5 games, or will UDV get to hold the trophy after game number 4 right after this break?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win. Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
We are back. Game 3 finished 2-1 to UDV right now. And Bard, we just discussed it a bit off broadcast, but while we're on broadcast for the fans, what went wrong for M11 there? What was the big problem that we were just discussing?
Well, it feels like you're teeing me up a little bit to celebrate your analysis, which I'm happy to do, but you pointed out towards the end of the game, and I think you made a great point. They just failed to adequately deal with the tiny timing, right? Because when you see a game like that, right, UDV had a draft. Both teams obviously draft with intent to win. Maybe after the draft, you've just got your head in your hands like, oh my God, we've blown it. But I don't think that was the case. But whatever their plan was, it just didn't work out, right? They gave a bit of attention to the Tiny early, and then they got caught up, sort of dodging the Beastmaster, trying to deal with the fact that he'd just taken over half the map. Rupido was a menace that game, and the Sanking was just everywhere as well. And then Tiny just came out at exactly the time. We checked our watches when it's Tiny o'clock, and he walked in and destroyed the base. The game just ended. So that says to me that you got out-drafted. Whatever you thought, you need to think up something new. And that's different to what we've seen so far, even when they've lost.
Yeah, that is true. And I was going to give you an out. You could have just taken it yourself, and I would have let you run with it, but I'm thanking you that you...
everyone heard you say it. I'm not stealing your ideas.
We're a team here, we'll say that. But you were right, like spot on. It was just that tiny o'clock, like you said, and we didn't pinpoint it, but Beastmaster actually got the Ancient Thunderhide, which gave him the Frenzy as well. And that bot lane fight, M11 were just not ready for a Tiny. They hit 4 times a second, and just the tree battering ram. And now it leads me to the next problem. Like, they banned out the Medusa on UDV's side. Is now something like Tiny something you also have to bring into that ban list in the middle phase? Or do they even make it more chaotic and try to pick it earlier than UDV did then?
I think that if you are afraid of the Tiny, I would pick it before I would ban it on the side of M11. This is something I've said before, but I'm honestly a little confused at this point why they haven't picked it. Because yes, Risman is a transfer for this team, but we know him on LPL broadcast as a Tiny player. Like, obviously he plays other stuff, but he absolutely can play Tiny, there's no question. And I mean, you could even potentially flex it. Rams has also played Tiny quite a bit in previous patches, yes, but like, it's not as though the hero's foreign to them or bad or inflexible right now. There's things to do to deal with that in the draft. I would be, if I'm adding something to their ban list after that game, it's the Beastmaster. Because, like you said in the game, it is kind of almost a cheese pick. Like, we haven't had a lot of those in Dota lately, maybe because a Blessed Ice Frog has kind of balanced Huskar and Broodmother out of being the menaces they used to be. But like you said, some games you just can't deal with that pressure. And that's a new club out of the bag for UDV that you now have to be aware of.
Yeah, I mean, you say that about the Huskar and Brood. I will say this, if you're a Brood or a Huskar picker, you are very happy right now. But okay. I feel like there aren't many of them left. They've been shunned out of society. They've been kicked off teams.
We've agreed to pretend they're not good in pro games.
Yeah, honestly, I think, like, we talk about heroes that could come into the meta. Like, I've been pushing for Necrophos and Pugna a lot. You've been pushing for Underlord, Dawnbreaker, things like that. But Huskar and Brood are those gotcha picks. And like you said, Beastmaster is in that pool as well, because they had nothing to deal with the Ancients. And we saw teamfight after teamfight. It felt like Ram spent half the game trying to deal with an Ancient creep on Mars. You couldn't do it. Like, this is a mid lane Mars that just couldn't kill one creep in a teamfight. And that's a huge issue they did not address. Yeah. And they now have to in the draft.
I mean, exactly right. Like, and even that, it's even sadder because it's like he's trying to kill an Ancient creep, but like you said, the Thunderhide made its biggest contribution before the fight when it put a buff on the Tiny that let him just kill 2 heroes in 2 seconds. And the rest of the fight at that bottom tower, that looked like that was M11's moment if there was one. They handled that fight pretty well, and then almost immediately Tiny got into them, and they just couldn't handle it at all. Couldn't even begin to stand near him, and they just had to bail out and left their Lifestealer for dead when they did. It was a complete rout. And when even after doing all that, the Thunderhide is just following Mars around, cancelling his Blink Dagger and annoying him and putting damage on him, like, that's your mid laner. I mean, the Mars mid lane pick just felt unconvincing in the end. I'm a little bit surprised. Like, they sort of, maybe they were wrong-footed by the draft and they also didn't really figure out what the mid lane was going to be, but they had that Mars from the start of the draft. They had a pick after they saw the Sand King. If they wanted to, they could have picked anything else last. You know, their last pick, Puck, last game was tremendous for Rams, but instead, he ended up on this Mars, didn't get as much out of the mid lane, didn't get as much out of his early rotations, and then just faded out of the game once the team fight started.
Yeah, and like the worst part of that for me was obviously Usagi on that Timbersaw, that last pick. He had a pretty good lane. We mentioned it. I personally believe he had a good lane because Toss just didn't get leveled, in my opinion. I find that completely wild. But as soon as the lane ended, he really didn't have any tempo setting because they had to rely on Rams, and Rams wasn't having the most fantastic game, didn't get that early blink dagger. So it is a shame to see that their draft just didn't work out. But we get to see if this game's draft can work out because they are on the ropes. This is M11's last chance to stay in the tournament and make it a best of 5 that goes the distance.
Yeah. And look, they have been the favourites all season. We're not discounting their chances, but I have a point to make, right? We've talked about Risman and his carry potential. He's obviously a great player. We've watched them win 3 games so far this weekend. He was Ember Spirit in 2 of them and Medusa in the other one. And in all the other games, they have struggled hard, right? So those 2 carries, above all else, seem like they have this great 1v5 potential in the late game if he's allowed to farm to a certain point, right? He's able to put the team on his back. But if those 2 heroes are banned, like, what pick is even left realistically where they can rely on that? And if they can't rely on that, it seems like they maybe don't have that strong a plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be the Tiny and the Terrorblade. Like, you're looking for a backpack-style carry, and UDV, oh, I love this. Early DK with the Snapfire pick. And we saw the damage this could do in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of pressure. DK in particular also just kind of shrugs off what Weaver's trying to do. Like, Weaver is definitely a pick that says we're trying to get the advantage in the lane, so you can kind of stonewall that if you want. I feel like obviously eventually the Weaver has like a little bit of game, and I think you can pressure the Snapfire a bit, but obviously UDV, they're not concerned with countering the Weaver so much as just blunting its influence, and it's going to take a big game, like we said at Teehee Weaver yesterday, for M11 to get further into this series.
Yeah, that's true. And did they go back? They go back to the Mars. They had the opportunity to pick the Medusa there. Keep in mind, that was probably prime real estate to have Medusa Weaver and maybe let the Mars go through and see if they had to ban it. Instead, they'll probably just ban Medusa here.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's the thing. I guess if you are only going to get one of those 2 heroes, I already opened my mouth earlier and said that I'd pick the Mars before I'd pick the Medusa and see if the other one gets banned or not. And they love the Mars. They lean on the Mars on Team M11. We've already seen it. They will pick this every single game. But it's been answered now. Like, they've lost 2 of those games, so Mars by itself is not enough. What can they do differently to try and get the hero into the game a bit more?
I think it comes down to just not leaving him alone. Like, a lot of these games, we see the pos for, we see Hater just leave. And that's really hindering him quite a bit.
Yeah, it's just awkward, right? And this is something that, like, since Usagi and Hated have been on this team together, like, they have some great moments, but I feel like Hated, when I think of Hated, one of his strengths is how good he is at picking a time to move around the map. And it is unfortunate that, as you pointed out, they keep picking an off-lane hero that doesn't do so well alone. I mean, they ran the Mars in the mid lane last game, but that's just setting him up to be alone the whole time. And, you know, he got farmed, but then the rest of the team was sort of faring poorly enough that he couldn't get anything done elsewhere. And then the mid Mars kind of just did not pay for itself, even by the mid game.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, mid Mars has always been questionable. Like, the reason you pick it is usually because you have a favorable matchup.
Yeah. And
against the Sand King, we said, like, there's an outplay potential. But if you don't outplay every spear to break Sandstorm, there's no game plan there. Like, you don't have a way of winning that lane. There's no kill potential. So if you're not pushing him out, there's almost no way you can stop him from farming.
And that's a Sand King pick we expected to be extremely punished. Instead, M11 forced a first phase ban it this time around. So they've banned the Sand King, they banned the Monkey, they banned the Ogre. They're now at the full draft disadvantage. Like, we talked about getting broken. I don't know that they're broken because they're still going back to their Mars. But the fact that they shifted the Mars out of the offlane last game and then it just didn't look good at all, that ended up feeling more like a desperation move in hindsight. Now they're picking it again because they don't want to go away from it. They don't want to give it up. They've picked Mars Mars Weaver is an even stronger offlane combo, right? That's stable. But the combo of Mars and Gyro wasn't the problem when they, in their other games. So it's not that the Mars offlane combo hasn't been strong. It's been what's happening afterward and finding those initiations. So maybe the Weaver vision that's been so powerful for other teams can give them the edge here.
Yeah, I mean, the Weaver vision is also going to get used to stop blink daggers as well. Like we saw against Dragon Knight, like Weaver does a good job of just like breaking his blink and timings, etc. But they combo it down with the Medusa.
Wow, Medusa into Mars. Okay.
I like it for the fact that like you've got the DK as well, and now we talked about all these things of like dealing with Dragon Knight, dealing with Snapfire. Now you have to deal with Dragon Knight and Medusa, and they're going to play in like different areas of the team fight. Like DK's going to jump the back line, Medusa's going to be the entire front line for UDV. Mm-hmm. I like this pick, and it also means that they could use more bans rather than having to ban Medusa themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always excited. It's a fun idea when you're trying to think about how do we deal with more heroes. It's daring, a bit rogue, as you say, to try and get that sort of deny pick where you steal away something from the other team. But it's not always a great idea in practice if it ends up hurting your draft at all. In this case, I think you're right in that they're pretty safe to take it, and it is definitely taking a piece off the board for M11. They go back for the Bat Rider. I mean, this is very different to when we've seen Bat Rider previously. I don't know, are these great targets to lasso? They're very durable heroes. You're going to have a split up fight, as you mentioned, so your attention isn't all going to be on the focused target. I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about the Bat Rider pick. Like, even though like it looks good on paper, you're versing a melee DK if that's the mid lane hero. He has the Dragon Tail, which is one of the longest stuns in the game, and he's also so tanky that sometimes he can just turn around and kill you.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to chase him under his tower and melt him down. Like, he's at the very least going to stun you and walk off if you try to go for a kill.
Yeah, so I've seen a lot of these matchups where people pick the Bat Rider expecting to win it, and the DK comes out on top because he has ridiculous base damage. Mm-hmm. I think it's like a 20 base damage gap between the two heroes. So, like, denying is just not going to happen for Bat Rider. And also, he has that Dragon Tail. Finally, we see the Shadow Demon, though, but this is the first game it's actually made it through the draft.
Yeah, I mean, teams have been very vigilant in banning this hero, and seemingly more than any other. If not the first phase, they take it out almost immediately afterward. And look, you can see why, right? Because we've been talking about how there's some call for like a hard save support, but a lot of them just don't bring the stuff outside of having a save. Shadow Demon does. Like, he's got set up for enemy heroes, he saves your heroes, and he is just a machine in the lane, right? So he may be able to change the pace of this game from very early on and give them a bit of an out if someone, gets caught in a stone gaze, or if you need to set up an arena. Maybe it takes a little bit of the pressure off the Mars. You can already see in this draft, they are picking other sources of initiation when they've had a lot of problems getting an arena up. But now they've taken away the puck. They don't want to get overlapping AoE threats, initiation coming in waves like it did in the game that Team 11 actually won. And they take the puck off the table, UDV, for themselves.
And, okay, now it's spicy. Now it feels like it's an offlane Dragon Knight with a Snapfire up against a blind carry with the puck against Bat.
Is there any odds of... I mean, I know that there's not necessarily a reason to, because it's not like DK and a Bat Rider is super favored, but are they sort of giving themselves the idea they could still flex, say, the puck off lane and leave the DK mid? Or, I guess you wouldn't put the Deucer mid if it's Bat at all.
I don't think you put Medusa mid no matter who it is, to be honest. Like, I don't think Medusa mid works in the sense of, like, you want someone to actually, like, help you if you get caught. And if you're in the mid lane, they have TP. That's a 3-second gap before you can deal with it. And also, you've got great mid lane heroes already, especially because DK and Park are both pretty good against Bat, and they're both going to be exceptional coming into the mid game, where Medusa, he can just kind of farm and be a normal carry while these two run around, basically be nuisances to the M11 squad.
We feel like UDV have maybe had the upper hand in the draft. I mean, game 2, maybe they underestimated the potential of M11 a little bit, but it still took a couple of big outplays in team fights to flip that game around, as well as having that Medusa late game insurance. And this time UDV have that insurance. So M11 are going to have to create a window for themselves to win the game earlier on, which they have struggled to do mightily this whole weekend. So big question marks for them. It also feels a lot like game 1, where the fights were favored for UDV because they had, like you said, multiple heroes that were very hard to bring down, that basically couldn't be killed by individual heroes on the enemy team. And then they just spread the fights out. They just each went on different targets. They chased the M11 heroes away from each other. There was no way to help each other out or to focus someone down. And the damage just kind of adds up naturally.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, look at these fights though. Like we're talking about like slow sieged fights almost.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm looking at UDVs. Like both sides have great slow siege, like great poke and prod, and it feels like if Team M11 misses the arena,
yeah,
they're probably going to lose every single team fight. And like that's a lot of pressure to put on Yusaki's head in this game.
It feels like, I mean, you saw in game 2, right, when M11 had the Medusa, how hard it was. Every time they go, if you go on the Medusa, I don't know if you even can. It's so hard to fight through the Stone Gaze when other heroes and then counter blinking in and stopping you. But if you don't, the Medusa just arrives at the back of the fight and she helps turn, and you have, you can't get past the DK. You can't get past the puck. These stuns and dream coils, they're going to bog you down in a fight. Then you're going to be able to safely deploy these devastating other ultimates, the Stone Gaze and the Kisses, which is both so painful to fight in. You really need to be able to reset, and it's going to be very difficult to do so. They do go for the Drow on M11, so there's another new carry hero we haven't seen. One way to sort of keep out of range of most of the bad stuff, I guess, by picking a range carry. But now you've got to protect that Drow from, the puck and even maybe the DK jumping the backlines.
That's true. I mean, the backlines themselves is like, their backline is Shadow Demon Drow. So like they don't really have that. Like if they jump on the backline, it's Shadow Demon getting caught out. And for UDV, like their big problem is right now of like, how do you stop yourself from getting tagged by like stray damage? And they go with Avenge. Ooh, I love this.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like a natural combo with a hero like, Medusa. If she has a weakness as a carry, apart from her timings, what is it? It's like, well, she's very stationary, right? She kind of just stands there and punches you if you get in range. So repositioning can be hard. VS, the best repositioning hero in Dota. That's your out. Sometimes it's your in. Great pickup. We saw a Corvius in the other game that was combined this way, but it's going to be Teehee, who's had a stellar series, maybe MVP caliber series. I know it's a big claim given how everyone in this match has played for UDV, but I've been loving his stuff, and now we get to see him on Venge.
Yeah, it's not a hero I see often, especially on a POS 5, but I looked at the draft, I'm like, what do they need? They need just a bit of maneuverability, they need a bit of repositioning, and I dead set think that could be the winning pick for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's always a temptation to be the devil's advocate. I think M11, at least, this is a better draw. I favor them more than I did the last game. The momentum is very heavily UDV's way, though. So I think it's going to take a big game from, as you said, Usagi on the Mars. But it's also time for, Hater to step up and show why the Shadow Demon is broken, like why it's had to be banned. And there's a lot of pressure on Rams. As you said, not necessarily as favored a matchup as it always is for that. But, we know Rams is exceptional as a player. Maybe he can just make it happen.
That's true. I mean, Rams just needs to do a lot of work. Like, Usagi is the main pressure point, I think, in my mind. Like, I'm looking at how they're going to win this game. It's all on Usagi. And yes, like, oh my god, look at that recent pub. Out of curiosity, I don't know if you saw that. Usagi's recent pub was 30-2, and he lost as a Templar assassin.
Oh, I was looking at the other stats. That's so painful.
Jesus.
You were imagining that game, and in your mind for a moment, you are Usagi. We all just experienced that game in miniature. So it seems like this man's been through a lot of tough Dota games lately. This is his time to step up and just let all that bottled up emotion loose on the side of UDV. This is his signature pick, the Mars. They trust him even in the face of championship point to get the job done. But he's under so much pressure. There's the swap to get heroes out of arena. These are not soft targets. You can be stuck in your own arena and sort of driven out by the Mortimer's Kisses. All sorts of things to play around here. Not an easy game. But do you ever expect it to be? When you're in the grand finals of LPL, you have to step up here.
Yeah, and this is it. Like, it's not just the grand finals. This is the do or die game with the grand finals as well. Like, you never really want to get to a best of 5 because, like, the whole point of a best of 1 is like anything can happen, and the best of 5 is meant to be like you slowly pull them down by attrition and like you get the good drafts. And I feel like both sides have been very comfortable with what they've drafted here. So it now comes down to which team executes better and which team had that better grasp of how to actually draft and win this series.
I mean, the momentum seems to be with UDV after the last game. We feel like the draft is pretty good here. It has a lot of the picks that have been great throughout the weekend. But it has been back and forth, right? They won the first game, M11 won the second game, UDV won the third game. It's been each team adjusting to the other one's winning draft from the previous game and turning things back around. So if that pattern continues, that will be these M11 adjustments that take us to a game 5. But they've got to get there first. It's a lot of effort. They're going to start by killing this VS. It looks like the first blood, so about as good an opener as you can hope. If they can catch her, actually, Mars doesn't want to pursue for another spear, so they have to let her go. They take the level 1 disruption on the Shadow Demon. Obviously not a bad combo at all with the Mars Spear, but they don't have that range damage to run her down afterwards. Just a little too much to handle.
Yeah, and that's actually going to be a big problem in their lane. Like, you really want the Shadow Poison level 1, so you can pressure. And now it's like, with the disruption, like, yeah, you've got that combo, but unfortunately that combo is only good if they make the mistake of being near enough to get caught. Like, because you have to run behind them to push them back, and then you've got the issue of, like, if you don't get Venge, he just stuns you, and...
Yeah, and if you don't get a really far pushback on the Spear, I still don't think you can, like, kill from full health, right? Like we saw there, it wasn't a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, even then, they had the Weaver as well, and they still didn't kill. Like, that just showcases to me, like, the huge issue that they will have. There
was a big commitment with the skill point to try and get the first blood, and the big problem is, like, when you do that, the Shadow Demon, Shadow Poison thing, I wouldn't say it's a gimmick, but it really is a lot better when you have it at level 1, because you're level 1 and the enemy carries level 1, enemy spots level 1. It may be a while before you get to level 2 or level 3, and you lose a lot of the effectiveness of that skill. Which is a big selling point of the hero. Obviously, there's others, and Hated will show those off. But yeah, they immediately get kind of pushed back in this lane. The Venge returns, they blast Hated, they make it hard for him to stand near the lane. Meanwhile, at bottom, though, speaking of getting blasted, Rusman and the Weaver support are under pressure.
Yeah, they're under pressure, but they're still getting farm, and that's what matters right now. Like, get farm before DK becomes unkillable. And unkillable for me is level 4. 1 level Breathe Fire, 2 levels Dragon Blood, and you really can't brawl into him when he hits that point. So do as much damage as you can before that.
Does that still apply if he gets left alone? Because, like, I mean, it is a DK, right? But if you think about what Drow's famous for, if you have Weaver bugs on you and you have to do the long, slow walk towards your tower getting hit by cold arrows, you can take a lot of physical damage.
That is true. I mean, you have the Snapfire here at all times.
Yeah, sorry, that was contingent, like, if the Snapfire leaves, right? So I guess in some ways it's just pitting the Snapfire to the lane, but that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, Snapfire can leave the lane to, like, annoy Weaver, and like split the lane into 2 that way. And I think that's really good for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, they refuse to be split, actually. They're collapsing instead onto the DK, but that's calling the bluff right now. They turn on the Weaver immediately. That long Shikuchi cooldown, you have to be really sure when you use it aggressively, especially when you end it on top of the melee hero like that. They get a couple of whacks from the DK. It all adds up. And even without the little shredder, they bring down the fragile bug. I mean, that's just it, right? They have 2 fragile range heroes. Theoretically, they have an edge in harassment, but DK shrugs off harass like no other hero in Dota besides maybe Timber. And as soon as they try to commit to an all-in instead, because as you said, you're getting dragged out of the lane, it just goes wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the worst part is, like, it wasn't even, like, stopping the Shikuchi. It was literally just a Sentry Ward on the side of the lane, and, like, they pranked him with it. And I love to see, like, they didn't react, and then, like, the 3rd time he did it, they reacted, turn around, and instantly kill him for first blood. So it's one of those patience is a virtue that you really need in Dota, especially when you can outplay people in the lanes like that.
It's like the textbook punish that you hope for when you place that Sentry Ward. You're like, no creeps attack him. Let's just wait. Let's hope that he just gets baited. And, yeah, I mean... You surely have some sense. Unless that Sentry Ward was smuggled in a Sentry, I wasn't watching or anything. I was smuggled in a Courier. You probably have some idea they've placed it, but you never know exactly where. And the fact that they didn't react means that they just, make the outplay, bait him into a false sense of security, and that's going to really complicate this lane even further. Although the Drow, obviously, as you said, continuing to farm, which is the most important thing. DK's getting a bit out of the lane, but not bad, not too bad. Speaking of too bad, Venge at top, just yeah. I mean. At this point, the combo is lethal. They definitely bring the Shadow Poison Bear there. It is only on the support, though. Teehee, making the sacrifice. Medusa's still looking pretty comfy.
Yeah, and on the other side, they actually killed Drow.
Oh, really? Damn, well, that was happening. So that's not a favorable exchange in the end.
Yeah, and we talked about, like, level 4 was my, like, window of, yeah, you're not killing Dragon Knight. He's now level 4, and you've already died twice. Like, that's...
Yeah, the good part of the lane's over, fellas. And you're just like, what good part? Just... brutal stuff. They look like they're getting a great... Okay, immediate TP out. That's pretty heads-up stuff. You kind of realize you've overstepped, missed your spell, immediate reaction. Not baiting your carry into coming over and trying to help, not sticking around, not even trying to get away with the cookie when that's just not going to work out. Hits the button that works, TP's back to base. These guys are just heads up on UDV. They want the 3-1. They couldn't get the 3-0, but this would be nearly as good.
Yeah, and they were predicting it. Like, they were basically messaging, being like, we're going to get this 3-0, like... Yep. Chalk it up, it's already done. And I was like, I love the confidence. At the same time, like, M11 are no slouches. There's a reason why they are here in the grand final.
I'm surprised. I predicted the UDV upset, but I've been, if not surprised, at least impressed by how decisive some of these wins were, especially last game. That was a real shocker.
Yeah, I mean, last game was just an outdraft and an outplay. Like, I said the first 15 minutes was going to be awkward. The fact that they didn't get punished, and it seems the same as well. Like, I said DK needs to be punished early, hasn't really been punished.
He's keeping up with the
Medusa,
Drow.
not great. Yeah, Medusa's not great early either, and lo and behold, has not been punished.
Do you feel like she should be playing? Like, this is the thing. They keep picking Usagi Mars every game, and that makes it hard, right? It's really hard to have a great game when the pick is so predictable. But at some point, you know, maybe they're looking at this Mars like, we could be getting more. They do get the puck. They bring over Hater towards the mid lane, and the puck just kind of has nowhere to go. The Bat Rider runs him down. That's the first sign of blood in that lane. Puck's been hanging in there against the Bat. You said the lane wasn't terrible, but...
Oh, they might lose Mars, though.
Yeah, he's kind of isolated. Misses the spear, doesn't have the arena. He just kind of... He sees the Medusa farming the lane, he anticipates that the Venge is pulling, and he's like, I gotta get over there and contest that, but he has no help for that. The Medusa just drifts over, and they make that kill look easy.
Yeah, and not only that, like, they didn't lose any creeps. Like, they got all the last hits on the pool, and bot lane, Repeater got left alone.
Yeah, I mean, this is the consequence. We've seen it again. This time it's going back the other way to, I think, what we saw in the previous game. But as soon as you start making the enemy move around, in this case it was a rotation mid, I think, to unsuccessfully help the puck, but that leaves your bottom lane exposed. So they finally punished that DK, long after we sort of thought they would. Although speaking of punished, Puck has his level 6 and a Bottle Arcane, which is now popped. So we're coming up to the first of what might be 2 Quickfire Dream Coil combos. The Snapfire's come over to the mid lane to help. They're going to try and find this Bat, but they're going to have a good situation for it.
Yeah, it's hard because you see no one else on the map.
Yeah.
But now they go.
Now they go, but of course, okay, they bring the Venge over. They were waiting for the third hero just to make absolutely certain, and that's some smart stuff. There is a rotation over from Hated, but he's just about a second too slow with that extra hero. They kill him before the save can arrive, and so now the Shadow Demon just kind of has nothing to do. Again, he just, you know, pulls up. He's going to pull the creeps off the tower, so he's going to actually contribute something. Rusman is here as well, so maybe they're looking for another TP in. The Die Heroes are still deep under the tower, and JG was tanking that tower for a few more shots, but ultimately he brings it down. So the danger ends. He's even going to go for Hated, but good pathing, gets out of the orb, and yeah, okay. No, wait, Puck orbed out of the multi-shot, gets it. Okay, that was a smart TP.
Yeah,
he realized...
He just TP.
Yeah, he orbed and, whatchamacallit, blinked out, and then the Drow immediately put down the multi-shot under the phase shift. Okay, Weaver, yeah, just doesn't expect the Dragon Knight Dragon form to be there so quickly, gets immediately stunned and killed. Great stuff.
Yeah. And I love this so far from Sunny UDV. Like, their timing right now is, like, non-existent. They just want to farm. They just want to AFK farm. But, like, whenever they showcase there's a possibility of getting kills on the map, M11 are not respecting the fact that they're happy to rotate. They're happy to get these kills, even if it means they're committing their ultimates for pushing for that fight, rather. Yeah. And they're even going to get bot lane tower, most likely, here as well.
Yeah, the bot lane... M11 have been abandoning their safe lane, like, in a lot of these games. And it might be the right call in the moment, but I have to feel at some point that becomes a problem. Like, it becomes something you probably look at, like, are we doing something wrong here that we lose this so hard so often? I mean, you obviously sacrifice, but it doesn't seem like the Drow is ready to super efficiently farm these stacks. You have got 3 points in multi-shot, but... You know, just watching her individually auto-attack these creeps, it's anemic stuff. Yeah, they're trying to isolate the Medusa, I guess, because Ken is just happily under this tier 1. They do have the arena and 3 heroes. Sports coming in, but maybe a little bit too slow. They get the spear combo under the Bat Rider. They drag her into the arena walls. I mean, that's the combo they drafted, but can they get out now? There's no Venge swap or kisses, so they're probably okay without another TP coming in. The pucks arrive belatedly, but... Oh, the coil goes down on the Weaver. Okay, that's pretty heads up. They caught the Weaver under another sentry. Again, the orb was just a distraction, and they'll get a kill, but I mean, it's your Medusa who died. That's probably not ideal.
Yeah, it's more to the fact that, like, whenever we talk about giving up your safe lane tower, it's usually so you can take theirs. And, like, yes, you kill Medusa, but you lose a hero for it, and you lose the tower anyway.
Yeah, they didn't even really get to hit the tower.
Around the map. That's true. Their draft is really lacking early tower push. Like, obviously, Drow can do it late game with the Shadow Demon as well, but early game right now, like, Drow's having a bit of a shocker. We expect this from Rusman's Drow, though. Like, it's not an exceptionally early game-based hero.
Yeah.
And he's even getting farm stolen by Bat Rider.
I mean, I really didn't expect the Drow Weaver lane. I'll say that. You know, I saw Weaver Mars and I went, damn, off-lane combo secured. But it ended up being Mars SD. That hasn't... I mean, the Mars farm was secured, right? He slightly out CS the Medusa, but the Medusa, right, they just killed her then. She's top of the last hits at this point, by far over the Drow. She was, I think, doubling the Drow at the time she died. So that didn't work out gangbusters, and in return, your Weaver safe lane didn't do enough against the DK or to protect the Drow.
Yeah, and now Medusa's going to skyrocket even further ahead of the net worth chart as
Straight into
taking an
neutrals,
ancient.
yeah.
Well, it's not just neutrals, it's like a triple stack ancient is basically like the Medusa's wet dream. Like, they love that. Just getting to sit there and power through. And we didn't really mention it in the draft, but Medusa is always better on Dire, because he's got the triangle, which is super safe, and he's also got the outpost, which has a great, like, 3 camps that you can farm all at once. There's so many ways to farm efficiently on Dire, and he's one of the few heroes that actually uses that efficiency.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Puck going in, interrupting that deep level analysis of Ice Frog's map building to go in and get a beautiful drink or the Mars. Counter initiation's pretty strong though, so they trade kills here. Batrider for Revenge is still favorable for the Dire, but now more and more Radiant heroes flood in. Rusman actually goes down at the back of the fight. The DK just commits, finishes the kill, dies himself. Carry for offlaner is still pretty good, and so it looks like it will be the carry in the mid, the 1 and the 2 position going down. They can't chase this Puck. The Weaver just has to kind of, you know, slap him on the way out, sends their regards, but yeah, that's brutal. I mean, I thought they had a really good reaction going there, M11, but they lack the firepower.
Yeah, I mean, and that just shows, like, they're not getting farm on their heroes. Their most farmed hero is Yusaki, who has, I believe, phase boots coming in. I'm hoping. Or is it an armlet? No, he's
got
just
the helm,
that's
right?
He's holding $2,000.
He must be thinking about armlet, but maybe he's having second thoughts, because yeah, it is kind of like an early game item, right? He seems like, does my team need me to have a blink? And now he's thinking maybe he wants a blink, I guess.
I think he's going to need one. Like, we're seeing how bad their initiation is. Like, even their tower pushing right now would benefit greatly from just throwing an arena back in the trees and just pushing them out of that farming area, pushing them out of that safety, which they currently can't do, and it's showcasing the mobility, really. Before the level 6 Venge is even up, they're still carting around, and they're still being able to kite and kill a lot of M11's heroes.
Medusa has not let, like, just still hanging out in these ancients, just killing creeps. Whenever I look at her, she's killed another, like, 2 ancient camps and skyrocketing ahead on the net worth chart. And the most farmed Radiant hero is the Mars, like significantly ahead of the Drow. There are 3 Dire heroes ahead of the Drow, which is a really bad sign. Obviously, Drow's kind of a funny hero. It's not always about the network with her. It's sometimes just a good enough team fight. She can just win from behind. She can also catch up. But against this draft, I think she'll have problems, particularly because by the time this Mars has the blink, Puck and DK will both have their blinks if they want them. They've been going for them for a while. Puck is just buying his right now, and DK's I think just blew his out. Yeah, 2 blinks online, and they're immediately smoking.
Yeah, and I love this. They've got the coil up, and they've got the
Mars is going to break this smoke and potentially be able to blink past them into the backlines to get the arena if he wants, but who will favor? Okay, he blinks out and just leaves the Shadow Demon to die. Probably the best call in the end, but man, that's a bitter pill. That's your blink reveal.
That's still not a bad blink reveal, obviously, for UDV. For M11, yeah, that's rough. Like, that's just...
Oh, that's what I meant, for Usagi's blink to be an escape blink. Like, you'd rather do that than die. You'd still have preferred to take a favorable fight.
Yeah, and the worst part of this is, like, again, it feels like this happens so many times with Medusa drafts. Like, they're not dealing with the Medusa at all.
Ken's playing PvE.
Medusa's been tough in 10 minutes. And now they're going to get another kill bot lane, I believe.
Yeah, they're going in. Yeah, this Weaver, he's been surprisingly killable. Compared to Teehee must be... I mean, he is spamming the laugh emote, but, like, compared to Teehee's Weaver the other day, they just survived and survived and survived and survived, like, 9 out of 10 of these spots. They're just killing this Weaver. They have so much lockdown.
Yeah, and I just love this playstyle that they're actually bringing forth. And I really want to see them get the early Ag Shard for DK. Like, I don't think they need this BKB. I think they just need more damage.
I guess it's just how they play the hero. And, okay, they're finally going to take this tier 1 top tower a very long time after their own was taken, right? You mentioned how often that's synchronized, how you'd rather take the enemy tier 1 than defend your own, and how they unfortunately got neither. They finally take that off the map and free up a lot more space for this Drow, who really needs the space. She's been struggling. Of course, it is Rusman. He's back at the top net worth for his team. He's not actually that far behind the Puck and the DK, but the Medusa has shot up like 3,000 net worth in less than, 5 minutes, a couple of minutes. It's crazy how fast she's getting ahead right now. They need to reel her in.
Yeah, and the worst part of this is it's actually the Mets.
Oh, Batrider, he goes in, but he gets stopped by the cookie. He thought he was going to be able to lasso, and he walked into the cookie, even having flame braked the Snapfire. She gets a kisses off. It's inconclusive, but now the Batrider's in so deep. He gets defensive disruption. It's only going to delay his death by a couple of seconds. Can they get more out of this? Of course they can. They have so many blinks, so much chase. They got Weaver on the back line. They coil just the Shadow Demon, I think, but it's still 3 for 1. That's a huge trade. What an unfortunate play. They finally look like they had some kind of initiation on a hero, and it still can't work out for M11.
Yeah, and honestly, the worst part of that to me is the fact that he took a fight and Medusa was there. Like, not the getting the Medusa part of it, but the fact that now he has all this XP and he was actually able to provide damage without moving. Like, a lot of the times you don't really want to go to fights, but if you're there, Medusa will take them.
Yeah, it's like it's a gamble committing to going to fight with your team, but it's hugely beneficial if your team wins a fight and you're there, and Ken just got that for free.
And now you look at M11, like the recovery methods that they need to get is like basically they need to pick off, and they're going to look for a top lane, and they might even lose another one bot.
They do, actually. I was watching the top lane see if they get something, but of course it's bottom lane where it actually happens. They do end up trading the Venge, burns to death, and the Batrider fire, but the Batrider is deceased. That's a posthumous kill. And Ken is just now walking down towers with that Manta. Medusa is at just about 11,000 net worth. The Drow has almost 7,000, 6,000 on the Mars and the Batrider. And the Puck and the DK are both also ahead of the Drow. This is very... Like, the games are getting worse for M11.
Yeah, and UDV are just picking up the pace. Like, they've realized the one flaw for M11 is, like, their early game is not great. Like,
yeah. Oh, they blink on Usagi! He hasn't been able to use his blink offensively once as the Mars. The DK just reads him like a book. I think he may have been just in range of that lane ward from the Dire. Just blink Dragon Tails immediately. Every time he's just camped in these trees, trying to find some initiation for his team. And like the games themselves, his Mars games are just getting more and more painful. He has no play at all right now.
Yeah, and you can't even blame him. Like, that's just
No, it's like, what was he meant to do? What is he meant to do? He has to fight. He's bought the Blink Dagger because his team needs him. He's looking to try and vanguard these kills because his team needs him, but there is no kill to get. And just by putting himself out there, he becomes a target.
Yeah, and now, like, we were talking about a 3k net worth that's turned into a 5k net worth lead exclusively on the Medusa.
Oh, yeah, sorry, on the Medusa, yes. 7k overall.
I'm not even talking about the team. I'm talking about this man, Ken, having a field day. And
yeah.
This feels like a bit of vengeance for whenever he gets Medusa picked against him.
Yeah, he lost game 2 to Medusa. He's like, not again. We pick this or we ban it. And that's proven to be the key this series, it looks like. I mean, yeah, without the Rusman, like, Rusman... with the Force Amplifier, they go on the Mars again. He just respawned. Dragon Tail into kisses is all it takes. This guy, he can't catch a break. He can barely take a step outside his base.
I feel like they're targeting him now.
They are. Well, I mean, there's a Batrider on the team, but he did not go Blink Dagger, right? He's gone Travels into a BKB that he is still only like halfway. I guess he's got 2,000 gold. So he's most of the way towards, but that delay means that without Mars, they know they have 0 playmaking ability, right? This Drow is never making an aggressive move. Super behind, the Weaver can't kill anything. The Shadow Demon certainly can't kill anything. So if Mars isn't initiating, you aren't getting initiated on. You can just ignore the entire enemy team. So as long as they just kill Mars on cooldown, there's no M11 on the map.
Yeah, that is true. And what's worse to me is, like, the point where you think, oh yeah, it's fight time is Skadi, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's 2 minutes away.
That's so terrifying.
And, where do you play? Like, for Team M11 right now, like, 8k net worth lead doesn't sound terrible until you realize, like, you're farming by committee. Like, all 3 of your cores are, like, not able to excel. Like, they don't have this win condition core. Like, all of them are equally as weak as each other. And on the side of UDV, like, they've got no weak links right now. Because if you kill the Venge, they don't care. Like, I don't think they need the Venge in these fights anymore.
They haven't really been fighting as 5 at all, right? The biggest fight so far was in the mid lane, and that was an initiation by M11. Right now, the Batrider also struggling to get into the game right now. Aggressively gets pinched in the same spot that Mars did before. This top lane area just isn't a great one for the Radiant. They've tried to ward it up and make it their own, but they can't even take that part of the map away. They're immediately challenged on it, and DK blinking in the backline cuts off the retreat. The Batrider maybe thought he was out. No such hope. The Weaver slithers away with Shikuchi, but another M11 map movement just ends with a very casual rotation over, and now the Roshan.
Yeah, they're taking these fights so well on UDV. Like, they took one around the tier 2 mid, so therefore they can start controlling the triangle. Now they take one top area right outside the Roche pit, and again it means Ken doesn't have to move.
Yeah.
And he's honestly just farming pattern, and he just rocks up to a team fight. He's like, yep, this is where I was meant to be at all times. now he's going to have an Aegis. Oh my lord.
He's got a DD. He was definitely meant to be here. Ice Frog is guiding his steps. But like, I mean, it's telling, right, that like that's clearly M11's game plan. They knew how important that area was. They watered it. They went up there with a bunch of heroes. They keep going back up there even after their first attempt fails. But they're just too weak right now. They can't hold it. They tried to take control of an area and they just immediately get pushed over like a little brother. They're just not allowed to hold anything that's important on the map. Like you said, they're down to farming by committee, just kind of playing vaguely around this drow, getting whatever they can. And, you know, Rusman's Rusman. He's progressing his items. He's got the Shadowblade Dragonlance going towards the BKB, but those are looking awfully meager items compared to the monstrous build that Ken has gone already. 15,000 net worth. Good lord.
Yeah, and they're actually going to find the Drow here, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, the two teams overlapping. His team is around him, and Puck maybe regrets that blink in. Oh, he's out, actually, and his team get in to defend him. They waited a long time. They really trusted in the Puck's survivability. They might get paid off here. DK is also absorbing a lot of damage. All of them just kind of using their health bars as a shield. DK does eventually fall, but Ken is untouched, and he's the big problem right now. So much net worth stacked on him. He's able to level up the fight by himself, or at least kill the Mars. The rest of the Radiant have scattered. So that was by far the worst fight of the game for UDV. They lose a bit of net worth, but it ultimately doesn't feel that bad since your Medusa is just rolling.
Yeah, I mean, it's those kind of fights that M11 need to take, though. Like, understand that someone's going to die. It's most likely going to be Yasagi or Rams, and just take the fight anyway. Who cares if they die? Just make sure you're getting some level. Oh my god, hated.
Oh, he's in there. Yeah, oh, gets caught. Great cookie forward. No Radiant hero allowed out on the map. Their team's in the bin right now. There's absolutely no fear of reprisal. They catch him by the bottom tier 2 in a relatively safe spot, you'd think, but he is buying time. The Batrider's at top. Haven't seen a lot of this Batrider, right? Like, Rams has been just kind of tough in it. And he finally has his BKB. I don't know, he didn't have it in the last fight, I assume on the basis that he didn't activate it, but now he must be ready. Surely. He has to be.
He's ready, but like, what is he ready for right now? Like,
killing the Puck, I guess? Like, you can't really kill the Deucer or the DK, so... Oh, I don't... He has a full link, yeah, I don't know. They're ready to die, anyway. Yeah. He keeps coming up to this dire jungle and it keeps not working out. He runs on top of a cliff, he uses his drink ball, uses everything. They just don't have plays right now. It feels so one-sided in every engagement. Ken's literally hitting a bottom tier 3 while they're killing the Puck on the other side of the map. That's how unbothered he is.
And he's pretty relaxed about it too. Like, this man just doesn't care. He's just sitting on the low ground.
He has an Aegis. They can't kill him once.
He put the blink tag up.
His courier is equally cocky right now. The Weaver was uncertain about attacking the courier. Like, the courier might explode. Like, everything might go wrong for them this game.
Yeah. I mean, so far everything has gone wrong for them.
Yeah,
like,
I don't blame
20
them.
to 10 scoreline does not tell you how dominant UDV have been, and M11, like, they've been routed so far, and it's now down to the fact of, like,
yeah,
maybe you need to make a mistake, or this game's free. They need to throw somewhere.
Yes, it pretty much is at that point, sadly enough. And this is, I must remind you, championship point for UDV. So they are doing everything they need to seal it up right now. I was looking for a stat that does show you how dominant they are, and I remembered how much the Dota 2 win calculator loves it a Medusa pick. 97% UDV favor right now. The 23-minute mark. Normally, where a Medusa game, you're sort of just looking for the light cresting over the hill. You've had your worst time up until now, but you're just starting to get stuff. No. Miles ahead, dominating the game.
Yeah, and level 21, no less. It's like, we talk about, it's the Manta Skadi timing, and it's a level 20 timing.
Yeah,
he hit them both so early, and like, he just got a flex item. He just got a blink dagger, and I feel like he can build a swift blink if he so desires. Like, he just doesn't care right now. Yeah, how do they kill him twice?
He literally could. I didn't realize until you said it, he literally could just purchase a swift blink. He has 3.4 thousand gold. He's about to kill another tower.
He'll have 4k in like 1 second. Yeah,
that's crazy. Yeah, this is.
He's got 4k gold.
Oh man, another initiation coming in. They didn't quite figure out where Rams was. His first button to press his BKB because he doesn't have a blink, but they have isolated again. This is the second time in a short while that this has become the death spot for the Diet Core. It was Puck last time. This time it was Rubido who blinks in on the DK, but they did burn everything to kill him. So Ken, that's a green light for him. He jumps in, immediately stones and destroys the SD. The Weaver tried to run forward deeper into the team. That might not be the way out. They turn on the Batrider with the kisses. He's moved out of the minimum range of them, and so on the high ground is where he makes his last stand. He falls over. They did get 2. It was another kind of faltering initiate, or I say this in like the gentlest way, a careless initiation from a team that knows they don't really need to make that much. Like, you can just make a wrong move and Ken will clean up, but Rusman cleans up a little bit by himself, just kind of finds Lucified. That does reveal his position. JG blinks forward, doesn't have the damage by himself. The Medusa not there to, you know, chase down straight Drow. but she is hounding Weaver out of the lane. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. And Ken is now holding $5,000. What is this man buying?
I've seen some people go like a rapier in this spot as a like I'm so far ahead I can't lose it instead of the usual comeback rapier. I don't know if I'm behind the pick in a pro game, but like what else are you? Okay, he was just deciding. He's queued up a silver edge.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was happening.
Purchases, they're usually like you get the ages at like 28 to 29 minutes.
Yeah.
And you buy the rapier then. You have 2 lives anyway.
Yeah.
I guess he has the second life in the fact that Vengeful exists. So, like Venge has the swap, and I don't know if you saw, but like they actually like missed the cookie swap combo. Like they tried to cookie him onto the high ground so he could swap out the Dragon Knight, and they cookied him sideways and like broke the actual combination completely.
I guess that just shows you how far they are ahead. Where like we've seen some games, even in this series, decided by smaller mistakes than they've made in the last couple of fights, and yet they still ended up arguably coming out on top of them, or at the very least, not losing them in a way that mattered.
I love how it's like in a way that doesn't matter anymore because like the game has become so lopsided that they're just like, honestly, as long as like the resources get distributed around the map, it doesn't really matter too much. And, like, deaths don't matter anymore.
Yeah, they threw away the puck and then the DK. That feels like it should be a big deal. Those are 2 of the top 4 most farmed heroes. But like, unless you make a mistake where somehow Ken falls down the stairs and dies like twice, maybe 3 times quickly, it's hard to lose from here. That's why you have a 97% win chance. It is down to 94. They dropped 3%.
3%'s a lot. Like that's double the win probability.
That's true. That's true. Nice glass half full analysis. So where is that 3%?
That's what I'm here for.
What does it look like? Is it literally like you walk in a fountain and die, or is there some specific angle where maybe, you know, I don't know, the Drow Shard gives you a way where you can stack up like an improbable amount of damage in like a fight that goes wrong and kill the super tanky Medusa, or well, I don't even know. Like I guess that's why it's hard to say, but paint me a picture.
I think it's a dive. I think like, they need to be diving the high ground or something ridiculous like that. It needs to go like to the tier 4s, and like that's how they'll grab them and that's how they'll win that fight. But again, like UDV have to make that mistake. Like, the win probability is there because teams have made that mistake prior.
I mean, they jumped in. We saw a microcosm of that mistake twice already, right? Like, the Medusa does have her own blink, but she's still not a super mobile carry. You've only got 1 Venge swap, which you're kind of halfway holding because you want to protect the Medusa, I imagine, or protect your other cores at least. And as you said, you can stuff it up. So those last couple of fights have been the way they are because of some slightly reckless dives. But I feel like UDV, they have been the ones who've been super sharp all series. I want to say they're not going to make that mistake, like going up high ground or into tier 4s or something. They're not going to make that big a dive.
You say that, but there's only one way to find out, and that's like,
true.
Let's see how they do with the smoke gank. And
touch wood.
Like they're standing right outside the base, and they're smoking to look for like an enemy pick off.
The Bat Rider's kind of fading. He blinks back in mid. They know, right? Didn't this even happen in M11, one of the games that they survived, or did this happen actually to UDV, right? They were baiting a kill on the steps of their base, and it actually was a way for them to take a team fight, even though we're behind. Now, maybe not this far behind, but they know what the stakes are. They're aware of their spot in the game right now, dire as it is.
Yeah, that is true, and it's actually a benefit that they're looking for smoke ganks here, because if you're M11 right now, you're panicked, right? You're worried about the Roshan, you're worried about the Aegis number 2, and if they're trying to smoke gank, it means Aegis isn't up. Because you know you're not coming out of the base unless you smoke gank out, and now they're going to do something with it. They showcase their smokes, though, because they took the outpost invisible.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you might hedge, maybe they're not looking, but yeah, it is a bit of a tell. Once the outpost is captured, like, you know, it's not just hitting a creep somewhere. They know, but I think they'd figured out, again, this has happened several times in the game, right? These teams are just very good at reading each other's smoke movements. We've seen a lot of smokes either miss completely or just get harmlessly stood in the way of by a support in a way that looks very conscious and intentional. So it shows you the level of play going on here. We've isolated this bottom tier 1 maybe as the target that Radiator slowly encircling, but they're going to have some trouble even pushing the creeps in enough. I mean, at this point, they definitely can kill a tower with the Drow, but it just comes back to, you said it way back at the start of the game, another thing this draft was kind of lacking. Their last draft was kind of lacking. I don't know. It feels as though that has been a recurring problem for them over the course of this series. They've just drifted away from workable drafts, and it's become easier and easier for UDV to exploit them.
Yeah, I mean, it goes twofold, right? Like, yeah, M11 might be drafting these strange drafts, but, like, UDV are getting better at ban. And M11 aren't respecting like their change of pace, their change of play, and like we even saw here, like they went the DK early, saying, "Oh, this is going to be a mid lane DK." Then they flexed it. They picked the Medusa, and all of a sudden they're like, maybe it's still an offlane. And they pick the Puck, and you've got no idea what's going on in these drafts. And you can tell, like the Puck's had a field day. The Puck's had a really good game, and he's 7-1-3. The one death was honestly not even his own mistake. It was the Venge not saving him.
Yeah, and then, like, not just the Puck had a field day, the DK had a great game. So it wasn't even like you flexed the DK out and you said, okay, well, the Puck's going to have a better time, DK can go off into the offlane and have a struggle. Like, he also exceeded our expectations in the offlane for whatever reason you want to put that down to. So that's the kind of outdraft we're talking about here, where you completely corner the enemy, you get 3 good lanes going your way, or two good lanes in an acceptable Medusa lane as a hero, where the lane often doesn't matter as much as what happens afterwards. What happened afterwards was Medusa just spends, like, a full week in the Ancient Triangle just farming up a storm. So yeah, it's looked very convincing here. Although, you know, obviously right now their momentum has kind of stalled. Maybe that's just caution. Obviously they have the late game, they feel, as this Medusa continues to scale. They're now going back to that second Roche. But it has given a small breathing room, maybe for M11 to sort of catch their breath and think about what they might do to turn this around.
Yeah, I mean, the breathing room is entirely for this break.
Yeah.
And the immense pressure has been built up and built up and built up to the point where, like, outside of high ground, there's nothing left. There is nothing left for UDV to even take. There's no skirmishes to make across the map. And now they just get to walk up on the top lane and they get to pepper down. And keep in mind, bot lane's on half health as well on that tower. So if they're not careful, they might just lose 2 Raxes here, maybe even more if they don't take a proper team fight.
I mean, M11 really don't want to, like, come back too soon with too many. They try to sort of just have the Mars go back and defend, because they've actually had some creeps to hit for the first time. Only in bottom lane, top lane and mid have been kept pushed in the whole time by DK and Medusa, and now Ken very quickly capitalizing on the lack of a real defense. They go in on the Mars immediately and push him back off the tower, and then the tower ceases to exist as Ken just chips away at it.
Yeah, I kind of would have preferred to see them use...
Smoke within the base. Batrider's looking for some kind of initiation. I don't know who he jumps. He's going to try for the DK. Can't even get in range of it now. He's immediately just trapped. The arena comes down defensively just to bail the Batrider out. That's not the play that they needed. Needless to say, yeah, I mean, it's hard, right? There were no other heroes in the, like, galaxy of those two. They just knew, like, we don't need to put anyone else forward, and it would be a risk to do so, so we just won't.
The thing is, like, whoever they grab, they just get Venge swaps. So, like, unless you're grabbing the Venge, how are you actually stopping the swap from happening instantly? Like,
well, I don't know, but in this way they don't even have to spend the swap, so...
That's true.
Mars is in behind, he BKBs, trying to get deeper in. They do drag the Batrider finally. They swap Drow out of the base. Batrider is all the way in under the tier 4s, and he dies. That Batrider drag was super effective. They do kill the Drow outside the base, so a bit of an exchange there. Teehee goes down because, of course, he had to swap into the base to make that happen. That's better than I expected, honestly, for M11. I mean, the Drow is the biggest thing you can lose, but not their base, I guess, which is even bigger.
Yeah, but the Drow has no buyback, so, like, if UDV start to pressure this, they should be able to realize this pretty quickly, and another tower gone. This should be the second Rax if they just have that courage to walk on the high ground.
I mean, they did with the Tiny last game, right? Against the similar situation where, like, you're down a couple of heroes, but Medusa has the Aegis and their carry is dead, so you're just like, they can't kill me twice. They can maybe kill me once, but there's no reason to leave right now. Ken is going to slither up the hill in Shadow Blade, tap the Batrider a few times just to discourage him. He doesn't have another lasso, but he can't even get forward to, you know, damage these heroes, threaten these heroes, anything. There's an Arena in 5, that's going to be their first best chance. There is also going to be a Shadow Demon Purge, which could be important, and they pop the Medusa's link, or they pop the Lincolns on the Medusa in advance of that, so they're maybe going to drive. Okay, Puck just kind of leads them in a merry dance, and they all get out, having taken a melee Rax. That's the big prize. They don't stick around for the full lane, so tiny victories from 11, but I mean, the Medusa has 31,500 net worth. The Drow has 17k. All other cores lagging far, far, far behind for the side of M11. This is as rough as it gets.
Yeah, if this wasn't game 4, if this wasn't their backs on the rope, we might have seen another GG out here, but I admire the gumption to keep this game going, and now they're being hunted all around. Like, there's a gem purchase up on Snapfire now, so they're just going to hunt and keep looking for what is the kill potential. The Weaver, he's out of mana.
Yeah, they're trying to swap him in. He's doing his best to split push, just dragging them away from the base by any means, but it's kind of past that point. Like, the reason you play like this, and this is not to criticize the play because you have to do something, but the reason that this split push is effective sometimes is because it allows you a little bit of route. You're able to get now a couple of waves outside your base, push out the other lanes, establish some wards outside. They were playing their whole bottom half of the map pretty comfortably uncontested by UDV for like minutes on end before. This is just not a deficit, like, both in terms of the heroes on each side and the actual net worths, that you can make up like that. Yeah, the Batrider barely escapes, forced to BKB. Like, this is an overwhelming lead. You can't just farm your way back into this. It has to be some sort of catastrophic team fight. It's almost unfathomable how they do that. They do catch a couple. They catch in the arena, but then who's trapped in there with whom? The Mars is BKB and he's surviving, but Ken isn't going for him. That's the main reason. Ken's going for the backline. Blinks in behind the arena. Guns down one immediately. The Shadow Demon cannot participate. Everyone else falls back to the fountain. Now they turn to trap Usagi. He's easy pickings. No way out of this for him. He's just, okay, he's standing, dancing around the edge of his arena walls, but he eventually dies. There's nowhere to retreat anyway, because if you fall back to the fountain, it's not powering you up, it's not giving you your ultimate back, and their base is dying. Now they've managed to drag the Medusa close enough. Maybe the only thing that could possibly help. How are you going to have this happen to you, UDV? I just said you weren't the team to do this. Medusa's in the fountain. She does have a Hurricane Bite when she's back up. She's going to get out, surely. There's a swap in 1 second. Yeah, she's fine. The fountain honestly wasn't even killing her that fast the second time, which is a really bad sign.
Yeah, I mean, 36 armor will do that. It's a 70% reduction, and they found Bat again in the back
Yeah,
line.
Batrider. I mean, there's just nothing left to do here. They can stand in their fountain and the game will be over, or they can come out of their base and the game will be over. It's really just how many kills they want to give away. They decide to call it. No more shenanigans. They dragged it out, but that is the grand final. UDV, they talked a big game coming in. They gave nearly as good as they promised. A convincing 3-1 victory. The last 2 games that they were out from a different series from the first 2. They showed up so big after the first couple of drafts. It's like they just latched onto a weakness in M11 and tore them apart. I mean, I'm super satisfied by that grand finals, but I hope everyone out there enjoyed it quite as much.
Yeah, I mean, a 3-1 grand finals. You want it to go the best of 5, but when UDV are playing this well, it's almost impossible to see a way for M11 to come back in. And I got to give props to Rusman. Like, yes, they lost, but he found a way to bring back some semblance of farm. Unfortunately, look at the green bar. Like, look at that Medusa, man. He was above the game. He was playing on his own little realm there. Just absolutely unkillable, and just a fantastic play there for Ken. Really brought his team home. Really made sure that the 3-1 was secured.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's looked like the Medusa, or people talk about the Medusa where it's a liability for your team in your draft, but Ken looks like he's playing on turbo on that hero. He shot ahead so quickly. They did give him a lot of space, but I feel like, you know, even without all that space, it would have been very difficult for Rusman to keep up just with the hero matchup they had. So the Medusa pick again proves decisive, and it was a real, like, mastery of the draft by the end of this series. I think allowed them to get such a convincing lineup.
Yeah, and that's what I love about Best of Fives. Like, we mentioned it at the start of the series, and we'll mention it again all throughout it. Best of Fives are a war of attrition and learning. And you could see UDV, they were slightly tinkering their drafts, changing it up, and obviously the game 4 was full throttle. They got the Medusa, they comboed it with some fantastic heroes. But that is all she wrote, and we will take a look at the playoff bracket to see exactly what went on. Team M11, Atomic, there was a 2-1 reverse sweep there. You can see UDV and Gargoyle as well. Another reverse sweep, and that bronze fight, obviously Gargoyle taking that away without a fight. And grand finals, UDV and Team M11, the 2 teams that were dominating throughout the group stage. They were having a fantastic time. It almost felt they were destined to meet the grand finals. And UDV usurped the crown from Team M11. And they'll be the first victor of Season 1 for LPL Dota 2022.
Yeah, just incredible stuff. You couldn't really ask for a more deserving winner. Like you said, the 2 best teams in the grand final, just like you'd hope, no team missing out because of weird internet issues or something else. We've had it happen before, right? Fate's not always kind, and these are, you know, you only really have one shot through the grand finals. This is not double elim. But upon making it there, they even gave us quite a show, right? Like M11, they did get beaten pretty convincingly in that last game, but let that not erase how well they did in game 2. They managed to turn around a really tough game with just basically pure outplay, and even their game yesterday, their series, they showed a lot of strength to defeat Atomic Esports, who could easily have been grand finalists as well. So a lovely finals weekend overall, and UDV, I mean, M11, they couldn't make it back-to-back, but UDV, they are looking like threats for next season already.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope so, because they were fantastic this season. Such professionals as well. Like, this is an off-broadcast thing, but they are always so easy to deal with. And as a team, you just love that professional responsibility. And honestly, I feel like they deserve it purely off that, because when you have a team that acts like professionals, they play like professionals, and they learn and treat every game like it's the last game they'll ever play, it adds up to that hunger, that drive, and that's why, in my opinion, why we saw them win 3-1 here so comfortably and so confidently.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically what you just said, but they look like a team who are going far. They believe in themselves. They want this badly, and they are taking it, right? They're doing everything they need to do. Just they're looking the goods, absolutely. And I mean, I hope I see them back in LPL. I wouldn't be surprised to see them in many other tournaments to come.
That's of course. And while we wind down, wondering, Bart, how will we follow you? How will we keep up to date with what you are doing while we're in this off season, waiting for maybe UDV to try and grab another crown in season number 2?
Well, yeah, exactly. You can catch me hopefully at some point back then, but in the meantime, you can follow me at a Wandering Bud. I believe it's below my face. Obviously, I flit around between different esports. There's no one game that's enough for me, even though Dota will always be my first love. I've been doing a lot of work casting and talking about Magic the Gathering as well and other card games. So all sorts of things happening. But yeah, if you check it out there, that's the easy way. And yourself, Boglet, how about you?
I mean, again, I think it's under our names. I am Dota for life. Unfortunately, I've only got one love. I've only got time for one, we'll say, and it's always spamming out that Dota. Honestly, the Dota grind. There's no other way of calling it. But that will be a close for us here. A huge shout out to LG OLED and their Ultra Gear as well. They've done a fantastic job securing this season for us, and they've been great sponsors. And it's been a great season. Thanks everyone for supporting us, and thanks Bard for coming into the finals and doing such a great job. This is all she wrote, and we will see you all next season for another great, cracking amount of Dota 2.
But the ulti's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was de-warding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back. Sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.